I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. I think I sleep till it's over. Broken letters, broken pain, breathing every now and then. Getting hurt but never learn. I'm falling short of hope again. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 Stone days never end. Words I knew you couldn't say. We pretend we're more than this. Make believe that it's okay. I need a shock to bring me round, to pull my head from underground. I'm calling out but there's no sound. How many times can we make up? How many years will this take up? And never is as long as forever. When it's love but it's over. I've woken up in the headlights, sticking from the clouds in mid-flight. Never is as long as forever. I think I'll sleep till it's over. 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 I think I'll sleep till it's over.
Take me under your wing, crack of thunder, as the wild birds sing. You can hear hunger crying out, a sonic echo that leaves no room for doubt. All the shots bring it back to what it's not. Make a move, do we do? As the world cries tears in our hands, are we all part of a bigger plan? Call the shots, bring it back to what it's not. Deepest oceans, they can't portray enough empty spaces, time to rust and dust. There's no wonder left for us to love. No warmth or shelter, just satellites above. All the shots bring it back to what
that night, the moment you arrived, it was more than nice to meet you. I know, baby, that you're one of a kind, with a body perfect and divine. Oh, so come and let the music play, so we can move our bodies. And girl, no matter what you do, just do it hot and naughty. We drink the bar 'cause we don't pay. Tonight nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, best time of your life. Finally, baby, we've been up all night. The sun's about to rise, and it's nothing but a feature dancing, moving slowly out of sight, feeling vibrant and alive. Oh, let's do a thing and celebrate, cruising a Ferrari. Let's live it like it's the last day and head for the next party. There's nothing they can take away from me. Yeah, 'cause nothing brings me down, down, down. Oh, I can tell you now, this is gonna be the best time of your life. I can see it now. This is gonna be the best time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, yeah, time of your life, time of your life, yeah, future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? We got the body and soul with the future, you know. Are you ready or not? Are you ready to go? Come on, let's get up and let it go. Come on, let's get up and let it go. Right now, I got this beat in my head. Right now, I want to dive into this world. Let it out for the crowd, let it out, yeah, be proud. Right now, this is a real good atmosphere. Right now, superficialities are here. No excuse, no rules, no one to judge. Just give a fuck. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show that desire is alive. We stick together, together, together. We're alright. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world, of our own world. Well, they drink really expensive champagne on their private jet plane. All we need is a cheap bottle of wine and a cigarette to have a good time. A freedom, a big time, and no restriction. There's no other place to die than here with us tonight. The time has come to lose control. Don't be so shy, just let it flow. We are the masters of our own world. We pray for fire in the sky. We show
outside your door. You'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Always ask where this road goes. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy. Just outside your door, you'll find love where you don't know. You know that if you ever tried your last, call out on me if the old wind broke your mind. Set out to sea if you've fallen down. You know that I'm here, so you come on home to me. The day you pick up all your bags, lay down your toys. Oh, my son, stay curious, my boy.
赤信号だとしてももう止まらない。理解不能のスピード100倍速い。地横なんて哀れよね。ねえ聞いてよね。負けの準備でもしておきな。Come draw me if you down。悩んでもやめないわ。No more。苦い思い消えてよ。この街に呼ばれる際にレクチャー全力で追い越してよさ。ドライビングモード始めよう。もう安全な近道なんてのの完全にアウトだからあんたの後悔楽しみだわ。すげた気づいてよマジでベイビー。一番でノックアウトするわ。You better be listen now。地横なんて哀れよね。ねえ聞いてよな。負けの準備でもしておきな。Come try me if you were down。悩んでもやめないわ。No more。苦い思い消えてよ。この街に呼ばれる際に じゃ全力で追い越してよせ Dreaming の始めよう身も蓋もないわねマジでメール既読無視でもてめトラブルならすぐ相談してよだなんて細い指先が僕を指す Please come this wayピンヒールで突き刺す血の味が欲しいまで純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつね通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも民がひれ伏す農場の世界へようこそ落とし穴に落ちたあなた Please come this way ピールで突き刺す血の味が欲しい前に純粋だと思ったバカねゴー赤いリップで踊るネオンライトがきらめく騙されたなんてめめしいやつねゴー通報するならすれば罪深いの私よこの世のクズどもよかも
You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. Let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long.
country song. Tonight, let's turn the radio on. You got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song. You and me going out tonight. Let's turn the radio on. Got your skirt on tight and your legs on long. Let's lay some whiskey down. We'll dance all night, then get it on to another country song.
Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. No, I'm balling out, yeah, but my heart plays loud, yeah. And I'm all freaked out, cause I got nothing to say to you. But while I be down, yeah, when you come around, yeah. So let's get right down, cause we ain't got much time. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Yeah, we could take time to work things out, oh, yeah. But I want you in my life so we could have each other, yeah. I know it seems hard to shine, but you're a million stars at all the same time, yeah. And you know I really mean it. And every time you hold me, I think about the times that I was lonely. Keep reminiscing about how you the only one that makes me wanna look into your eyes and say, stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. Stop playing with my heart right now. Girl, I need you in my life right now. Though I'm all tied up, need your love right now. I saw you sitting in the moonlight, dripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you, yeah. Tell me everything's gonna be alright. Tell me that you're never gonna need spotlight. Just say how you feeling, I don't wanna saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah, hey. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us, but you know better than anybody around me, yeah, you know. I think we both need a break from this thing called love. All love ain't the thing to question, it's all love. I got plenty problems and no shoulder. Last night on the tour, ain't no tour, I saw you sitting in the moonlight, tripping, pain runs through your heart. Oh, we were skinny dipping, slowly sipping, then we fell apart. I'm just trying to catch a break from your love, oh, yeah. Cause I need to find a new life, no love, oh. I can't lie, I've been thinking about us.
Different energies I bring, only sickness I fling. Bad like Gustavo Fring, can't try not a ting. Flyboy, I got the wings, and they can't keep up with me, dog. That's why all that I bring is wins. And they wanna hold me back, never doubt I'm a king. When they grab my killer chap on the ting, I don't wanna hear no talk from jokers. Say you got waves, I'll split that like Moses. The way that I catch it is flawless, it's awkward, cause they can't do it when they talk up. I don't wanna hear that ever. Stay on the ground like Cellar, they know man shell off. Feel man trying to get ahead of me. They should've known they ain't really got the energy. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energies. I got the energies. I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. Run laps and laps round them, they ain't even got no energy. So that means no power, they don't wanna be my enemy. That might end up in a penalty. I got a different energy, no matter what I encounter. No, I got the energy. They ain't even got no energy. They don't wanna be my enemy. I got a different energy. I got a different energy.
Putting out the fires, my head calls me a liar. I'm sick of breathing in your smoke. Leave a little longer, embrace a little harder. Yeah, every time we're not wrong, it's like we're walking on water. Oh, too good to last long. Putting out the fires and looking for a miracle. It's like we're walking on water. It's like we're walking on water. I
don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like don't see though, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Here we go. I don't really care about the fortune or the fame. Keep rolling on and holding on. Don't need that crown to reign. Push through all the pressures, just keep grinding 9 to 5. Yeah, I'm working hard, we playing hard. Goddamn, I feel alive. Like do-si-do, I'm ready to go. Been a damn long week, it's time for the show. Call my girls, like, ooh, don't you know? I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. Here we go. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. If we stick together, there's no stopping us, girl. Man, we're taking over, yeah, we're running the world. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We've been working all day. It's time to dance the night away. I'm with my girls, yeah, my girls. We got records to play, so come let's dance the night away. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low. Like do-si-do, we ready to go. Sneaker fresh for the halftime show. That's right, girls, we dropping it low.
Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I'm far from your ordinary lover. I'm different from any other you've ever had before. So you must have me mixed up. You must have messed up. You won't make that mistake no more. Or I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. No, you don't want to see the monster inside of me. 'Cause it might be a bit too much to handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. I may be more patient than the others. I tolerate the stress and all the mess and all the headache you bring. But listen to me, you'd rather have my good side than a dedicated enemy. 'Cause I might just lose it. I might just lose control. You might just push me far enough for me to let go. You don't want to see the monster inside of me. handle. Can you take my bad side? Bad side. Once you see my bad side, bad side. No, it ain't picture perfect. Don't push me, it's not worth it. You don't wanna see my bad side. Can you take my bad side? Bad side.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the LPL. We are in our final week. Playoffs are somewhat decided, and it's time to figure out seeding. I'm joined by Nymera as we head into today, and we've got some absolute stonkers today, Nymera. I mean, we're finishing out the day with OMG EDG, which is like a historic banger. With Uzi and Abel both back in from retirement. I feel like that one is like just destiny waiting to happen. But the whole day should be full of bangers, to be honest.
Gotta hope so. Now, first things off, we're starting off with JDG versus Rare Atom, which has less implications for Rare Atom because they're already locked out of playoffs. But for them, it will be a chance to try and force JDG to continue this stumbling streak. They have had a couple of awkward series recently, so maybe they can continue that trend themselves.
Yeah, we'll have to see if they can put the pressure on like some other teams have. Let's look at what happened yesterday, though, as TT and LNG, they went the distance.
They did, and I have to say, despite the fact that we will not be seeing Thundertalk Gaming in playoffs, UCal really deserves some props. This guy has been on an absolute carry streak. I think he's going to end up being second place in player of the game scores, and he had some utterly insane ultimates in this game too from the Nico. He has something like a 5-man pop blossom in one of the important fights to bring it through to that distance, but sadly for them, couldn't close out that series, and LNG walk away with an important victory for their own seeding implications.
Yeah, a really important win for LNG, as NIP and FPX as well. We've had some insane team fights, honestly, yesterday across the course of our series with NIP. This was a crucial series for them when it came to, again, finding standing. They've qualified for playoffs, now looking for seeding in their last two series.
So it's going to seem a little bit out there, but there's a quote from Varus as a champion, which is "Never fear a man with fear a man with nothing to lose." It sounds like fear a man with nothing but shoes because like pronunciation was all over the place. But the original quote is like, you look at all of these teams, like FPX picking up wins here. You think of some of the teams which have pushed JDG recently as well, and LPL teams, when they are locked out of playoffs, become a different kind of beast, somehow, someway. Even teams like LGD have been pushing some of our top teams, despite the fact that they're sat on, what, 2 or 3 series wins across the entirety of summer. And it has felt like a load of these teams have gone utterly Super Saiyan at the end of the split.
I mean, RNG manages to take a game off of BLG in this series as well. Like, there was definitely some huge plays coming out yesterday. Like you say, TT as well, taking LNG to 3 games in that series, FPX beating NIP. Like, it really does feel like towards the end of the split, you have some teams in the LPL, some pop teams that, you know, seem to just completely give up on this split. But then you have other teams that decide that this is their moment to show up. This is their moment to make their mark on the league. And I feel like RNG having a really good series against BLG. They're showing that actually when it comes to playoffs, they're a team to be feared. And the same for TT. You know, it's a little too late for them, but at least showing up against LNG in that series and showing that LNG is a team with weaknesses as well. And I feel like that's the theme of yesterday is, hey, these top teams have some weaknesses. IG doing it against JDG a few days ago as well. I feel like it does make playoffs a little more exciting, doesn't it? Because I think a lot of people were coming into playoffs thinking BLG, JDG, totally indestructible. Nobody's going to challenge them. But these recent series have given us reason to believe that it should be more exciting than that.
However, what you have to know about LPL playoffs is that you can look at every team from first down to 10th and say, okay, well, look, they're in playoffs. Their dream can start here. Because we've seen so many deep runs through LPL playoffs, even from first round teams going 3-4 rounds in further than potentially you would have thought that. And even last split, right? BLG, OMG, they went a lot further than teams would have really feared them to do so. Would have thought, oh, you know, maybe they'll lose against their first round opponents that they're in playoffs. And of course, now you come into summer and BLG particularly sat at the top of the table, plus 21 in game score. We very rarely see such dominant performances, and now we get to see whether JDG can kind of try and keep pace. Of course, they did drop another series recently for them, but they're trying to keep pace as best they can.
Yeah, they certainly are. JDG, like you say, looking to lock in that second place as well with a win today. I'm not sure if today's win will actually fully lock them in or if they're still in contention. No, it would, yeah. In fact, they're already locked in. What am I talking about? Then IG Weibo, then OMG EDG. I mentioned that one earlier as well. OMG EDG, absolute giga banger. Storylines galore. Make sure you're tuning in for the third series of today. Make sure you're sticking around. Let's look at our lineups though as we head into our first one. And it's JDG on your screen, not a single substitution the entire year. And I mean, rightly so. These guys are gods on the Rift.
They have built so much on this super team that they put together. Whenever you see a lineup like this on paper, you can see the potential, right? Every single member here was, you know, top 3 minimum last year in their roles, and some of them vying for best in the world even at that point. And they built even upon their kind of existing individual pieces. Rare Atom, sadly for them, have not managed to find the success through this year that they started with in spring. They started off with a decent win streak at the start of the year, and coming into summer, it felt like they had some positive notes to build off of. They had a couple of role swaps coming in, or rather roster swaps, where they changed out Cube for Xiaoshu in that top side, and Mole came into the roster as well. But they've not really managed to find their feet. Sadly, they will find themselves missing playoffs twice this year, and that's an AD carry matchup.
Yeah, I mean, like, the really sad thing about that damage percent being in favor of Assume is that's actually an indictment on his team,
yes,
as opposed to a positive on him. Let's head over to the arena though. We're going to be at Beijing to start us off here in JDG's arena, which I will say is absolutely beautiful arena. Very, very esports. I feel like this is classic high budget esports arena, and I love it.
I really love it as well because, you know, we have a couple of teams in the LPL which get to have their own home ground. JDG understood the assignment and they have really added some spectacle to their own venue. We'll see the teams walking out onto the stage soon. And I do want to just take a quick aside because this series, despite it not meaning as much to either team because one's locked out of playoffs, one's locked into top 2, I've got a certain fondness for casting Rare Atom games because they were the first team which I cast in the LPL when I came in this year. And I gotta say, this is the last series I will cast of them this year. And that means that I have stocked up on every single atomic joke I can possibly think of. So if the game does get a little bit pedestrian, shall we say, or a little less standard, we might be visiting a couple of them so I can at least get them off the table for next year.
I'm here for it. I love a pun, me. I'm all about that. I do want to quickly talk a little bit about some statistics coming into this one. I'm not usually a big stats guy, personally. But one of the interesting things, I think, about JDG is everyone pretty much across the world is like, yeah, JDG, like, hot off of MSI, very much, like, currently the title holders, right? Currently the best team in the world until challenged. And I feel like a lot of people have been counting out BLG because they've played 6 series across the year and have lost every single series to JDG. So I think it's a very understandable perspective. And I do think that BLG, they're the ones with the monkey on their back when it comes to that matchup. However, across the course of this split, statistically, BLG are the better team. Like, in almost every category, BLG have the better statistics. Like, Goal difference of 15. JDG in second place at 1,300. BLG have beaten them in first place. For kills at 15, second place to JDG, first for BLG. For Dragon percentage, third place for JDG, first for BLG. For Rift Herald percentage, 13th for JDG. They don't care about that. First for BLG. Baron percentage, first for BLG. Bloodiness, first for BLG. Win rate with a lead at 15, first for BLG. I mean, every single statistical category, it feels like BLG are top of the table over JDG, which is something I did not expect by the end of this split. And I feel like JDG now, they're starting to have a couple of hiccups in series. And suddenly I'm thinking, when it comes to playoffs, this is a team that maybe needs to tighten their belt buckle a little bit.
However, and this is why statistics are always, they always have a little bit of an eyebrow raise for me when it comes to League of Legends, because they're so context-based. It's often said that stats can't lie. They can lie by omission, because you take those stats and you compare them to when JDG is facing BLG, it is an absolute slaughter for JDG, and that's where you kind of get some of these X factors kind of rearing their head in these statistics. It does just feel like JDG, while they might not stomp out as formulaically or as flashy in some of the games as BLG, as you said, I mean, the games which BLG have pulled off have been absolutely insane, and we saw them yesterday, of course, versus RNG in a crazy series. Absolutely go back and watch that one. It feels like one of the best ones we've had in recent weeks. JDG have still had BLG's number, and from all of the interviews that we've seen from BLG regarding JDG, the opinion from that team is, okay, we're looking forward to getting second place unless we can prove we can beat JDG. So JDG has sat there pretty, not worrying about the numbers, because they have the matchup in the historical record right now.
They certainly do. Like I said at the start, like, this last 6 times that we've seen play, which is all in this year somehow.
BLG just there was like, I didn't hear no bell.
Yeah, exactly. But the best result was the first best of 5 that they played, where BLG managed to get 2 games in that series. They haven't been able to repeat that performance since. And, well, JDG, they are kings of the playground right now. And the stats I was talking about as well, I was meaning that in quite a tongue-in-cheek way, because those stats ultimately are like, who's bagging on the rest of the league harder? Yeah. Which, you know, when you got 2, you've got like Mike Tyson and I can't think of another boxer at the top of the table against, like, you know, 5th graders. It's not super fair. And that's the way that it's felt this split, honestly, at LPL, which feels like a while since we've had a split where we've had top teams that are so dominant in the way these teams have been.
Trying to think of the last time, maybe 2018 with the IG RNG dominance at the same time, where both those teams are really starting to pop off. I feel like that's the one which has been referenced the most in regards to JDG and BLG coming up, and that's crazy to think of, you know, because I think coming into this year we were kind of assuming that it was going to be, you know, JDG would be up at the top of the table again, much like they were last year, but maybe it would have been a top esports or something like that. BLG hadn't really entered the question yet.
Yeah, and like my first instinct was like 2020, right, with top esports and JDG
that's true.
being in both finals. But actually, like in the splits, like IG won the regular split in spring. They came 3rd in summer as well. Like most people going into summer playoffs were expecting IG to be this massive team that was going to make it through the bracket. And then LGD had this huge upset against them. And then LGD knocked them out of regionals as well. That was a crazy year, honestly, where it felt like IG was going to be, you know, because it was still essentially the same IG from 2020 at the time, from 2018 at the time, with a couple of differences. It felt like they could make it back, you know, but shut down in the end. But yeah, it does feel like I'm struggling to think of a year that compares in terms of the sheer gap that there feels like there is right now. However, I am cautiously optimistic that when it comes to playoffs, we will have a bit more of a show up from some of these other teams. Teams like Top Esports, who have looked a little bit cleaner than, like, I feel like Top Esports have a reputation for a lot of just messing about. I feel like there's been less of that this year from them. I feel like they are actually trying to improve. Like LNG have been on a bit of a hot streak. You know, a couple of wobbles yesterday, but in general, I feel like LNG have been a pretty solid team. Weibo, I'm not Not so sure on that one. We'll see how they go in best of fives. But teams like OMG as well. There are definitely some teams that I am hoping can like level up when it comes to best of fives and show what they're made of and give JDG and BLG a bit of a run for their money, because it's going to be kind of boring if they don't, you know?
I mean, we kind of already see a precursor to this in spring, right? Because even back then, you know, BLG were the team that were outside of that bracket and came into it. JDG, of course, they ran through that plus, and you know, JDG haven't lost a best of 5 this year. It's absolutely absurd to see the run of form that they're on, and now you see Rare Atom across the board from them. Yes, the conversation has been about our playoffs teams and about the teams at the top of the table. Rare Atom, though, they have a last chance to punch upwards, be a stumbling block, and achieve something outside of just players qualification, which sadly has eluded them.
Certainly has. Well, we're into draft here as JDG instantly targeting players. Lien has his Nidalee removed, Xiaoxu has his Jax removed, and then the Ahri a little bit more meta, but Mole has certainly been keen on that one. And now, while Knight has played plenty of the Nico over the split, this is ultimately a Mole takeaway.
It's just such an easy first lock-in as well, because Nico does pretty much everything you want from a mid laner in the LPL. I know that worldwide sometimes the Nico has been harder to execute, but LPL has taken to the Nico like a Dr. Water, really. It has felt like a lot of the mid laners which have succeeded on this champion have used it for great teamfight engages. I think LPL mid laners, I think the skill set which they show about, like in terms of regional specialty, is being able to engage fights. And someone like Knight, who already does that so well on stuff like the Annie and has done on so many different picks throughout the years, it's very, very familiar territory on a very strong pick. On the other side, giving over that Kai'Sa, and of course this is still, you know, very powerful Kai'Sa. You get to build that Shiv, you can go AP or AD, either way, it works out well for you.
Yeah, it certainly does. Kai'Sa, I think, pretty much unarguably the strongest AD carry on the patch, with everything else being
nerfed out of existence.
Kai'Sa. Well, yeah, I guess that's one way to look at it too. Leia going to go for the Wukong. Does you do have a question of what's going to come out in the mid lane here for Mole, don't you? Where the Nico's taken away, the Ahri banned, LeBlanc banned as well. I feel like, you know, there's been plenty of other picks in the mid lane, but what Mole will go for specifically, I'm not so sure.
That's a good question, because it has felt like Rare Atom has really been trying to leverage Ahri, which is banned away in the first round by JDG. That's good prep, because whether it's Mole or Strive, they've both succeeded on that pick quite a lot. And Mole, you know, he's played a bit of the Annie, a little bit. You're starting to really get into some quite difficult territory here for Rare Atom. There's a strong bot lane as well from Ruler and Missing. So you have questions in both bot and mid lane, and you're going to have to use those counter picks well to try and get some leverage on the map. Otherwise, it was said at the start of the year, if you lost lane to JDG, you basically never win a game against them. These counter picks have to have high value.
Okay, Syndra comes through. This is kind of what I was alluding to. Like, he's played one game of Annie all split, and it was not pretty. Mole gonna bring some old school mid lane picks out. The Syndra, the lane bully that wants to try and dominate in that matchup. And like you say, you gotta beat JDG in lanes if you want to have a chance. So Mole very much looking to do that with the Syndra lock-in. I'm excited to see this one. Mole, a player that, you know, when it comes to his laning and his mechanics, certainly not a player that's often criticized. You know, not necessarily a perfect player by any stretch, but certainly when he was at his peak, was known for dominating the lane, and Syndra was one of those picks that he liked to do that on.
So that's one to track. It is an interactive lane matchup. You know, one thing which could be really funny is, you know how Syndra can pick up minions and throw them? One of the ways you can tell if one of those minions is Nico is that you can't pick up the minion.
Mash W on it.
It's like, hang on a second, I've got a bug. Pauses the game. No, in fact, that is a Nico. That's we would have seen pauses for a great many Stranger Things since then. But we're getting some supports removed from the champion pools, getting some of Kanavi's junglers as well taken off the table. Kanavi's been playing some different stuff recently, though. Played a Lilia game, played some of the Rel jungle as well. Has felt like Kanavi has been... Belveth as well. You know, and I was about to say, it feels like with picks like that, even through last year as well, Kanavi's never really been afraid to put out something different into the jungle, even when the meta has been fairly well discovered.
Do you know what? It's just dawned on me. Yeah. He's going to play Nico jungle and
oh, that'd be so great.
Oh, there's also Ivan available.
Yeah, true.
Send the Nico up top, Tristana mid, Ivan. Oh, Shyvana. Okay, Renekton's going to come through. I'm assuming that's for 369.
Long gone are the days of the Renekton mid, which LPL really used to like thinking about it. You know what? I kind of want to see some Renekton mid make a comeback. I think there are some drafts where it's okay, but that champion has been very, very strong in that knocked in. Wouldn't surprise me to see that one locked in, especially next patch when some of our junglers are getting even more kind of brought into line. The knocked-ins kind of survived that. It will be the Sejuani, though. That is some of the long-range engage to help Knight not go alone into that. And a couple of picks on the other side for Xiaoshu being hovered. Xiaoshu, as an individual top laner, has had a pretty good split. Spring, it felt like he was a strong top laner on a pretty middling team, at least on an individual level. In summer, I feel like that's kind of continued. I think that Rare Atom as a whole have had some pretty good individual performances. It's been tying them together, which has been a bit of a problem.
Yeah, and I feel like that's kind of been true of a lot of Rare Atom, right? Where there have been big individual games. I'd say from every single player on this roster that's on your screen right now. Like, we have seen pop, like Xiaoshu especially. I definitely agree with that point. But like Mole's had a couple of big games. Lien's had a couple of carry games. Asuma Feather have had some insane laning phases. But it A, doesn't ever feel like everyone's doing it at the same time. But B, as well, doesn't feel like anyone can consistently pull that off, you know? Like, I feel like Xiaoshu's the only one on the roster where I'd say has consistently been able to find himself leads. So it's been, honestly, like, I was looking at this roster and I was excited for them this split. I've been disappointed, to be honest, with how the season has turned out for Rare Atom, because this is a team that when you do look at the roster, you can, like, I can kind of vibe with it, you know? I feel like this was, you know, they brought in Baolan, they brought in Mole, they had Lien already. I was like, okay, let's go. Full dive compositions, like all-out aggression. I don't really feel like we've seen that side of them as much. I don't feel like they've lent in that way.
I think it's been a lot about that synergy. You talked about those, you know, a couple of different supports being brought in, like Baolan. Of course, they had Southwind in spring, who's since retired coming into summer. It's felt like Rare Atom have struggled to find everyone on the same page. One of the big things which Rare Atom were trying to do is figuring out if jungle was playing support or damage, and whether support was playing more peel or more engage. They found some tentative balances between here and there, but on the other side, you compare that to the jungle support of JDG, Kanavi missing. They have been utterly sublime this year.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like every time I cast JDG, I'm just like the leader of the fan club, just like singing their praises. It's hard not to. Luckily, I wasn't casting their IG JDG series, because you would have just heard me sobbing on the cast. As I will say, the way that IG managed to take that game from JDG, like, they did well in game number 1 of the series as well. Like, that was not that far off an IG series win. And like you say, the way that they took JDG to 3 games, the way that they challenged this team was lane dominance, was fighting them early. Not like me and you were talking about this a few days ago. Like, so many of the teams are playing this like really slow style of League of Legends.
Have you been casting too much LNG?
Well, yeah. But I just don't believe that is fundamentally how you should play League of Legends right now. Both JDG and BLG play fast and aggressive. They play to snowball leads. And IG basically did that to BLG. To JDG, sorry. They fought them in the early game, stopped them being able to just build this massive lead for free against passive teams. And it looked fantastic. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. How is no other team seeing this?
Crazy. I was crazy once, but then I saw what JDG could do with these skirmishes, and they go absolutely nuts. As soon as you give them that one opening, that's the problem, right? Where every time you try and flip the early game, there's a chance that they just win that as well. And you slip up once, and you see their team fighting prowess really start shooting through the roof. Which is why you have to see them really stick the landing in mid-game. Teams like IG, teams like Rare Atom, teams like... Even a team like FPX is probably not a bad example of this. They've tried to go for stuff like this Blitzcrank pick that we see out of Feather and try and get some miracle hooks here and there, go for some level 1s, but getting that consistently after the first few minutes of the game can be a little bit difficult. In this game, I'd really like to see some early flashes blown from this Zyra Khan, if at all possible. A player like Ruler, we absolutely know what he can do when he gets a lot of early game leads. The way that teams have tried to deal with that, though, is trying to land hooks like that, which can continually put them under pressure.
Yeah, you got to find Ruler with the hook, though, missing. Will pretty much always be able to zip himself out to safety. Big wave crash in that bottom side. Be curious to see if we see a cheater recall out from Ruler and missing, but not typically something we've been seeing in the LPL this split. as Kanavi paths down towards this bottom side. And in that IG series, ganks towards the bottom lane and Tianjin were a lot of the early game power. That was how they built a lot of their leads. So we'll see if that's going to come through from Lian, who is headed down to that bottom side as well.
He's going to get watered out, though. That's what the early wave priority gets from Ruler and Missing. They get to move first from lane, and they get to put down some vision in river. Allows Kanavi to walk into the enemy jungle as wave control is also established. Potential of a hook landing onto Ruler, but not going to be put out to dry too much there. And now junglers will spot each other on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, though it was a good attempt on the hook from Feather, using the minion dematerializer to set up for the attempt, but Ruler's wise to your tricks and will survive as Kanavi, I think he wants a double skull here. Knight going to push Mole underneath that tower. Kanavi gets to just stroll through the mid lane, and I think Lian knows that he ain't contesting this one.
Well, he looks at 3 of his lanes pushed under turrets and goes, that's pretty unplayable. 3 losing lanes in the early game. So we'll track those CS differences, and we'll see what happens with Kanavi getting across into enemy camps and into river as well. Because playing jungle with losing lanes, it feels pretty bad. But this is the problem against JDG, and a problem against Kanavi as well. Kanavi's forever been a jungler that loves to use pushing lanes to just walk into the enemy jungle and take stuff for free.
Yeah, just try and body Lian. Lian actually got most of that camp, but the double scuttle means that Kanavi's still ahead in CS. And I'm kind of keeping a weather eye on that top lane as well. Oh, nice little root from Ruler. Bit of damage onto the Blitzcrank. Because, you know, ordinarily, I'd say, okay, the junglers kind of focusing on the bottom side of the map, pathing down towards that bottom lane. That means that 369's got a cage match in the top side. And usually, I favor 369 100% of the time. But Xiaoshu, again, has been so impressive this split and has consistently been finding these solo kills. I'm cautiously optimistic to see what Xiaoshu could do, despite the fact he is against a Renekton in the early game. That will be a tough matchup.
It's the Octagon on the top side is what you're saying. MMA, full time of the year. See how much we can get out of this. Of course, Bruiser versus Bruiser means that you can get some pretty good low health turnarounds as well. Both these champions with a lot of instant turnaround damage. So potentially see what happens, particularly past that level 6 mark. First dragon of the game has spawned. JDG continuing to push up. They're getting their first resets to the game in now, so they're going to get that early CS lead converted into combat stats, which they can use to, hopefully, for JDG, control the next few minutes of laning phase as well. Very interested to see if there'll be any counterpunch around something like the Herald. I think if you give up a Herald for free as the side of Rare Atom, I think at that point you can start saying goodbye to this game, because having laning lead into, well, in every lane, and then kind of transitioning that into both early neutral objectives, that feels like way too much to give up in an early game in this meta.
Yeah, it certainly does. I feel like just giving up objectives in the other game is rough. Lian doesn't want to. Missing drops his MSI emote. He's like, do you know who I am? You think you can step up to me? I'm Missing. I'm MSI champion.
I have a ping named after me. Missing Ping.
I'm not sure that's the best ping to have named after you, to be honest. Oh dear. You know, it's kind of funny to think about Missing and the support that he's become. So I remember Missing, like, when he was on WE, this guy was known as, like, the Blitzcrank Nautilus guy. It was like, or Thresh as well. It's like, if he's on a hook champion, he's great. If he's not on a hook champion, bad news. I can't remember the last time I saw him on a hook champion, aside from Nautilus. He just plays meta now, and he's damn good at it.
And I think what's really special with that, too, is that, you know, he's been so good in lane and in team fights, and having that backup Ruler is such an incredible factor for JDG. They have been the best laning bot lane in the entirety of the league. This is the cage match once again on top side.
Xiaoshu gets away with his life. 369, I felt like just went in just a tiny bit too soon there. Knight was on the way. But Xiaoshu forced to back away from this one. Does have his all-out available, but this is going to be 2 plates with 369 just in the isolated matchup. And remember, Xiaoshu picked K'Sante into the Renekton when it was already locked.
The problem is, you look at the Renekton Sejuani, and if you don't pick K'Sante, that duo is going to be in your lane 24/7, you just die. This is kind of a consolation. Oh, well, I can't get dived at least not easily. Xiaoshu eating some bad trades, and you can see that Sejuani is on the top side of the map. There is the potential of a dive. Ult from Xiaoshu, I think, probably should dissuade them, but we'll see.
Kanavi with a bit of a whiff to start it off. The all-out pulls him away from the tower, and I think Xiaoshu has managed to survive this one for now, but Knight's moving over. Lian's here too. The stun is there. 369 caught out, knocked up Lian. Grabs himself first, but beautiful play from Xiaoshu.
And that'll be one of many reasons you try not to dive the Cassante. Way too much mobility, the ability to reset cooldowns and mobility as well from that ultimate in the all-out. Xiaoshu plays it out as well as you'd like. Gets a kill, participation, if not the kill itself. And getting a death onto the column of 369, important for them as well. Sadly, it's still very much losing lanes across the board for Rare Atom. It's a feel-good moment in what has been quite a difficult standard early game for them. So going back into the replay, again, you see the Renekton Sedrani. If the ult lands, that's all well and good. Maybe potentially could have pulled off the kill with the burst damage at that point, but skill shots misses. There would have been enough dashes from Xiaoshu really to have some option of dodging that ultimate, and then just refreshes the cooldowns, kites them away as best as he can.
Really nice flash from Xiaoshu as well to go the opposite direction, just as 369's used his dice as well. So well played by Xiaoshu, surviving what was a three-man dive from JDG. Name another player they can say, I survived a three-man dive from JDG. It's like one of those little stickers that you get at the dentist. Like,
I was gonna think like a theme
school
park
jumper with pride.
Like a theme park, like I survived Oblivion at Alton Towers or something like that.
Yeah. Nemesis.
Yes, that's my favorite.
Great ride.
You know, I used to be a huge theme park junkie. Would like to have less of a bounce house for missing though. That one's gonna pull a few G-forces around that bend. But again, doing well at just kind of disabling what Feather wants to do on this Blitzcrank.
Yeah, well played by missing to be able to avoid a lot of that. And this is one of the values of the Xayah Rakan is obviously you get the lane benefits from having the duo, but Xayah is very safe to just farm up by herself in the bottom lane. She has great wave clear. So Rakan can just move around the map and influence the rest of the game. And like you say, does such a good job of really ruining Blitzcrank's game plan. Like every time Blitzcrank tries to find a hook over, Rakan is just so slippery. He always manages to find a way out.
Until you get to late game where you can actually one-shot the Rakan. That's where the matchup starts to change, and that's kind of what Rare Atom are banking on now. You're hoping for some kind of miracle picks, because it does feel like when you've got Knight at a strong laning advantage in mid lane, which we barely touched on as well, and then, of course, this Xayah in such a good position to escape the diving threats of Rare Atom, you need to have that X-Factor. Xiaoshu potentially ulting through the wall.
369 taken with the all-out here, looking for the 1v1, but Lian's getting involved as well. There's Cyclone, second kill of the game, both on the Monkey King. Feather flashing over the wall, but kind of kept himself into play there. Not the greatest flash you've ever seen, as it's the junglers taking all of the kills this game.
And one of these kills is not equal to the other, because Assume is losing farm. Now, something like the Renekton, I mean, still has that lane lead. He will still be able to function as a champion. This Xayah is going to go absolutely, like, turbo into the late game. I really don't know how Rare Atom are going to get Assume back into the game. This Kai'Sa absolutely on a shoestring this game.
Yeah, this is tough. 30 CS lead down in the bottom side. You mentioned we're going to keep track of those CS leads. It's 10 up top despite the 2 deaths. The 369 still has a lead. Lian really wants to try and get in. This is his second Drake where he's shown up to kind of watch the enemy team
Feather.
take it, and a great little ult onto Feather as well. And there we go, kill for Knight.
Birds of a Feather die together, apparently. Xayah Rakan taking down Blitzcrank because they just have no flash. I mean, what do you do? That flash, which didn't achieve anything towards that bot side, now leaves Feather unable to disengage from that situation. JDG taking the first 2 dragons, they taking the first Herald. This replay is going to be top side. So this is the one good moment coming in from Rare Atom where you get the shunt into the wall, right the way down terrain. Lian cuts off any escape angle. Wait, was that an E? I don't think that was a W. That was just like the E dragging over the wall. I didn't quite realize the interaction worked like that. Mid lane, Knight's been caught.
Knight is definitely going to go down here. One more auto will finish the job. Oh no. Oh no, he actually walks away. Oh, it's tragedy for RA. They don't even have a Herald to slam down or anything. They'll get a plate out of that one. Tough situation for RA. Just want to quickly mention, hang on a second. I'm not going to mention anything. Lian is going to walk right into a Crocodilio, and over the wall goes the boar. Lian is going to go down. Surely is missing. Wants a little bit more as well, but Lian doing a night. Flashed on by Kanavi though, so he won't escape. Mole has no mana. Feather with a hook onto missing, but he might have just engaged on the Rakan's behalf here. Double knocker comes through, and Assume is sent packing.
Well, that's a bit awkward. The hook lands, and for once there is a hook landed onto a target. Awesome, and it has achieved death, is what it has achieved. So Feather having a very difficult game on the Blitzcrank. It has been missing just having his number in laning phase and then into these skirmishes as well. Ruler doesn't even need to be at the play. Play is absolutely demolishing the bottom half of the map, taking jungle camps, taking farm, and if it weren't bad enough for Assume already, Ruler is just, again, accelerating hugely into this game.
On the topic of the bit of a bot gap we've got going on in this game, Ruler playing his own world skin, right? Like, that, there's a level of style there that very few players in the world are even allowed to achieve. But I want to point out missing, because Baolan is the sub on RA, and guess whose skin Missing is playing with in all of these plays? It's Baolan's.
I love this kind of thing. It's like when Uzi had his first game back for EDG, he played the EDG Aphelios skin alongside Mako as well. There's some symbolism to that, and I know that LPL players, they love a little bit of that symbolism. It adds like a little bit of extra spice to the gameplay that they show. Going back into this replay, I mean, yeah, just hit the ulting Rakan into your team feels a little bit awkward. Later into the game, maybe you will have the damage to kill the Rakan. I don't know if you've reached that point now. Look at this gold lead at just 14 minutes in. Plates have fallen, but that doesn't mean that JDG haven't taken huge amounts of gold just before they went down. Rare Atom, I mean, how do you stabilize this game? You don't even have anything like a Shiv on the Kai'Sa to try and stall out the game with wave clear. You are really just holding on in white-knuckled kind of anxiety, trying to look for JDG to slip up and let you into the game.
And again, it comes back to what we talked about before, right? Where it's like, you can't afford to just have standard laning phases against this team. Because you... Like, who in the world is beating these guys in the laning phase? I mean, BLG would be your first shout, right? But we've seen that doesn't seem to work out. So you have to do something to disrupt the laning phases. You have to have your jungle getting into lanes from the word go. You have to have some kind of presence, because otherwise they'll just build a lead and then use that lead to play for the neutral objectives and then just snowball out of control. It's beautiful to see every single time from JDG. They continue. I mean, 5,000 gold lead at 15 minutes when they've only got 4 kills.
I mean, JDG are a veritable Fort Knox of gold at this point. They have bagged up everything they can see. It's an utter heist across the entirety of the Rift. You're looking for miracle hooks, and even then, that's not a bad stun, but it's not enough.
Oh, that's beautiful. The follow-up from Missing into the Pop Blossom. JDG, the fight's already won, and it's only just begun. Mole will be next if Ruler wants to flash for it, but the Q is enough. Who needs to flash? Ruler's having none of it today. The pullback isn't quite enough to finish off Assume, who's trying to get back in. Missing has been pulled out of the play. Will be able to dash out, though, and keeps himself safe. Oh, the feathers! It's enough to set up the kill, but Xiaoshu finding one at least.
It's 16 minutes in. We've barely woken up and had our morning coffee at this point, but JDG, they're right at work already, sat down at their desk and filing out paperwork for the burial of Rare Atom, because this is utterly absurd once again. One of the problems with, as I just see a Medjai's picked up in Knight's inventory, I appreciate that so much, but one of the things is, about JDG, we talked about, hey, you have to contest them early game from laning leads and stuff like that. They're really good at playing through early game skirmishes as well, regardless of what happens in the laning phase. They're playing this from a laning advantage, and the way that they play this out is, again, like so few teams can do across the world. It feels like so few teams can find the openings the way that JDG do right now. They feel so comfortable the way that they look for players. And Ruler, you know, using his ult, tanking tower under inner turret every 16 minutes. Like, name another player that's doing that right now. I mean, yeah, he dies for it. This one's not the best example, but...
The only other player I can think of is Uzi. But I love how aggressive he's being, right? Like, what essentially 1v3, he's chasing Mole during that team fight. He's like, you've got no cooldowns. I just watch you use everything. I am going to just auto you to death and finishes the kill off. And then, like you say, trying to dive onto Assume, using the Feather Stomp aggressively, which he was punished for. And this is one of the things we've been saying about Xiaoshu. This is a guy that is willing to punish you if he sees a mistake. But... I mean, it's only a tiny punish in the grand scheme of this game, isn't it? Herald up onto the map again, as Feather and Lien would love to contest it. But I'm not sure they're going to be able to.
So, quickly stopping in with item builds as well. We're seeing second items built up. One of the reasons I advocate for Medjai's being built second is because it gives you so much flat pan. Ruler doesn't have all. He's dead. He won't let me talk.
He used everything in the previous fight to try and solo kill Assume. And now he pays for that. He assumed he was strong enough.
You're so clever, Much. Now, what that does mean is that Herald is going to go down to Rare Atom. It would be their first objective of the entire game, and a rare point where it does feel like they have had some advantage. Hook lands.
And there we go. There's that one shot we were talking about. I mean, Kaiser Q is just mini Syndra ult, and then Syndra ult is just Mega Syndra ult.
Yeah.
So you got 2 Syndra ults that will follow him no matter where he goes.
And Merc Treads will know Rakan can't survive 5 people picking him off at once. So Rare Atom, they finally get to use the composition the way it was intended to, and they're still down 6,000 gold. They have themselves a Herald. I don't know how much they can get off of this, sadly, because I look at the way the map is right now. If you're pushing in for any individual tower across the Rift, the likelihood is you're going to get engaged on as you push in for a Herald charge. So they need to be very careful about where they put down the Herald across the Rift, because I don't think JDG are going to give it to them for free, and Rare Atom still can't win a straight-up fight. They can win a couple of these opportunistic plays. This is just a really good read. You can see the teleport coming into mid lane, corralling Ruler into a bad spot, and that forced him to go into River, into the path of the Blitzcrank. So well played from Rare Atom, but they do have to contribute that teleport to the play at least.
I love that you see Kanavi throw out his ult, and then a split second later go, yeah, nah, I'm out of here. Just dipped over the wall. Good luck, Ruler. Godspeed. 2 items, though, finished off for a Ruler. I mean, 2 items finished up across the board almost. It's only missing. Navet Mole has been spotted as missing. Playing in enemy territory. And Mole looking nervous. He's afraid that some kind of dive could happen. And I think rightly so, because Missing is looking for him. Quickness going to come out. In fact, Quickness not even needed here. Just going to be taken down.
He absolutely explodes. Mole, really not having the easiest time of things. At least 369 is taken down for his 3rd death of the game. That might open up the map a little bit. It gives some gold into Xiaoshu. Problem is, you're losing an inner turret on top side. And since Baron is spawning the next few seconds as well, JDG have complete control over the top side of the map. This is a momentary even trade for Rare Atom with objective bounties involved in it. But, I mean, in the long scheme of things, how do you defend Baron now that you've lost both inner towers on mid lane and top lane?
That's a question that I cannot answer, Namira. It's a question that RA will have to answer. 369, you know, caught out. I'm assuming all out comes through as well, yeah. And then the Cyclone. There's only so much you can do when you don't get to move in the 2v1.
This is best, and he doesn't get dragged through the wall this time, but still, Xiaoshu playing out the matchup fairly well. Remember that this was the counterpick Cassante. Well, I mean, every lane was technically counterpicked for Rare Atom, it just hasn't been enough. Xiaoshu going to try and claim as much gold across the map and try and become an individual threat. I just don't know if that will realistically ever translate into a point which Rare Atom can win team fights with it, though. They're winning some side lane situations, but it's a stopgap measure for absolute flood coming into the Rare Atom ship.
Feather and Lian being a little sneaky with it, but not anymore. Feather has been spotted and immediately locked down by Kanavi. Ruler trying to follow up onto it, and it's Knight to finish the kill. 8 stacks now on the Medjais, and not too far off finishing a death cap. The Pot Blossoms are going to do absurd damage when that 3rd item is finished.
This is the most damage you can get towards squishy targets in terms of a 3-item build. Ever since the death cap ratio was increased from 35% to 40% extra AP on the item, if you get a full stack Medjais, it goes up to like 190 AP for a single item. It is absolutely absurd. And of course, being a cheap legendary item, it gives you some extra magic penetration from the Proto Belt Mythic passive, which means that you look at someone like the Kaiser, who has 0 built-up MR. They're going to have, what, 30 to 35 MR? They're going to have none against Knight.
Yeah, it's essentially true damage at that point. Missing, caught out, but Xiaoshu trades his life for it. And now, I mean, this is going to be the 3rd tier 2 taken here. In the meantime, Ruler wasn't even with the team. Ruler was just pushing waves, just taking control. 20 seconds till Drake comes up as Mole answers with a tier 1 on the top side. Lian has found himself in enemy territory here. He's trying to be sneaky as Feather moves over as well. A TP coming on through. Lian, secret agent, but found now by 369 as the Dominus comes through. Mole is here. Knight over the wall. Has to help his teammate, but doesn't even need to. They don't even commit onto the Renekton.
So there was a flank teleport coming in from Rare Atom. If they could have, again, isolated a single target, that would have been huge for them. Ult's back up for JDG, though, and that's a stinger.
Yeah, Mole does flash away, though, as In they go. Kanavi going to be stuck and kind of flumps his flash. There's a Pop Blossom that just eradicates the health bars. And now Ruler's here. 369 tanking up so the feathers can fly. And Dragon may have been won despite the fact Kanavi went down.
There's no smite available for either team. There's a chance of a bit of a miracle contest. JDG, what are they going to do about this?
Stun comes out onto missing here. Xiaoshu dives forward once again. There's a good route from Knight, but great buffer from Xiaoshu as well. 369 is resetting. He has his TP available, but there's a Xayah in the game. That is a smite, essentially. I don't know how Knight is the one to grab that one, but it doesn't matter. Xiaoshu being focused down now as Feather falls to start it off. Xiaoshu with the all-out onto missing here, and in comes the Kai'Sa. Assume finishes Knight. This could be the fight for them as Ruler does find one to answer. 369 is back in the play. Assume you got to try and get out of there. Xiaoshu tries for a second time in the game, but it's Ruler with 3.
Wise to their tricks. The Ruler gets the kill. Assume no flash, no cleanse, but does have a Wukong to potentially help disengage.
The smite is good, but can 369 find his slice and dice through the minion wave? I think he can, and Assume is gone. 2v1 technically, but let's be honest, Assume no health and no mana. It was essentially a large minion.
JDG know the secret to nuclear fission. They split the atom. They take the fight on multiple fronts. They win it, even though it gets a little bit awkward with Knight going down. They get themselves an Infernal Soul. They're going to get themselves the Baron, and despite losing a couple of kills along the way, they are going to get themselves into a hugely dominant position, even beyond what they'd already achieved in this first game. They're up towards a 9,000 gold advantage, and Rare Atom, with the Baron now being taken, I don't think you can take the individual pick fights around the Blitzcrank hook. This is, of course, after what's happened with the junglers. Both smites are down, but as you're saying, Xayah is pretty much a smite by yourself, and JDG, they call it out, they throw the skill shots at once, and just so happens that Knight end up picking up the kill at that point. After this, it gets a little bit weird because everyone starts flying around the map. Kai'Sa gives you that unparalleled ability to fly from one side of the fight to the other, but it doesn't matter when Ruler is so strong. Effectively, all you've done there is isolated your top laner and everyone else against the uber-fed Xayah.
And I will say, Ruler literally 1v1'd Mole and then 1v1 Xiaoshu in that fight.
Assume it's just like,
who cares
I'm
about
out.
solo XP? Yeah, absolutely disgusting. Assume having none of it. He tries to find off Knight instead. And you know, this has been scrappy. This has been a fun game to cast. Rare Atom are fighting JDG, but I feel like they started fighting a bit too late in the game where JDG already had their lead for themselves. But one thing that has to be said, you can never quite count out a team with a Blitzcrank as the hook goes wide. Lien manages to clone away from the Sejuani ult though.
And he does. So, ult traded for hook. This Sejuani is going to be a real thorn in the side of Rare Atom. It takes so long to die. By the time you take down Kanavi, someone's probably already been picked off by Knight's huge ultimate on the side of the play as well. Baron buff, of course, still ticking over for JDG. They're using this to push in. It really is on Feather trying to find a miracle hook, and he misses.
Feather jumped over the wall for it, gets stunned up, and Ruler will finish the job as this might actually just be game. With Baron in pocket, you have to assume that JDG will keep on pushing down the mid lane. They can move over to the top side as well to push this one in. But with a man advantage, it wouldn't surprise me to see them go for more. I suppose Kanavi having his ult on cooldown does make it a little more difficult to engage. They do have a Rakan. Lien's clone will take a lot of damage, but I'm not sure they're too worried about that one. Great little route on Xiaoshu there from Ruler.
Wave is not pushed in towards the bot side, but with Baron up for another 40 seconds, they'll have another wave and a half of this to go through. They're taking a lot of damage off these turrets.
Oh my god. Yeah, I mean, the cannons will finish that one off. Lien jumps in and dives back out immediately. Wave pushing in the top side. Mid-wave is a while away. But it's going to be super minions coming as well. First tower goes down, stun onto Lien. He clones to keep himself safe, but now it's big damage onto Feather. 369 almost finishes the kill off. And here come the super minions. And 15 seconds on the Baron for that super to shred through the tower here. JDG are going to finish the job with a triple Pop Blossom to eradicate RA. They're onto the fountain. Maybe no, Knight died. Knight died to the fountain. I was thinking maybe pentakill territory, but JDG, no time for it. They'll take this game down in 27.5.
And they make it look so easy. What do you do against a team like JDG, especially when they're on this kind of form? I mean, you have so many different problems you have to overcome. The first of which is, can you win these lanes? This was a draft with multiple counter picks in draft. Maybe you have to look at that blue side now from Rare Atom and say, we have to take away some power picks, but then you risk the fact that maybe JDG have enough counter picks for you, which you couldn't pull off in game one. And even if that happens, you have to outplay them in the team fights, which, as we saw, very, very difficult to do. Team WE, just earlier in the week, they had a okay series of early games versus JDG, and then it came to team fights. That just didn't matter. You're going to have similar issues even if you come out of the laning phase less behind than in this game one from Rare Atom.
This is the thing about JDG. It's like, they're absolutely insane in the laning phase, but then even if you do fight them, which is what I've been harping on all day so far about, is like, fight them in the early game, don't let them have the standard laning phase. They still will outplay you in the team fights. They'll still outplay you in the macro. Like, it feels like this is a team with very few weaknesses. And like, you know, they focused on the top side. They tried to shut down 369. But that just means Ruler gets skyrocketed ahead. But if you focus down on the bottom side, like 369 or Renekton is very capable of taking over a game. So JDG, it feels like they constantly have an answer. It's getting to a point where it's like, I don't really know what to say on the cast when I'm casting JDG anymore. Like, there's only so many different ways that I could compliment this team on how good they are at League of Legends.
And yes, that's a question, but I think a lot of us on broadcast have had to face at some point and go, well, you know, what do you do about this JDG thing? Because what I have settled on myself is that when you watch JDG, just enjoy it. Honestly, very rarely do you see a team in such a level of unprecedented dominance, even in a region of such high pedigree and prestige as the LPL. And it's very rare to see a team which is so comfortable in the meta with so much versatility across the entire board.
Yeah.
So while I get that it might be, if you're a fan of a team facing them, it gets a little bit hard to watch or a little bit hard to hear how damn good JDG are. But you can't lie about this team. They just understand the game so much better than anyone else right now.
Yeah, they're absolutely insane. I will say, Knight has been getting caught out in lane a couple of times. Like, when you look at that IG series getting caught out a fair bit, we did see a couple of plays towards the mid lane today as well. Perhaps Knight needs to be a little cautious in the laning phase. I mean, he's still Knight. Like, he's still an absolute beast. I'm not trying to criticize you. Like, this is the thing. The only thing you could do to criticize JDG is, like, nitpick the tiny mistakes. Like, nitpick the tiny little things like that. It doesn't feel like it matters because Knight leaves the laning phase with, like, a 30 CS advantage usually. So it's even if he gets caught out once, that just evens the gold.
Reminds me of sergeants inspecting, you know, when like you've got like dress parade soldiers and they've got like to clean their weapon in a certain way and there's like the weapon inspection. It's like it's a whole thing. You're looking for like the smallest touch of like dust or powder somewhere left on like their uniform, something like that. That's what it feels like examining this team. Sadly, for the side of Rare Atom, they have to look at an opponent who is playing as clean League of Legends as JDG are right now. And it feels like they had some tools, at least in draft, to at least explore the option of counter picks. The Syndra didn't really do it. The Blitzcrank had some limited value, but it didn't get enough early enough into the game. As you were saying, it felt like that value came a little too late. And it really just left Xiaoshu having a good individual game versus 369 on the table left for Rare Atom to play around. But that's one card, and if you've got to build a house of cards with that, that isn't enough.
Yeah, tough one for RA. But like you say, I like the logic, right? Bringing out the Blitzcrank, bringing out the Syndra. I like what they're trying to do with this draft. Didn't quite work out game number one, but I'm hoping they've got more up their sleeves. Maybe the blue side will help them. We'll find out after the break.
그러다가 아니 근데 지금 전체력이 아니 그러더랍니다 페이지가 아니 그럼 여기라도 근데 페이지가 달라붙어 페이지를 먹었고요 여기 3분 흡수 트리플 K 아니 한타 어그로 빅공을 도라니 치다가 일단 뒤로 넘어가 딜라이 잠깐만 왜 안에 찍어야 그러니까 펜타킬 You wanna know where I am You wanna know exactly what goes on If you stand where I stand
Now he's got an access. He's got access. He's got access. He finds the killer instinct, but he can't go all the way in. The rest of TT are looking for it. EDG, that's the kill! And you cow! The saving grace, the angel that comes down from the storm clouds of Thundertalk Gaming comes up big again.
コートを守るために怒り投げからのバックライン発射、そこに合わせのポンプブロッサム、ただフェザーストームでよくていますがアリアを捉えることには成功している。ただイコライザーものすごく痛い。それに合わせてもう一度アーム3番ロックアップ。さああとは体力の低いひろきと、そしてわしだいはタワーダイブで倒してエース獲得。デトネーションオーカスミ
Odi que quiere ganar, Odi se quiere meter, ya lo marcó, tiene onda Sonic, un poquito más abajo, cuidado con Bong, el doble knockup se cedió a los Zoe, tormenta de plumas de Seo, entra Odi, vamos adelante, furia de dragón, cuidado porque no aparece la vaca así, y porque se descuchilla por parte de Seo, una vaca, doble, del pibe argentino y se queda con el baronacho, la 10, se lo roba, Movimiento R7, triple asesinante quiere más, está loco el pibe de Argentina, cuádruple, va a ser el penta, tiene que saltar, no duele las plumas, no se puede creer, exterminio de Movistar R7 y casi penta deseo.
R7, el actual campeón que está destruyendo la segunda estructura, que está defendiendo el nexo.
계속 마카의 위치에 계속 보였어요. 와드 뒤쪽에 인터가 안 했는데
영재가
타이밍 잘 잡았거든요.
예, 뒤로 한번 그냥 맞기를
앞으로
그냥 맞기를 우와 쇼메이커.
E o Asa acaba ficando com a eliminação. Desconta agora na mesma moeda. A Liberty vai perseguindo. De novo no contra-ataque, como tem sido o jogo inteiro. E agora pode ser crítico na equipe da Fúria. Olha o Betão! Neutraliza. Caiu um, cai dois. Pode cair o terceiro. Pode ter sido o momento do começo da virada da Fúria. Será que dá?
Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind. Excuse me, please, but I'm standing. Left or right, we're trapped in the middle. Excuse me, please, but I'm crying. Catch your breath before you get old. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. But we are far too much too young. I couldn't stay for the battle. I couldn't cross in the middle. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing my mind.
Wanna wake up in my bedroom with you right next to me, holding my hand. Something I could get used to, 'cause you're by my side. When city lights blur the evening, hollow skies grab my feelings, and shooting stars have no meaning. I know, I wanna be where you are forever and ever. I wanna be where you are forever and ever.
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL, and boy, do we have some news for you. Do you know, it's funny, Nightmare? I literally said when we saw the JDG roster come on the screen, I literally said, these are gods on the rift. We've not had a single sub all year, and why would you? Well, for game number 2, we've got a substitute in the mid lane.
Yeah, so Knight has been subbed out. I didn't actually catch the IGN of the player which was coming in because I haven't had to check the substitute list for for JDG the entire year. And so we're going to have to check what the heck's going to happen with champion pools here with the incoming player. LZQ. Right, gotcha. So LZQ is coming in the place of Knight, who, if anyone wanted to go see Oppenheimer later into this month, you don't need to now, because JDG have already shown you how to split the atom and make an absolute explosion out of it. Kanavi picks up the player of the game for game 1, showing you exactly how you do away with Rare Atom.
Yeah, Kanavi, so aggressive on the Sejuani. It felt like every single moment of the game, Kanavi was either pressuring Lien directly or playing opposite to Lien and getting a better side of the trade. Like, absolute masterclass on how to win the early game.
I think particularly, this was a story of Kanavi and Missing. I think Missing and Kanavi, between the both of them, made Feather's life absolutely unplayable in the Blitzcrank. In the laning phase, it was Missing. Later into the game, it was Kanavi tanking the hooks and finding engages onto Feather, who was pretty much always the first person to die. And in this clip, you can see that Lien also fell prey to that a number of times. So Rare Atom, they were just outclassed both in carry roles and then also in the jungle support duo as well.
Phenomenal stuff, honestly, and Ruler as well had some insane moments in team fights. I felt like Ruler is playing like a demon recently, like not necessarily playing perfect League of Legends anymore. I feel like he's trying to go beyond that like perfect standard and trying to get really aggressive and see what he can get away with at this point, which is always fun to watch. Now, let's talk LZQ a little bit. Like, pretty much an unknown quantity coming into this one. Not someone that we have a lot of, tape on. And in fact, like you say, I've not really been able to check his stuff. So he has played 3 games in professional in Demacia Cup 2022. He played Akali, Rise, and Silas, and lost all 3.
That is a very different meta.
That's everything
as well.
we've got.
No, which is why,
so
we have 17 teams in the LPL, and that includes an awful lot of substitutes, and then also LDL as well. My brother co-streams the LDL and catches me up with some of the players coming through, and occasionally I hear some names like, particularly a lot of the ones coming up on Invictus Gaming, for instance, who've played this year. We got like Tianxia, and you had Wen coming into top lane for a little bit. I had no idea who this player was for JDG, and I'm sat there going like, well, like, what the heck? We hear it in the break, and if there is a time to try out a player, you're already locked for top 2. There's basically 0 consequences with this. You have a game in hand because you've already won that game 1 as well. If you're looking to develop a player, this is about as good a chance as you get to do it. And you get to do it, of course, slotting someone into a roster which is already so successful across the board. If you are going to plug and play any member into this team, as much as Knight is arguably one of the top players in the world right now, mid lane substitute in a team which has its macro sorted out, particularly because jungle and support are performing so well, I can understand throwing someone into the mix and just saying, how can we develop this player, just in case we need them?
Yeah, honestly, I feel like JDG, they've already locked the top 2 spot. In terms of standings, this game really doesn't matter to them at all. You've already won game number 1. You can always win game number 3 in the series. You can always sub Knight back in if it all goes absolutely terribly wrong. Get some playtime for LZQ. Get him on the stage. Give him an opportunity to learn the ropes a little bit. I'm excited to see it. I feel like we've been given a rare treat here, Miro, where we get to see a debut for a player who, I don't think anyone was talking about. I've never heard of the guy. I did, to be honest. If you'd asked me, like, as we came in today, if you'd asked me, who's JDG sub, I wouldn't have been able to tell you. But I'm excited to find out because, like, we talked about it before. Who was expecting JDG to be bringing out substitutes? But I like it. I like that they are. I like that they're giving the guy a chance to step out on the stage.
And you know what's particularly funny as well? I was just checking that match history that I'm pretty sure that both of us were before we led into this break. So LZQ played those 3 games in Demacia Cup. Do you know who his support was when he did that? The enemy support today, Feather. So JDG have wheeled out this substitute mid laner for their debut in LPL to dunk on the support who had such a hard game in Game 1 in Feather for Rare Atom. So teammates from Demacia Cup 2022 facing off across the rift. I didn't expect to be saying that one today.
No, that is crazy. Great little find there, Nomera. Like, that is 100% why he's been subbed in. 100%. There's
That's
no
great.
two ways
I
about
love
it.
that.
He has been subbed in to play against his old teammate. He's gone, please, guys. Once you've won Game 1, we know the series is in the bag. You guys will be able to win Game 3. Let me beat Feather, please. I'm begging you. Oh, I love it.
And the great thing about this too is, so there are extra levels to this, because again, I've just been like getting up as many internet tabs as possible to try and figure out some stuff here. So Feather is currently the youngest support in the LPL. Whenever he's playing, of course, he overtakes On from BLG as youngest support in the league, which is crazy considering that On has played for a number of years and had some great success on that. LZQ is younger than that still. He's 18 years old, born in 2004. So he brings some fresh blood to the stage.
Born in 2004. Surely must be 19 then.
August 23rd,
2023.
so not quite yet.
Ah, so
Not
soon
quite
to
yet.
be 19.
Yeah.
Okay. Here we go, though. Fans coming in. Let's see what they set up LZQ with. I wonder if he'll play meta or if he'll play something a little bit. I feel like, you know, you're getting your opportunity on stage. I would love it if he, like, kind of struts his stuff. If JDG draft the composition for him to be able to play something that he's extremely comfortable on. We'll see. We'll see how the draft goes down. Is RA on the blue side this time, but remember, for RA, fighting kind of for their dignity at this point. Kaiser looking like their first pick once again.
So that one makes a lot of sense. So I'm going to be picking that one up again. Had some okay later game team fights. We could fly over to one side of the fight and take down an important player. Sadly, couldn't, of course, run that off to a win. But I really hope that LZQ does pick up something more interesting. Of course, the Annie being hovered is one of Knight's specialties. It's very plug and play. The question is, what do you want to show here from LZQ? Are you doing this just to have a strong individual performance? And are you doing this to have, you know, to put your name on the map? If so, you kind of have to do so with some flair, I think. Especially when you have a team like JDG. The strongest team in the world right now. It does feel like that, and especially since MSI, it felt like it's very hard to compete with that title for themselves. What are you going to do to slot into the strongest team in the world and make yourself stand out? How do you do that?
I mean, I guess Jace is the answer. As it's locked in. We'll see. We'll see how it's going to go. I'm here for it. Maybe 369 takes Jace as well. You got to remember that is technically a flex pick, although I can't remember the last time I saw a top lane Jace. Isn't that weird? How, like, back in the day, it used to be both, and then for a number of years, it was pretty much exclusively top lane. And now it's come back in the meta as exclusively mid lane. You just never see it up top. And I feel like the meta would theoretically be fine for Jace. Like, you've got a lot of bruisers up there, a lot of matchups that we historically used to see Jace in back in the day.
I think the reason why Jace has gone towards mid lane is, one, Jace has always had the nature of struggling in extended lanes because you can run down the Jace with a lot of the bruiser champions right now. I think ever since the durability patch, Jace couldn't burst out the lane opponents hard enough to stop them just taking extended fights. And something like Cassante is a great example of that, right? Just being able to run at you and kill you. In the mid lane, you can reset more easily, you can get your poke off, and you can combo up with your jungler very well. When your jungler pushes into the enemy jungle, the Jace kind of follows you and has, it's not quite semi-global range, but it really is that shot blast from downtown, having the ability to affect jungle skirmishes from mid lane much quicker than a lot of other champions can do. Something like a Varus, of course, with the arrow can add into that too. So suddenly if you have a big engage combo, even onto something like that Sejuani or the Cassante, that's a lot of damage coming in from over the shoulder of the engaging members of JDG.
It certainly is. I mean, massive, massive poke composition, which will be very difficult to play into. And I will say, the Varus, if it goes down to that bottom lane, which I assume it will, like, you land the combo onto Kaiser, it's very difficult for Kaiser to outplay that, because Kaiser's big thing is she can move, right? You can't when Varus ults you, so it can be a very tough one. The Ivan taken off of the board. That's how you know Kanavi's been messing about with it, that you're pulling Ivan bans.
So the way I see Ivan right now is it feels like, kind of topically, I suppose, it replaces Maokai at a lot of drafts. So the Tree Bros, what they do is they look at your long-range backline and they say, you're never going to reach them. because you put up Daisy, or in the case of Maokai, you throw down the Nature's Grasp, and you give a load of space to your long-range backline, and you just say you're never going to reach them. And that's why both of them are being banned. That's the nature of this competition. You need to have something which allows you to keep yourself at range. It's not just because they support deforestation, no.
So the reason that they're banning the trees is because JDG just want to plant themselves and fire long-range stuff. I like it. It's smart. It's smart. The 3-6 going to go with it on as our top lane pick into the Cassante, and we'll see what RA wants.
In true Atomic fashion, they have made Ivan and Maokai into a noble gas because they are Argon, and the Ornn instead is going to be locked in.
Oh, you messed it up there. You said they are Argon. Oh,
they are Argon. I'm sorry. Okay, all right. I'll think about that a little more.
Get the perfect pun. Get the perfect pun. Oh dear. Like A for effort, D for execution. No, I'm only ragging you because you're usually absolutely on point with your lines. Here we go. Leona going to be locked in here. Oh, Silas. I'd love to see it. There it is. Okay. Mole brings out the Silas. It's been a little while since we've seen some Silas. Oh, go on, do it. Please go for the Lilia. We saw it.
Saw it the last time they played. Saw it against Team WE. It's been pulled out this week by Kanabi. It's been on stage. It's been in practice as well.
I absolutely love Lilia. Yes, it's locked in Kanavi. And this is classic as well. When you think back to like 2020, that was when Lilia like came into her own. She became this like dominant farming jungler. Kanavi was one of the best players in that like Lilia Graves meta. Like and I think it was Kindred as well. If I could be
there was Elise and Gragas as well.
Yeah.
That was when Silas and Echo Jungle were briefly a thing as well.
Yeah. Kanavi was a beast. That was when he was absolutely taking over the Rift in 2020. And I feel like this is honestly a similar team functionally, the way that they play and the way that Kanavi essentially has 3 winning lanes to play through and can be as aggressive as he wants to. Yeah, Lily is the perfect pick for it. And we'll see how LZQ is going to do. He's locked in the Jace. He's against Mole on Silas for his first ever game in the LPL.
Mole on Silas has a lot of good ults to steal, though. The Rel ult, and of course we get one of my favorite Silas ults in the game, where you take the Ornn ult and you cast the Call of the Forgery God, because you steal it, you copy it, and you throw it back at them. So see how much you can get with that one. I love that. It's second only to a champion that was banned. If you steal Ivern ult, you don't get Daisy, you get Peach. Your ultimate is in another castle. We could have had that. We could have had that. We could have been so beautiful.
Oh dear. But unfortunately, we don't get that. We don't get any Peaches today. But we do get Lilia in the jungle, and we do get LZQ playing his first ever game of the LPL. And like, what a way to enter the LPL. Not only on JDG, but also in JDG's home arena, having never played LDL, having never played LPL. This is essentially like the red carpet of entering the LPL. If you were a rookie and you had to join a team to play your first game with, tell me you wouldn't pick these 4 players to play alongside.
How mad would it be, and how much of like a dramatic storyline would it be if they've had this secret player kept under the covers for such a long time? Like wheel them back out onto stage and say, well, we have our hidden weapon. I doubt it's going to be at that level, but I'm not putting it off the table just yet.
I mean, look, I don't want to make too fine of a point of it, but just put yourself in Harry's shoes and look at the team he played his debut with, and then look at the team that LZQ's playing his debut with. It's not fair. That ain't fair, I'm telling you. So far, neutral gold in this one. RA have done a very good job of staying even for the first minute and a quarter. Phenomenal stuff from them. In all seriousness,
why would you say that?
I just thought it was funny. Looking at the junglers, though, both pathing down towards the bottom side. I'm getting my stopwatch out. I'm going to time how fast Kanavi gets through on his first clear. Usually it's like, a little bit later that you start absolutely power clearing, but even the first clear, I'm pretty sure, is damn quick.
Especially compared to someone like Sejuani. Sejuani's, not a slow clearer. Most of the junglers in meta have to have a fast clear. That's why they are in meta. What really starts to take over, particularly with AP junglers, I find with stuff like Diana or no, something like Greg. Well, Greg's a little bit different, but a lot of those champions is once you get to second clear, that's when things get crazy. Double knockup, hit in bot lane, just going to lead to a hard trade.
Yeah, that's not ideal for Assume. Half HP at level 1. And that will be level 2 spike, pretty much gained by JDG. LZQ could push off of the second wave here and get some deep vision. So that means Kanavi can keep a track of what's happening. Inevitably, Jace is going to win the early laning phase against Silas. You expect Silas to lose pretty much all lanes early on until you get your abilities online and can start to close the gap onto these ranged mid laners. More poke coming out from Ruler and missing. As assumed now, stuck underneath the tower. And I don't think this lane gets much better until level 6.
So you can see what Leon is trying. He has skipped Raptors to try and get a little bit more combat power on the board. Takes the red buff and says, look, if I'm on Raptors by the time Kanavi's here, I lose that trade because Lilia is so good at stealing Raptors and Jace will push in. So he takes red buff first, so he has double buffs to fight against Kanavi and can not be sat there tanking the Raptors and losing a little bit of HP. So Kanavi walks into the enemy jungle, doesn't find an opportunity. At least Leon stops the first attempt at an invade from the Lilia.
Yeah, good stuff from Leon. And, you know, Leon is an intelligent jungler. I feel like he's a player that has shown over the years that he certainly has his chops. Kanavi goes for the blue buff and wants to answer the play in the mid lane here, but Leon calls it off in the end. Kanavi will go for that Scuttle Crab. Gromp still up as well, so, you know, I was going to time the speed of the first clear here for Kanavi, but realistically, it's not been the way that it's gone. Leon desperate to try and get in the mid lane. He's buying a lot of space for Mole.
Well, they're also trying to put LZQ under a load of pressure and make him uncomfortable. They haven't managed to quite do that right now. That's a quick takeaway on the Krogs. Leon, sadly not able to find anything in that mid lane, means that he's going to fall behind a little bit. It means that he also can't go towards top Scuttle. There's a chance that Kanavi just makes a beeline towards top Scuttle, skipping his Gromp altogether for now and getting that one off the map.
369. No stranger to the Ornn. He's looking for power in the top side as Mole trading with Kanavi here, but LZQ jumps in as well. Mole's in trouble. The true damage is taken away, but he's got a potion there. So Leon buys space for his mid laner, and Mole will survive.
Kanavi getting a little bit 1v2'd at the start, but it's Lilia, and you have the Jace to run up to you as well. Danger would have been there if it was in range for the melee synergy of Sejuani's Permafrost passive on her E. Coming into that equation. Didn't happen though. Kanavi not able to secure the double Scuttle at least, but will be able to get around to second clear and really start accelerating off into the distance in this jungle lead.
I will just mention as well, Silas, oh hang on, all in the bottom side. Feather forced to flash away, but Ruler follows him with a hail of blades here, but Ruler's going down as well. Feather surviving for now, gets into the brush, but missing to finish that kill off. Assume with the first blood. Wanted a little bit more, he'll just be able to crash the wave, but wow, RA's bottom lane winning the 2v2.
And if you wonder why we cut off our points around bot lane 2v2 so often, it's because plays like this just erupt out of nowhere. As soon as you see junglers somewhere else on the map, these 2v2s will always find themselves a way to make the most of it. JDG though, they don't get the clean first kill, Assume walks away with the first blood, and it's not like Ruler gets the kill on the other side either. Gonna get a replay of that 2v2, what happens here, it's Feather on low enough HP, but at the end of the day, you're using all your cooldowns into the Leona. Stun misses as well, and while all this is happening, I mean, all of the cooldowns are put into the support, the tank support with, you know, Eclipse running, as opposed to the squishy Varus, who gets absolutely deleted.
Yeah, honestly, like, you take nameplates off of that, you don't think that's a Ruler or missing play at all. Bit of a tough one for them as they kind of fumble. I say kind of. They really fumbled 2v2.
They just fumbled, yes.
massive overcommitment from Ruler after the flash dodges the stun from missing as well. But great punish from Assume. He realizes they're not focusing him. He's like, okay, yeah, I'll take a free kill. I'll just auto down. The one problem is, Ruler just died, lost a wave to the tower. He's still 10 CS up. Like, that's not how that's meant to work.
It's just Varus thing. Such a lane-dominant AD carry. Heading into the first fight of the game, though. Objectives being started.
Missing down to half HP. The smite won by Kanavi. Missing down, though, and perhaps a fight for RA. Kanavi in the middle of everyone as Mole is low on HP. Everyone's low on HP, but it's RA winning it out again. 3 for 1 now on the kill score. There's an all-out from Xiaoshu in the top side. 369 flashes away the Q3. We'll find the knock-up here. 369, I think, gets out of this one.
Just about, but has to blow his flash, has to blow his ult. Xiaoshu getting the best of the individual play in the way that you expect Xante to do against an Ornn. Let's be fair about that. It's Xante versus a tank. Despite the fact that Ornn does some unspeakable things even as a tank, you're not really expecting them to win that matchup. Mole on the other side of those solo laners also got a decent amount of work done in that last fight. Stole the Varus ult, of course, has great AP scalings, and that's one of those great ults you can steal on Varus, Rel. They have a lot of value. Even the Lily ult has some useful value at points. I don't expect that to get stolen. There's too many other good things to be put into these team fights. JDG, though, they're losing out on a couple of these early fights, and as you called it out at the time, it does feel like Rare Atom are getting a lot more of these wins on the table.
RA with an early lead. Fantastic start from them. And Mole with an intriguing flash. Oh, it was to get the Varus.
Flash for this.
Oh, okay.
Yep, stole the Varus ult, gets the AP scaling, and while maybe it looks a little bit awkward at that point, gets him into melee range, gets him start racking through that passive, and Mole walks away with a huge amount of DPS out of that early game fight. Very interested to see if they can replicate that. Of course, trying to do that again into heavy frontline with a lot of CC, it can be quite difficult as a Sylas, but if you get onto the backline, they will just evaporate.
They certainly will. There was a point I wanted to bring up earlier. It doesn't feel super relevant anymore, but I just want to say it anyway. Sylas and Sejuani, extremely good because Sylas' passive gives him mental attack speed, which then stacks the Sejuani passive. He's even better than most melee, and most melee are extremely good with Sejuani. It's like instant stuns when you've got these two jumping onto you. Call of the Forge got taken by Mole here. We'll see how he's going to use it on the map. And I feel like there's been constant pressure from Lian and from Feather in this mid lane to try and stop LZQ having the priority that realistically you want when you lock in that Jace.
So what that stolen Ornn ult will do is give the ability to fight around Herald. Kanavi thinks they're just going towards Herald, but he's caught out on Raptors.
He's caught out, but actually has dodged everything. And suddenly, he's got the opportunity to put them to sleep. LZQ's moving in as well. Mole down very low. They decide to back away. Kanavi's too low. Missing could be caught out now, but gets himself a shield and hops out to safety. And Kanavi's like, 200 health? Yeah, that's plenty. I'll start off the red buff.
Kanavi thought that Rare Atom would be on the Herald because they had that stolen Ornn ult for a big team fight. So he tries to just go towards Raptors, steal away Raptors in the way that Lilia does so quickly. But Rare Atom call the bluff. They leave Lian alone on that Herald. And they seem to be winning the macro mind game at the last minute or so. Lian also, again, now back onto the map, has the Herald to put down somewhere. If you can get that into Assume, that would be pretty huge for the side of Rare Atom.
I think that's the first time I've seen a Rel in the LPL actually jump over a wall. I've seen so many whiffs. As here we go. Ult onto Kanavi. He's low and he's taken down. Missing will fall as well. It's JDG. They are being thrown for a loop in this one. RA will not pull punches, and I love it.
It's another kill to Assume. 3-kill Kai'Sa. Shiv already built up. This is dangerous stuff for JDG. Despite the fact that they have great team fight later into the game with long-range, heavy initiation with follow-up from Varus and the Jace, you can't afford to let Assume and Mole take over this game. Heck, even Xiaoshu, of course, continuing to get up his own individual lead. We've flipped the script a little bit from game one, which I don't think we would have been saying quite so easily coming off of that game.
It's kind of funny, isn't it? We've talked all day so far about JDG. They just win every single lane. What do? RA, like, you just beat them in lane. You beat them in lane, and then you fight them in the early game and win. You catch them with their trousers down, apparently. I just wish we'd seen more of this kind of stuff from RA in the rest of the season. This is so coordinated. This is a fantastic early game. I'm loving every second of it.
Consistency really has been the issue of our, let's be honest, all of our bottom tier teams in the LPL. We've seen teams like IG take some important series versus LNG versus JDG. We've seen the same from teams like LGD as well. LCQ might get caught in this mid lane and didn't have ult though, so it was unlikely to work unless a Solar Flare were to land pinpoint onto that Jace. But yeah, I mean, speaking of these non-playoffs teams, they're still good. They're still LPL teams at the end of the day, and they can still put up a good fight when asked to.
Well, and I'm asking him to here in this one. How crazy would it be if RA took us to 3 games against JDG? I've got to say, there's a little part of me that's sympathetic to LZQ. It is like, please don't win this one, RA. Imagine how that will feel for LZQ. He gets subbed in with this indomitable JDG and loses his first game. That would be brutal. I wonder if JDG would sub him out. How important is this to JDG? Or do they just let him play? I say let him play. It doesn't affect the standings.
I think if you've made the choice to sub him in, may as well give it a try. Xiaoshu has ult. I don't know if this is the easiest play in the history of players topside. He is still a Kasante.
They can put him to sleep, though. That's a lot of damage available for Kanavi, but I'm kind of surprised they committed the ult there as he went under tower to not then follow up at all. Bit of a surprising one as Ball taking a hefty chunk. Good little trade from LZQ there. As, oh no, Feather. Not the greatest Hex Flash I've ever seen. Missing, trying to get involved as well. Over the wall he'll go. The knock-up doesn't quite connect, though. JDG have to back away. Respectful play here from JDG as they know they're behind. And look at this, they're getting even further.
And it's gold into Mole on the Sylas. This Sylas is going to be a big problem for JDG. There's a lot of good ults, as we've been saying, particularly the Varus and the Ornn. But, I mean, Mole, as soon as he gets into the backline, he's going to do so much damage. Keep track of that one, because between him and the Kai'Sa, I don't know if JDG know what's going to hit them once they start getting these items. And yes, JDG, incredible team fighters, but you can't team fight very well when one of your carries has been immediately removed before you can fight back.
I will say as well, we're talking about some of the ultimates stealable. Like Rel's ultimate, I've not really seen a Sylas use Rel's ultimate, but like a champion that needs to be able to stick to his targets, having a gravity well around them, that sounds pretty good to me.
I mean, your order of priority is pretty much, you know, like the Ornn, the Varus, and then it's like whatever's left on the table. If we get to late game, maybe we'll see that one come out and chat about that one a bit more at the time. Quick side point. This is something which I'm so sad I've missed this in this entire year. So, in chemistry, there is actually a thing called a mole. And a mole is a group of atoms. It's something like 6 × 10 to the 23 atoms in a group is called a mole. The fact that mole has ended up on rare atom, and I hadn't noticed that for the entire year, has actually made me quite upset, Bunch, because I could have been talking about this the entirety of this time.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a great point. It's so relevant to,
Thank you.
To everything
for
we
me,
do
it's
in League
very
of Legends.
important.
Did you know a mole is also...
It's an animal that digs in the ground?
Yeah, it's a blind animal that digs in the ground. Very cute, but also sometimes kind of hideous. It really does depend on the mole, I have to say. I've looked at images of moles online. You'd think that they're cute. Some of them really are not cute, but a lot of them are really cute. Anyway, good at digging, which I am currently doing, digging myself into a hole. Moles also double agents. 369 looking to be a double agent as he TPs in. Kanavi doubling up his damage on 2 players. Xiaoshu doubling up on towers.
Incredible.
I mean, none of this is relevant to double agents, but
so the thing about the double agents thing, so there is actually a thing about that. You know, mole wasn't a term until an author made it popular, and then spy agencies started using it because it was made so popular through authors. We might see ourselves engaged to bring us away from literary talk, but funnily enough, that is actually a relevant thing.
Was it the guy that wrote Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy?
I think it was that guy. Yeah, I can't remember the name of the author because I'm sadly not that well read.
We really should know that as...
How can we not research that for this day of League of Legends?
Well, no, that's just like... it's like classic British knowledge, isn't it?
That's true. That's true. Because, like, you know, obviously you've got, like... Yeah, I mean, you have, like, your James Bonds and you have your...
John Le Carre. It's John Le Carre? John Le Carre? John Le Carre?
I'll take your word for it.
What do you mean? You've never heard of that guy?
No, I've never heard the... So I've seen the name written down. I've never heard it said. You know, it's like there are so many words in the English language which you've never heard said out loud, and then it's like, wait, that's how you spell... That's how you say, like, I don't know, like, disposable. I mean, that's a really bad word. I don't know. What would be a bad... What's a hard word to say on paper? Something like that, yeah. Like, I've never heard that said before.
I think it's John Le Carre, I believe is his name. But he's like one of the like grandfathers of the spy genre, basically.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we should have known that by memory, or at least I should have known that by memory. My fiance is a writer. She reads like every book ever written, basically. So I really should have known that. I've talked about this guy a lot. Nightmare. You know, I'm questioning everything in my life now. You know, who am I?
I'm glad that LPL comes with a side dosage of existential crisis for you. I like to be able to challenge you in that way.
So I will say, to go back to our original point and a bit closer to the game, a mole also a little brown spot on the skin.
Jesus Christ, man.
Just bringing it back to the
Lovely.
conversation. It's called topical
Well, he's
humor.
not on the play right now. He does have he does have himself a teleport to get into a play. Dragon has spawned, might be able to bring himself into the play and be that double agent in the way that Silas hijacking an ultimate can be. Finally, bringing it back to League of Legends. This would be a grouped up fight in a way that we haven't seen it so far, and Silas is entering the building.
5v5 fight with JDG, 2,500 gold down. How often do you get a chance to see that? RA, what have you got? Let's see your take on JDG. Feather chunked out there as 369 looks to the corner of the Forge, got across the team here. The spike fight for the Drake, but it's taken by Ruler. He's got a kill on top of it as well, as Mole has found himself alone. Missing's gone down, he's buying space for Mole, who actually gets out, but everyone flashes onto him, and he's taken out anyway. It doesn't matter if you've got a gold lead. This is Jindong Gaming.
The secret agent can't get it done. It's not going to be the literary fancy, I suppose, that Rare Atom were looking for, because 369 saw that Mole was looking for his ultimate and just outspaced him. Fires off the ult the first from out of Fog of War, and Mole can't do the same to disengage JDG. We were worried that JDG wouldn't be able to team fight well because someone would get deleted at the start of the fight, but they were the ones that started things on their own terms, and Rare Atom, they fumbled this gold lead now. We're walking away from that fight with a much more even game than we had before it, and especially now that JDG are even-ish on gold and they've got Dragon advantage, the mid game is going to be much harder for Rare Atom to execute on.
Fantastic fighting. The one thing I will say, assume 4 kills, didn't die. He is the shining light for RA. But hey, JDG, I mean, closing that gold gap again. Let's take another look. Missing went on a mission in this one.
He did, but I mean, the first big ultimates land from JDG. It's not Rare Atom starting things on their terms. And 369 avoids Mole for the entirety of this fight, doesn't get his ult stolen until it doesn't matter, and then has just got a 3-man ult across the team. And yeah, you know, I mean, Missing ends up getting dragged over the wall by Xiaoshu. It's a bit awkward at that point, but because Rare Atom couldn't set up well enough, they were second into the river and Mole couldn't get enough done with the stolen ults. JDG walk away with one fight in a very difficult situation. We were calling for them before that.
Yeah, phenomenal stuff. As you'd expect from JDG. And do you want to know what else is phenomenal stuff, Naimira?
Yeah.
I've Googled it, and Mole was a term that was invented by John Le Carre. So we've
I
absolutely
knew that was
smashed
someone
it.
that did it. It comes back full circle. Incredible.
We've absolutely smashed it there. Great little combo of knowledge there. You know the term, I know the author. Well, that's how this duo works, you know? Neither of us knows anything in full. We both know half of all trivia.
We could make our own detective or like spy novel where it's like 2 casters become the perfect secret agent, but only when they're working together, because neither of them know anything.
We're like, someone's tied to a chair being interrogated, and they're like, "Where's the location?" It's like,
where's the secret base? I don't know. I've got the first half of the coordinates.
Here we go. Another fight as RA look for another attempt. Kanavi the target this time, and he's low, but it looks like he'll get out of this one. Xiaoshu behind enemy lines, but the all-out is onto Ruler here. Can they finish the AD carry off? Ruler flashes out safety, but Xiaoshu chases him down, and Rare Atom looking good for more. LZQ falls as Xiaoshu is answered, but Kanavi still alive. He's a carry in his own right. 369 has kicked Tasum out of the fight. Leyen will be chased down and finished off. JDG, the bot lane, the mid lane, both taken out, but it doesn't seem to matter.
The name's Na'Vi. Can Na'Vi. The secret agent was in the jungle, I guess. The Lilia pick. How could we overlook this? It's an extra damage threat. I think Rare Atom are very lucky that one of the carries didn't live through that fight. Otherwise, Baron would have been gone with it, and that would have been game. Now, they did manage to take down a couple of kills. That's very important for them. But considering that this fight is happening from technically still at a goal disadvantage for JDG, these are big moments for them. Rare Atom, they wanted to be playing from a gold advantage, and yes, Assume hasn't died just yet. The more this happens, the more inevitable it feels like JDG are going to reach items with Ornn upgrades, and this fight is going to be even worse for Rare Atom. Going into replay to see how this happens, you can see, you know, 369 gets the ult again, and this Ornn has been utterly monstrous in the last few fights. Double 3-man Ornn knockups in both of the last big fights.
Assume diving in to try and get that damage down so Xiaoshu could find the kill, but it gets really messy here, and that Duskblade proc is enough to turn the kill around onto Xiaoshu. The fact that LZQ manages to get that Duskblade proc off just in time maybe was enough to turn the fight around. And now, speaking of the Duskblade, it's been upgraded by 369. he's starting to get those
Do you
all
think-
upgrades
Can you remember
through.
the name of it? Can you remember the name of it? Do you know the ornament names? I don't know that one. That's the one I don't.
I don't know. I know Galeforce is Typhoon. Oh, hang on. LZQ, welcome to the LPL, my son. Gets a solo kill onto Mole. Lyric in absolute shambles.
Just had to call him out while he was ill, didn't you? LZQ gets the upgraded item, which we don't know the name of, but he uses it as a secret weapon to take down Mole. Go use those extra stats to their advantage. JDG.
Twilight Blade, maybe?
Something.
I guess.
You know what? I will Google it at some point. 369 is just kind of goalkeeping around this dragon. I mean, JDG could rush Baron at this point. There's a teleport from LZQ. There's a lot of damage available. Of course, you have so much percent HP from the double burn items of the Lilia. I mean, Rare Adam, they need to get hit fast.
Yeah, JDG, they might just be able to grab themselves the Baron for free here. Great quickness across the team here. It's not quickness, that's a Leona, but Assumes dived in and shredded everyone. 369 on the backline trying to do something, but Kanavi's taken out. And suddenly RA are back on top.
JDG, they don't pull the trigger early enough around the Baron start. They don't manage to finish it before Rare Atom get there in time. And the fights, which we were saying were feeling inevitably JDG favored, well, I mean, we've just been slapped in the face by Rare Atom, completely throwing things out of whack again. Assume has still not died. They're going to walk away with a huge victory after this one. And the big thing about this is just look at the HP of Baron. If they started this 5 seconds earlier and been a bit more decisive about it, it could have been absolutely huge. But they don't manage to finish off the fight. They don't manage to finish off the Baron. They were tanking it. Mole, Assume, everyone gets into such a great place to stop JDG being able to turn and fight.
RA assumed they could deal with this Kai'Sa. They were wrong. Absolutely shredded in that one. Fantastic fighting coming out from RA. And again, now in the lead once more. 3,000 gold lead for RA. 2 Drakes apiece at this point. And crucially, I've learned the name of the Ornn item. I feel like I'm just going down a rabbit hole today, but there's no way I would have remembered this ever. I have read them all once, but it's Drakthar's Shadow Carver.
I had also just pulled up another tab on my browser to figure that one out as well. There are some weird and wonderful names in there. I think my favorite is Wormfallen Sacrifice from the Kraken Slayer. We no longer get that one anymore, though. And LCQ, we're not going to get him either. He's completely dead.
I mean, he's been carved into the shadows himself now as Xiaoshu was tanking up that tower just a little bit too long. That's the power of a Rel and an Ornn right there. You do not get to move. Sleep is available if they want to try and go on to Lien here, but not sure that's necessarily the best target.
The AP Kai'Sa doing an awful lot of work with the reset Ws now. They're all funneling up. They're getting hit time after time by the Void Seekers, which is taking a good amount of HP from them. And sadly for the side of JDG, they haven't really been able to break open the Baron push from Rare Atom. They have themselves a decent power play from it. And yes, they take down Xiaoshu. That's something. It stops Rare Atom from being able to play on multiple lanes. They're still falling behind in this game. And we're getting to a point now where you have to be very worried about the burst combo from JDG not landing before, again, someone gets completely taken out of the equation. This time it just so happens to be that Jace. And with the Kai'Sa and also the Silas being so strong, if anyone is in range to follow up on Feather's engages, this is the sort of play that happens.
Yeah. That was sick, actually, from Feather and Assume. That was a sick little play. Sneaks in, sets up for the Kai'Sa ult to find the kill onto LZQ. Really, really clean stuff. And RA, again, like, where has this been all year? Fantastic to see them popping off in the way that they are. Missing in the brush now as Feather moves on forwards. Drake up in just under 2 minutes, so not going to be a target for now. So they look towards the mid lane. They've got that Baron buff for 20 seconds more as the Ornhorn flies across, but it's going to be LCQ found again. What is that damage?
Welcome to the LPL, buddy. Gets himself a solo kill, and Rare Adam take offense to that and throw absolutely everything and the kitchen sink at him. Now suddenly you've got Hex Flash from Feather. He could start off a fight here himself.
Here we go. Engage, kicks on through. Is Feather trying to escape with his life? Will be able to do so. Damage coming out. Mole dives into the backline, but Ruler flashes away. Missing's down, though. And again, RA finding fights here.
JDG, they're getting picked off a fair amount here. It feels like they're not used to playing so far into their own jungle. Rare Atom, they have so much engaged to fly over walls and join the fight. Solar Flare, Kai'Sa, Silas rocking over a wall as well and stealing ults to engage from range. see the Baron power play ends up at just over 2,000, but that's 2,000, which you probably wouldn't have owed Rare Atom before that big fight, which got them the Baron itself. Suddenly, because they're ahead of the curve with such bursty champions, this is a very different game now from if they were been behind instead.
Yeah. I want to give you a quick update on something I mentioned earlier as well, and that is that Lyric has messaged me on Discord, which other instant messaging apps are available. He told me he was in shambles earlier on when Mol got solo killed by LZQ, but he is no longer in shambles, and rightly so, because RA are 4,000 gold up in this game right now. Drake coming up in 5 seconds time, and off the last couple of team fights, you gotta believe that RA are the ones with their foot on the accelerator. They're the ones that should be in charge of this, Drake.
Remember, kids, take care of the super fans of the players, not just the players on the Rift as well. Spare a thought for them as you see them playing. Mol walking forwards, seeing what he can do.
It's a bit of whiffage coming out as the call of the Forge God comes out from Mol as well. It's just a little bit of damage, not much of anything. That is the hijack and Sejuani on cooldown now. It's JDG. This could be their opportunity to muscle in, but perhaps could look towards the mid lane instead. Feels like they want to contest this Drake, though. Feather behind enemy lines is the Drake. Solo, it's just going to be taken down before the fight can even kick off. Feels like JDG, they just want the fight itself, but 369 is already low. Feather turns golden to buy time as 369 getting a knock-up. Assume is down. The president has been taken out of the picture. Leanne getting chased now as Kanavi and missing. Still full HP for now, but it's the 3v4. RA with the numbers advantage, but Kanavi is kind of popping off here. The dots are ticking, and RA are running out of health bars. The Lilia comes on through, and Kanavi with a vintage performance. 369 chasing for Xiaoshu as well, but he'll get under the tower, he'll get out to safety.
Oh dear, how could you forget about the deer in the jungle? It's full burn damage with the empowered Leandri's Anguish as well, the upgraded one given to him courtesy of the Ornn in the top lane. Does so much work, despite of the fact again that Rare Atom killed the carries. There is a third one. There is another hope left for JDG from the jungle. Starts off pretty well for Rare Atom, all things said and done, when you look at the way that Mol manages to completely destroy LZQ. Like, doesn't get to play out this fight. Mol absolutely eradicates him. And also then you look at Ruler being completely isolated because the Jace dies. The front line and the back line get so separated. But then you realize, again, oh wait, that's a lot of moveseeds stacked up on the Lilia. There's a lot of Conqueror stacks stacked up on the Lilia, keeping churning through that. And by the time it reaches this part of the fight, you never get to escape that combo.
Yeah. The Leandri's Anguish doing so much work for Kanavi. The burn is insane. Now 3 items on the Lilia, 3 items on the Jace, 3 items on the Varus with an upgraded Riftmaker as well. You have to wonder, RA, can you do it? I want to see them do it. They've had the lead for so long. They're still 1,000 gold up as Xiaoshu finds the knockback onto 369, but he's so tanky. He's practically invincible. Knockback on the rest of the team here, but into the meat grinder they go. And JDG not tanky enough because Mol's got a double kill of Feather, finding more, but Kanavi's still alive again. Surely not again. Kanavi cutting through them, but Assume turns it around instead, and it's Leanne to find the Flail of Winter. RA find themselves an ace.
They are not done yet. Rare Atom taking JDG to the edge. Substitute mid laner might have been a step too far for JDG to overlook this Rare Atom team. Assume does so much work when he is left alive. It has been a battle of seeing who has enough damage left over after the initial barrage has been thrown in these team fights. Last time it was Kanavi coming up tops. This time it's Assume on the Kai'Sa, who now goes back, buys a Medjai's, buys a Void Staff, and is absolutely popping off on this Kai'Sa. Let's have another look about how this ends up happening. Xiaoshu becomes the front line, drags the Ornn out of position as much as they can.
Oh, that's
and while all this is happening, the Solar Flare is absolutely huge. Missing doesn't get onto Assume either. And Assume is full HP with double buffs at this point. What do you do? It's stacking up so much damage, and the sleep, again, is not quite enough to reach the backline, as the same as the rest of the engage coming through from JDG. Assume doing his best to keep his team in the game.
Yeah, Xiaoshu saving the day there with the flash knockback with a Q3. That felt like it was going to turn in favor of JDG, but Ruler gets taken out, assassinated by Xiaoshu. And JDG really being pushed to their limits in this game. Massive gold lead for RA, massive fight wins for RA. And it does feel like small mechanical outplays, like Feather, fantastic start to the fight. Mole doing huge damage. Xiaoshu making the big play. Like, and obviously Assume is just clean in-house.
Damage onto Ruler is huge from that Kai'Sa W. We are at late game Kai'Sa territory. You stacked up on all of your abilities now. So E, W maxed out almost. One last skill point to put through. If one of those Ws lands, be prepared to see if there's going to be an Alt W follow-up to guarantee that passive proc.
That's going to be Mole using the hijack. Obviously, your ults do time out, so you just use it on the last second. Kind of like the Herald when you see it slammed in a random place. It's usually that it was about to time out, you know. Yeah. As RA in a phenomenal position with Drake coming up in 30 seconds as well. They move over towards the river. And, you know, we start Nymera with this cast being like, oh yeah, kind of lackadaisical. LCQ's been subbed in because JDG are so confident. And RA have taken that as an opportunity. And now are taking the LPL's favorite to potentially 3 games if they can just finish this one off. Leon and Mole contested for space.
Certainly trying. So, Ruler has himself a mythic item. It's been upgraded. The Akathia's Curse on the table for this AP virus. If the ult lands, the follow-up arrow that comes through is going to be absolutely outrageous. So JDG, they have enough stats to fight this with. This game is not out of control for either team so far. It has felt like it's outplays. Who's got it left on the table? Both teams in River contesting position.
It's a Cloud Soul on the table for whoever gets this. Well, no, actually, just for RA. As Assume finding those W's, playing so far back, waiting for his opportunity, dives in and instantly knocked up. 369 has found him. It's all gone pear-shaped. It's all gone a bit Pete-Tong, RA. It looked so good for so long, and they just get eradicated.
And Assume just flies into his death for such a good game from the Kai'Sa. Assume in the most pivotal moment can't get it done. JDG, they outlast the Storm, and LZQ is been a bit of a rocky road. I think they're just going to end for his debut.
It's a tragedy. It's an absolute tragedy here at the LPL. As JDG, they just need one fight win. That's all they need. A clean ace. Well, what was it? 6,000, 5,000 gold down? That's enough for them to end the game. And you can see on the player cams after that last fight, the faces of the RA players just devastated. And rightly so.
And that double agent, Tinker, Taylor, Soldier died. Couldn't get it done. Second game goes to the side of JDG. Had to get you back one time. Rare Adam, I mean, this really sums up a lot of their year for them. Bright sparks, but not really able to go the distance enough to really come away with game wins and series wins. They've had good individual performances. We talked about Mole for great amounts of that game. Strive as well, the other mid laner for the team, has had some bright moments for that roster. Assuming that game, Xiaoshu across most of this year has had some good moments, but you can't afford to slip up against a team the caliber of JDG, substitute mid laner or not.
Yeah, you see the nervousness there for LZQ. On the stage, the team kind of pushing him into the middle, like, you're the mid laner, dude, get in that middle. He's only 18. His first game on stage, you can see a massive grin on his face as well. And rightly so. He stepped in to play alongside JDG, and he's managed to make the win happen. What a moment for him. He'll remember that for the rest of his career.
We'll have to track their career, see where he ends up. Of course, we had so little data on the player coming through. His early laning phase was more than fine against Mole. Withstood a lot of pressure coming in from jungle support being in his lane pretty much constantly. And yes, some of the team fights were a little bit awkward from the Jace, but there's only so much you can really take away from him as a player when you consider actually it's a lot of resources being thrown at him by Silas, who's gotten a lot of gold from elsewhere on the map. I mean, for a debut, it's fairly solid as far as it goes. The laning phase in particular, I'd highlight as a strength of what LCK brought in, as we do tend to see with a lot of debutant players in both LCK and the LPL, because they tend to come from high solo queue backgrounds and the ability to kind of face off against these players. So I'm very interested to see if he does get picked up by another team or whether he has plans within the JDG organization further on in his career.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see. He's only been with the team for 6 months, so he's basically hey. It's all just hit me like a ton of bricks.
Is this the LPL
He's
promise
the super
queue?
sub.
This is LPL
He's the
promise
reason.
queue.
JDG have been so good this year. He's been on the organization the whole year so far. He's been pulling the strings. He's the puppet master of JDG.
I really hope he has an MSI medal as a substitute because that would just like complete the story. I hadn't thought about this at all. I think you're onto something. We've uncovered so much espionage
LZ
today.
Promiscue. Oh dear, LZQ. I mean, what a legend! Already a legend in my heart. He's in my top 3 favorite LPL players of all time now. If that turns out to be true,
that's wonderful.
Legendary. It's up there with the Sword Art TSM heist, like the storyline wise. Phenomenal stuff. Fantastic game coming out from JDG. I can't believe RA have lost that. I'm actually like gutted on their behalf. That was so. And the last fight as well, we didn't even get a replay of it. It was over in a second. Like blinking, you miss it. I feel like so many of these team fights in the game as well were just like everyone just piling into the meat grinder. Just see who has better stats. Well, just like throw your abilities out and see what happens.
But the thing is, you have the initial meat grinder, and then you have like 2 players on either side which have survived and actually have damage left. And then it's a question of who has more damage and the remaining people who escaped the absolute onslaught of the first fight. The huge thing about last fight was Assume ulted into an ulting Rel and immediately died. I have to say, Assume, for having such a good game, really stumbled in that last fight. If that Kai'Sa survives, who knows what could happen. And yes, it probably still would have been a dangerous fight. And maybe they were just hoping to get the first pick off and see if they can run over the fight after that point. But that was a bit of an awkward moment from what was overall a very competitive game.
Yeah, really sad for Assume, honestly, that it all kind of flubbed at the end there. But I mean, look at the gold grab.
That is a murder deer.
At best, JDG were 850 gold ahead, and that was not at the end of the game. They won while down in gold. That is hilarious.
And just look at Konami's damage as well. Like, he got over 1,000 DPM on Lilia jungle. And I get that he was hitting like 3-4 people every fight with Qs and stacking up that burn, but like, I don't know at what point, like, I didn't know there were species of deer which actually become predatory. They're no longer, like, prey animals, but we have found one here today.
It's got a moose.
It's got... It's fair to say, I was like, I don't really think they are a moose, but if there was, like a close, kind of, like, overlap between the two things, like, that's it. I mean, Konami's really popping off.
It's when you buy the elixir of iron, that's when you become a moose. Right. You like, increase in size, start trotting around.
My sister was bitten by a moose once.
Are you serious?
No, see what that is? I was referencing another British pastime, which is the Monty Python series. And there is a very famous like set of subtitles where like a moose goes on a rampage. It was a bit of a deep cut. I know we've had a lot of
Oh, it's on like the intro.
The intro to Monty Python, the Holy Grail.
I do
There's this whole text
that.
spiel of like, where it's where kind of like the person responsible for firing this person has also been fired. That's where it comes from.
I remember that. That's a great film. I actually watched that like not too long ago. Still fantastic. Still holds up. Still, John Cleese just running on that field for like a solid 10 minutes. Just charges in and slaughters everyone in the castle. They're just having a party. Nobody's trying to fight him.
And still not as much movement speed as Kanavi full stacked on the Q-Lilia.
I was going to say,
how these things
John Cleese in that scene and Kanavi in this game, not dissimilar. Not dissimilar at all. He's there. He's saving the damsels. Or is there a male equivalent of a damsel?
I've never stopped to think that. I feel like we've been challenged in a lot of very different ways in this cast, and it's not all for the best reasons. My vocabulary does not quite cover this.
No. I was hoping it would. I was, I'm just treating you like Google today. I'm just like, any question that pops into my head, I'll just throw it your way and see if you know the answer. It's
I'm glad you have that faith in me, but not today. Not quite there. I'll work on it.
Let's take a look at our MVP. I believe it is Kanavi. I think they said it is MVP. I was too busy chatting about damsels and whatnot.
Yeah.
It's been a weird cast today. I feel like we've only just started the day and we've already gone well down the rabbit hole.
I mean, yeah, because like you see a matchup like this and you see, okay, JDG locked into top 2, Rare Atom locked out of plus, so the stakes aren't there. You know that there can be some competitive games because Rare Atom they have their inconsistent nature in the same way of like an LGD or an IG do, but it is just still against JDG. So you go in with the assumption, the correct assumption, as we saw today, that JDG are probably going to do some turbo stomping at different points. But then you have to stop and like revisit that once you've already got off the rails, once the game actually goes in favor of Rare Atom. You're like, oh heck, quick, let's take stops, see what happens.
Yeah, it was a fun one though. I've enjoyed this cast, I've enjoyed the series, and hey, we had LZQ having his debut. We had RA kind of popping off in the second game for a lot of it. Assume having a big highlight game until the very end, which we'll just ignore that one fight. If you just don't include that last fight, he had an incredible game.
Redacted.
Yeah, exactly. Big black bar on that last fight. But yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure I heard MVP a little while ago. Hopefully, we could bring that up on the screen and have some replays of the game, because I really want to see a replay of that last fight as well.
It's like, actually we've rebranded it. We've rebranded it to MVM, Most Valuable Moose, in honor of Konami. You see, we just have to fix the graphics, just like put in some extra letters around there. I don't think people understand how dangerous moose are. They are very tall, and if you run into them in the car,
Meese, I believe it is.
Don't you start now. But like, if a car hits a moose, the moose does win. Like, you don't come away from that feeling particularly. I mean, I guess they both lose, but like, Kanavi was very much the person causing the car wreck in this game.
Yeah, there's pictures of Meese like next to trucks and stuff, and they're like taller than the trucks. It's like, good God, they are.
Do
like
they
a
build
mythical
Leandri's
beast.
Torment or Leandri's Anguish? They've renamed it a lot. I think the upgraded item is now Leandri's Lament. I did look that up just in case we needed it. But
oh, is it?
Yeah, Leandri's Lament. That's the upgraded version. It did get there in the late game. Of course, you get in towards this kind of fight, and this is where
Anguish.
No, that's what it is now. But then when you upgrade it with Ornn, it's Leandri's Lament, because the regular one is Leandri's Anguish. The old one was
not
Leandri's
Torment anymore. Yeah,
okay,
yeah. I'm with you. I'm with you.
And like, the more you look at these fights, the more you see how much value that power has. And playing Lilia is kind of difficult in a lot of team compositions where there's a lot of CC to immediately blow up the Lilia, because if you're forced to go Zhonya's second item, you don't do nearly as much damage. And then you have fights like this. This was the assume oopsie, just runs into a million years of CC, Kanavi 369, absolutely obliterate them. And even with that, with like a couple of skills, still does 2,500 damage. Imagine if Assume survives that last fight. That was the difference between the blowout fight at the end and the competitive fights beforehand.
Yeah, absolutely Shrek'd. Everyone stacks up and Lilia just bops him. A Jace Shock Blast in the middle of everyone as well. That is going to be brutal. That's it for us, though. We're going to be swapping casters as we move on with the day, but you don't want to go anywhere. Keep tuning in, because third series EDG versus OMG is going to be absolutely insane. You don't want to miss it.
我们会给你几张图片，然后你需要根据这个图片猜出这个图片对应的是哪一位选手。
看图片猜职业选手。
对。
这个是不限于 LPL 吧？
对。
哦，简单对吧？这是一个什么？是背包吗？还是纸？
实力入了。这是电脑屏幕啊？还是这是什么？
这是帽子还是导弹啊？
不知道。
帽子一个选手。
这是什么意思？这是顶帽子。
需要提示吗？
提示吧。
第一个提示是，他是一名 LEC 的选手。
LEC 的选手 ，LEC 是欧洲吗
？LEC 选手就是形容他操作很像魔术师。
应该只会给知名选手。LEC 有什么知名选手吗？
还有提示吗？
他是一名中单选手。
中单，还有呢？
他的 ID 和这个图片有关。
Caps，Cat，哦不对 ，Caps，这只能是他的呀。Caps 吗？
对。
哦，我第一时间愣了，我以为是个管道，那个 Caps，这都不用提醒啊。Caps，
哦，这是帽子吗？
你一开始以为它是？
我以为这是电脑屏幕，然后黄色的那个是尺子。我也在量屏幕。
这个是反向帽子，
这是木桶吗？
垃圾桶，
也是一名选手吧？
是垃圾桶吗？这个垃圾桶G兔吗？感觉G兔很喜欢把别人对标扔进去了。
有什么姓桶的吗？
第一个提示是，他是一名 LCS 的选手。
LCS 是什么
？LCS 是欧洲赛区是吧？
不是。
海丽莎。
难道是玩酒桶吗？应该不是。翻译过来意思都不一样。
第二个提示是，他是一名 AD 位置的选手。
LCS， 想不出来。
还是啥吗
？Z 位吗 是 Niki， 欧城
不是，
欧城是欧洲。
他的这张图片与他说过的一句垃圾话有关。
然后呢？没有。LCS 的，然后又很出名，就垃圾话出名的 WBG。哦，大师兄，大师兄，
我记得好像之前有个国外的说什么要钻进垃圾桶，大师兄吗 ？WBG 的。
之前有一个把队服丢垃圾桶里那个人就是 double lift 吧。
垃圾话，大师兄，哎。
double lift，
在座都是垃圾。
哦，在座各位都是垃圾，是吗？原来还能扯到这里来。那是 double lift。
나 더블 리프트밖에 모르는데.
对的。
对吗？
对。
这么有名吗？帅。
怎么感觉都有点难啊？
笑点赞，乌兹，高振宁，
全是外国选手是吧？
不一定。
点赞哥，一个日本的点赞哥，我不知道，但我不知道那个叫什么，不是那个吗？
不是。
笑着点赞，热晒。
不是。
怎么知道的这种？
这是 Deft 吗？
这是什么？微笑点了个赞，笑点点赞，微笑。
谁知道啊这个？
第一个提示是，他是一名 LCK 的选手。
谁？哪个 LCK 选手这么开心
？Pusik， 不是吗？
这怎么猜？这感觉都差不多啊。那第二个呢？第二
个提示是，他是一名中单选手。
喜欢点赞还是？
中单，点赞。小妹看，不知道，完全不知道。
这个图片是他的标志性动作。
啊，拍照的标志性动作，那就是 fake。这也太抽象了。
fake 吗？就是他比较招牌的点赞动作。
就是喜欢这个点赞动作可以。
faker。
你可以模仿一下 faker 这个经典合照的姿势吗
？faker 第二个应该是 faker。
对。
第一个稍微有点难啊，笑脸。还再给点提示吗？第一个，除了
这是一整张图，这是一整张图。
哦，这就是 faker 呗，就喜欢微笑这样。我以为是两个人。
这个猜不到呀，这是啥呀？在干嘛呀？
四圈，瞎子玩的好的，不对，官方 Riot。
这个是秀神吗？
这也是选手，那总该轮到 LPL 了吧？
干嘛？打拳啊？重拳出击吗？什么脑筋急转弯吗？我想想，热晒，多音币，小天，
拳击，他是出场动作拳击吗？还是什么？是不是卓呀？
提示吧。
他是一名 LPL 的选手。
哦 ，LPL 选手还不是他俩，那还有谁打拳啊？
他是一名上单选手。
369也不会啊。哈特，那谁打拳啊？我拳说一遍得了。
他参加了今年的 MSI。
那就只有阿斌了。
哦，斌哥，哎，我的，我这个冲浪强度没那么高，我
这个打拳的应该是斌哥吧？
这不会是冰吧？
冰。好像听说他之前还蛮常看那个拳击比赛的，然后有拿他的队友当傻包，还好我那时候跟他已经不是队友了，对。
我挨过他一拳，只能说。斌哥，看斌哥最近喜欢打拳。
陈哲斌，
斌哥 ，LPL 选手吗？
对的。
斌，我太帅了，我秒答什么都是，我太了解 LPL 文化了。
陈哲斌，打拳。
那你可以模仿一下斌哥打拳吗
？OK， 斌哥打拳。哦，他是往前打的，他喜欢这样打。
就这样，对，他还是比较有力量的。
然后要不要学一下斌哥打拳？
打不了一天。
Didn't even know what happy means. so fast. Looking straight ahead, I don't think of the past. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me. Birds fly, fill the trees like it's always spring. White clouds high above, I know just what I mean. Your smile, this love are an endless road. And I'll walk, I'll run, anywhere it goes. You've changed everything. It's like bright lights in a starry sky. We're gonna feel that way most every night. Sunlight on a summer day. We're gonna laugh and dance all the rain away. Sing a new melody. It's full of love. It's beautiful and free. 'Cause you belong, you belong, you belong to me.
我觉得小虎是一名比较均衡的中路选手嘛，然后特别擅长的话是比较找机会能力强一点，然后与他交手的话，可能就是要注意他家短暂的发挥。常规赛快要结束了，我觉得我们队伍最近打的还是挺不错的，然后状态比之前也好。给自己打分的话，我觉得就打个5、6分吧，因为我觉得还有很多比赛都是我做的不够好，或者说做好一点就可以赢的。
面对埃及队伍。他们是一支非常年轻的队伍，所以我们面对他们可能还需要小心一点。这个版本的改动，其实对于选手来说，我认为选手自己把游戏内的东西做好，就是版本什么的都无所谓。队伍最近的状态就是还需要保持吧，然后常规赛的排名就是希望能拿下后面所有的比赛，然后就好好去准备季后赛就行。
Coming into this series saying it's a little bit about managing yourself rather than the meta. And to be fair, we've been stuck in a similar kind of meta. Of course, at least out of 13-11, but into 13-12 for quite a bit now. My name is Eric. I'm joined by Jamada for the last two. Jamada, you and I, obviously, I don't know if you were scoffing down in the back before we go into this one, man. I'm eating my salmon bowl up. The world's ending in 2 minutes, but we're obviously energized now. Because IG and Weibo is one that we are going to need 100% of our energy because this should be an absolute farm fiesta.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I am so ready for this one. Hello guys.
Hello.
You know, IG have been, you know, having a few more modest performances recently, shall we say, right? So, into a Weibo who are still the same Weibo that we know in the sense of it feels like at times they will play at the level of their opponent and that typically means they'll trip up on those opponents, so they should really be sweeping aside. I'm looking forward to this game because I feel like IG now, with nothing to lose, you know, all the playoffs positions, well, not necessarily positions, but like the slots themselves gone. This is effectively for both sides, you know, for IG a nothing game, for Weibo a game of, hey, we want to make sure that we maintain this position in 5th, 6th, because, you know, right behind you is OMG and EDG, who of course play after this series, so you need to ensure that you can maintain that buffer to keep yourself as safe as you can for that second round bye.
I'm glad you brought that up because 5th and 6th is really important for people who don't know. They should really take this information in. 5th and 6th gives you that first round bye, as Jamada was just saying. 7th to 10th, where EDG, RNG, WE, and NIP are right now. That means you have to play from the very beginning of playoffs all the way to at least double elimination if you want a chance of getting those championship points. And look, for a team like Weibo Gaming, who are disappointing in spring, they want to make sure they have the best chance of snipping up one of those 4 seeds going towards Worlds. Now, Jamada, they've got 3 series, including this, left playing. RNG, EDG are after that, which are funny when you talk about teams trying to vie for that 5th, 6th position. if they don't win this series, I think they're in a hell of a lot of trouble. So this really is a must-win for WBG, who have been so strange to watch this split due to the nature you're talking about, playing to the level of their opponents, whoever they may be.
Yeah, it's such a strange phenomenon, you know. Weibo, sorry. Sometimes they'll be absolutely dominating teams. Like, you know, JDG at the start split, you can definitely, to a point, attribute that maybe to MSI hangover, right? But then all of the other teams towards the top end of the table, they are either beating competently or, you know, going the distance, right? With BLG, with Top Esports, the other teams in the top half of the table around them. But then they do trip up against, you know, FPX, WE. So it's a very, very strange, you know, phenomenon with Weibo, because they were doing it last split in spring as well. The series that comes to my mind, I don't know if you recall it, but the one where they literally toyed with Top Esports, right? Beat them 2-1, and in the game that they lost, the Shy was playing Nidalee top or something ridiculous like that. So, you know, Weibo have shown us that they can be one of the best here in the LPL, but into an IG, again, with nothing to lose, they need to maintain that level of, you know, play that they would normally go at when they're against, you know, your JDG, your Top Esports, your BLG, so that you can push IG aside and defend against RNG and EDG, who you have later on this week.
I mean, IG have been a bit of a surprise too, so that's another reason I'm a little bit scared for Weibo, because it's the win against JDG that makes them look a little bit better than we first thought. It's the win against LNG that IG have shown up massively in. It's the game off EDG. It's the fact that IG started to split off quite strong, but then have been back and forth themselves. You never know where to place them. So for Weibo today, no underestimating their opponent, as we've got a hell of a lot of storylines as well, Jamada, that we have to pump through. We can start in the top lane. YSKM from IG Youth all the way up here to IG. He is like a mini The Shy. You know, people have called him The Shy Light because in the past, at least in spring and parts of summer here, there's been a very explosive play style. Well, now he's going up against the real deal, and it'll be a real good test for him to see him go up against the legend himself.
It feels like the Master versus Sensei storyline, doesn't it, really?
Yeah.
And even so much so, I don't know if you remember at the start of this split in summer, one of our intros into the LPL was a shot of YSKM and the Shy standing next to each other and kind of just like burn it out. So, you know, even on the Chinese side, they acknowledge that this is definitely, you know, there's a parallel here going on between the two players. And like you mentioned, I wonder here whether or not the Shy in his own right is potentially going to, you know, flex his muscles a bit, not just sit on you know, picks like the Cassante or the Renekton, you know, give us a couple of more flashy picks from time to time. And because we know YSKM is going to do it, the likelihood of YSKM being on a tank this series is pretty low, to be entirely honest. So I want to know whether or not the Shy is also going to be given that freedom to flex his muscles and, you know, show what is definitely for him still naturally a very wide champion pool.
You would expect so, and I think ultimately, while these two like players going up in the top side are so explosive in their own right, oh, Shy, okay, very cute. Ultimately, we know that it's more than just the top laners, right? Especially for Weibo. Weibo's been in, he's been playing a lot more attention towards that top lane than Casa was in the previous split. And then on the other side as well, we know that for IG, this is a team that in the past has really put their eggs in the top lane basket. Tianjin's had a rough split, but he's still been paying attention up there. Shimada, even though like the previews of this LPL series was looking at Cryan versus Xiaohu, which are two RNG MSI winners, by the way. And funnily enough, you know, when Xiaohu was top lane, that was when Cryan was on the roster. We look towards that top side with jungle influence to see how explosive it could be. And you already see some of the solo lane picks are getting taken off the board. And Tianjin's Rengar feels like a must despite his poor performance on it so far in the split as we get into draft.
I mean, poor performance or not, right? It's one of those things where he's so proficient on the champion that he still puts down a very unnatural level of pressure when he is on that pick. So Weibo still paying their respects rather, and with all of those picks towards the solo lanes, Nico still slips through, and with LeBlanc gone as well, I'm wondering what answers Xiaohu actually has into it, because it feels like that static Shiv LeBlanc is one of the few things that I've seen, if not inside the lane answer it, on the side lane create so much pressure that the Nico doesn't really get to do too much in the team fights against that side lane pressure that the LeBlanc puts down.
But I'm curious here, are you talking about like the Kai'Sa big priority pick? Weibo going to lock that in quick smart. Weibo has been pulling up the Sejuani as junglers left available, Arna's appealing. But Jamada, Renekton's up. They've banned Jax. As much as they want to flex around this pick, they are going into YSKM, and as we talked about, it could be an explosive match up top. regardless, I feel like the Shy is gearing up for a Renekton game while they're trying to goat IG's top laner into pulling up something spicy as, hang on a minute, Nocturne this early ain't what we expected.
Definitely not. Nocturne. Ooh, Arch
No
Draven.
way.
And then if they go towards this Draven here, 1-to-1 into the Kai'Sa in the laning phase, solid matchup, right? You know you're going to always have pressure. I would imagine then Wink is starting to look at things like the Blitzcrank, right? His very specialized pick, looking for the kill lanes, and trying to ensure that you can really get this Draven going. Nautilus is obviously the other big one, and I think it was IG that we saw when they started to pick up a couple of wins after their massive loss streak, where it was things like Nocturne Nautilus, where you turn off the lights, the depth charges on one target, and then, you know, Nocturne dives in. It's very hard to defend that target. We'll see how Weibo actually try and answer this one out. It's going to be Tristana in the mid lane, so trying to kind of answer out the early pressure that Nico can put down with some wave clear. And of course, later on in the game, it means you've got 2 AD carries, solid DPS. Always, if you lose one of them, you know you're still going to have a very good player to just kind of sit around and ensure you've got a consistent level of DPS coming out.
Yeah, look, again, kind of fun to see, you know, a meta like this where we are getting a bit more flexibility and more DPS carries moved into roles that maybe we didn't expect. As I'm still waiting for the day that the Shy brings that Tristana topside. I know it's not meta at the moment, Jamada. I know with mid you get so much lane control, but dude, when the Shy's on the Rift, I just don't know what to expect. I don't know if Kalista top is suddenly going to make her way back as well. But I'll hold off on that because right now, irrelevant with top lane carries being taken off the board. This is what we're talking about. Tanks, Franks, all left on because it's Camille against YSCam. It's the Rumble against the Shy, which historically he's played a little bit of course. But now as we start taking supports off the board, I'm just wondering what's coming on for Weibo and if they're going to decide to leave counterpick for top.
That is the big question, right? I feel like support counterpick when Draven is in the game is so important. Rumble, I expect Cassante here from IG to be also banned away. And then at that point, I feel like the Shy has to just default to the Renekton. Oh, okay. So IG remove the Renekton themselves, perhaps to actually goad the Shy into going towards the Cassante. And then we'll see YSCam actually have a counterpick. I feel like if you're Weibo, you're kind of stuck in two places here. Support counter matchup, super important for the bottom lane, but also in terms of, you know, the top side matchup and the YSKM being, you know, a pretty audacious player, you want to hold on to R5 for the Shy, and it seems like Weibo will do just that. They're going to go towards the Rakan, so it's 2 facets of engage, and then the Shy will likely lean on that R5, and we'll see whether or not it's a very aggressive lane pick, or, like you mentioned, it's just the Malphite or the Ornn.
This is already shaping up to be one of my favorite drafts of all split. Like, I'm sitting on the edge, waiting for a potential Blitzcrank for Wink. I mean, the 2v2 is exciting enough with Kai'Sa Rakan versus Draven with a bit of an engage and pick potential. But now let's see what's up in that top side. What is YSKM going to flex around? Is it just going to be a tank? Because I know Cassante's open here, Jamada, but
I think
the amount of time
Fiora. Yeah,
oh, you reckon he will?
Yeah,
Do
I
it.
reckon he's gonna blind Fiora.
He's nodding. He's saying lock it in. He's saying lock it in. He nodded. That's it.
Oh, this guy, man. I love him so much. Now it's about what the Shy's gonna play because
don't pick Malphite.
You know, Cassante is obviously a rough lane matchup. There are windows where you can win it. Ornn is out of the question now. Malphite is kind of the only tank up left, right? But do you want to be playing Malphite in a game like this? I feel like something like the kind of makes a lot of sense. You're lacking on the AP side of things. Yes, Kai'Sa can obviously go the hybrid versions of the builds, so could see that. Or we could get the Shy Gnar. So this is still going to be a relatively skill-expressive matchup on the top side, where the Shy has that range advantage, but certainly YSKM will find windows to look for those all-ins, because that's just the player that he is. So this is still going to be a very exciting top side matchup. It's not necessarily full carry versus full carry, but it is 2 side lane threats against one another that can certainly have a strong team fight presence if the game demands it. So I am super excited for this game and for that top side matchup specifically.
I just love coaches, like, as the Shy smile, this little smile, and he picks Gnar. They look at each other, then look at him, like, he's obviously influenced this. He's like, no. We're taking the Gnar here as well. You get part of the melee matchup in top side, as Sejuani doesn't have too much to go off outside of that, but Jamada, I mean, we've got a lot of pushing power. We've got a lot of all-in, a lot of ult buttons, I think, for Weibo that's worth mentioning. And it feels like that's how they want to operate some of these fights and get this game rolling.
Yeah, I agree. I think they're kind of waiting maybe for 2 items almost, but you can still look to contest if the, circumstances are right. At the end of the day, Sejuani and Rakan provide so much CC that Tristana is certainly going to be able to blow up a target if she dumps all of her spells into them. And also, Kai'Sa's always going to be able to follow up in a dive herself. So I feel like for Weibo, there's always options. For IG, it's definitely a little bit more nuanced to a point because you've got, sort of a whole bunch of pick tools and then the side laning Fiora, right? So if you let the game go on too long as Weibo, YSKM theoretically should just take over the side lane in the 1v1, though there's always going to be windows again for the Shy to answer out. And then it's about creating pockets of fog, turning off the lights, and making Blitzcrank super scary and never knowing where not only the Blitzcrank is going to be, but also where that Pot Blossom is going to come from.
Overloading sides and using those tools you just mentioned, it feels like for IG, it's definitely going to be an interesting game, number one, with the comps provided. Looking forward to this, even though IG are already out, even though we've already got our top 10, this series with Weibo versus IG, this should be a riot. We should be upset, amused, angry, euphoric, all in one series as we get the best out of some of these players. 2 MSI champions going head-to-head as well. 2 old RNG members who have found a new area. As that fan, man, he rioted with something that sounded like a Suning. Or I don't know where he went with it, but the shouts are real in Shanghai.
Yes, they are. And important thing to note above everything else in this series. YSKM is using the Shy skin, which I find very hilarious. And he's even gonna cheese him.
Oh my god.
Find out the bone plating. He didn't actually hit the he didn't actually get to hit the passive. So he didn't get a little bit of extra movement speed maybe for a slightly stronger and prolonged trade, but yeah, very, very nice amounts of, I can't say the first word, but housery. And if you're from England, you'll know what it means. That's a good knock here from Chris.
Dude, Australian as well as a second skin comes through. Hook back on in onto Chris. They're going to try again, but onto Arn. He's got a low health bar. The flash forward. Light might just kill him. It's going to be a 1-for-1. Don't care about the adoration with no CS, but it means that Light gets to stay in lane. And these are big waves here if he can shove it in.
Yeah, I mean, it's level 1, right? Both these waves crashed in. Don't forget with the changes to those side lane waves, like the second wave is already there, right? So we'll see whether or not that has an impact on whether or not Light can actually get this wave crashed in or not. It seems like he's going to certainly shove it in for sure, but it's going to crash maybe just outside the tower. So in the long run, this might actually be a bad thing for Light. It's Crisp that starts off this engage, and you have to remember, once he W's in, they're level 1. They can't just dash back out. Gets hit by the rocket grab, and then because the glacial organ is slow, it keeps him in place for a little bit longer than perhaps he should be. Ward comes in, Arn gets the auto attack down, and he's able to pick up first blood. A little bit more gold technically than Light, so we'll see how, or whether or not that actually has an impact in terms of getting to that first item ASAP, as loads of different build paths always available for Draven, whereas Light on the Kai'Sa, typically we're seeing just a static shiv, which is certainly a cheaper first item than a couple of the other AD carry items on the table.
Yeah, especially when we've seen, just on the side note, like AD builds have been peculiar because it's only been in games where we've seen, mages mid. Jamada, it's been games where we've had flexible AP carries towards this mid lane. But this game is Tristana, and every Tristana game so far, under my recollection, has been that AP Kai'Sa with shift. As Wink this time with the hook down bot side to reiterate this 2v2 lane. Will find a hook, but to not much avail. Now, Arn didn't miss much CS here, Jamato. As the wave shoves out, there's a little bit more for Light, but he's in a decent position now, coming back, having not missed much with the longsword and extra damage. I will be able to make this a stronger 3v3 as Tianjin spotted out as well.
Yeah, I mean, Draven generally just deals so much more damage in the early stages with those spinning axes, so having the extra longsword, whilst Light hasn't actually based yet, just gives him that extra edge. Tianjin is going to pick up this Skull Crab pretty freely, and I imagine just because Cryan's teleported back recently, if he wants to go through the mid lane and pick up that top side Skull too, he can. It might be a bit rough because the Shy does have first move, but Weiwei is not really interested. He's taking the second rotation of Raptors. That's where he started the game at, so should just be double Skull for Tianjin. Maybe Weiwei decides to try and contest it, but I imagine the answer will be no, but maybe Tianjin is a little bit more focused on ganking his top side.
The Shy trying to shove the wave in. This is disrespect. I mean, they saw that he was somewhere near, but it's just timing. Everything here is the Shy has nowhere to go. YSKM might be getting a freebie here as Tianjin walks up. The Shy's dead to his counterpart. YSKM puts the thumbs up as well. The salt.
Oh gosh, I mean, I like this from Tianjin though. I need to double check whether or not Weiwei actually saw Tianjin walk up the way he did, whether or not he saw them go into the river. Because my only assumption here is that the Shy imagines that he has more time to push out that wave and make it crash, right? Because he's expecting Tianjin to actually be on the skull ahead of the topside gang, but obviously he skips it, so finds the kill. Maybe the replay will show it off.
Observers will show us.
Yeah, the observers know as well, because if they see Tianjin...
Oh, you know he's pathing up that way. And also, you
know,
see on the minimap, you see the ward spotted too.
So it's a bit of a tough call. I think once the vision plant gets popped, that should obviously be the the big dead giveaway, but maybe no one notices it, right? And that can certainly happen at the end of the day.
Weiwei went mid. Like, surely at that point you start walking top.
Yeah, it's definitely a very, very curious sequence that, the Shy's not being covered up here, but what's happening?
Grand challenge, flash. Wow. Hang on. Yeah, the Shy burning his own as well. He doesn't have ult, he doesn't have Mega Gnar yet, and Wise Cam is feeling himself.
You can tell how thirsty he is for this 1v1, man. He wants it. Like, at every opportunity he can, he's just going to put pressure on the Shy. He's up CS. There's a big wave crashing in, right? So the Shy's going to have an opportunity to catch back up, but still, YSKM putting down the pressure, and those are always the windows, right? When Gnar is in mini as the Fiora, where you can really kind of look to pretty much one-shot him, to be honest with you.
Yep.
All it takes is, 1 or 2 Vial procs before you get that Grand Challenge off to then obviously get 4 additional ones and the chase down. So we'll see how he continues to pilot that lane, YSKM, because right now he's having a really good time with it.
I think what we can say about this early game so far is that IG having a good time all around. Like the topside gang, the bot trade, seemingly an advantageous play for Arn and Wink, considering that Flash was never punished. And Arn has it back up at about 10-15 seconds. He's also 10 CS in the lead, as you'd expect from this Draven lane with Serrated Dirk available. So Jamada, IG are pushing their advantage. They're pushing those lane leads. Now on top of Dragon, trying to threaten Weibo to come into their territory.
Yeah, exactly. Just saying, hey guys, do you want to fight? Do you want to come in to the river here and get hooked in and then get feared and then die? That's basically it. Crisp is watching this Dragon go down, first person view. It should exactly be that. It should be going down to IG. I feel like as Weibo, you just don't want to contest this right now. It feels like a bit too much of a steep hill. We'll go over. Weibo went up towards his topside camps. He gave up about 10-20 seconds ago. And that will be a very clean early Dragon for IG. And again, one thing that I always like to talk about, because I feel like they're always super important when it comes to side lane champions and having to always show up at Dragon fights. If you pick up the first Dragon as a split pushing team, you feel great because then as Fiora, you're going to have an additional 5 minutes in this game to scale up and not have to be demanded to show up at any given Dragon team fight. So this is a huge pickup for IG in the longer term of things as well.
Ooh, as Tianjin has ulti available, that paranoia. I mean, speaking of utilizing side lane and now a bit more mobility with that objective, Tianjin with his first ulti up and available might be able to set up for the Herald is crying with the flash paranoia, tanking on the Xiaohu. IG, if they played like this, man, this team would have gone to Worlds. Where is this coming from?
Maybe. Oh,
YSKM is dead. I mean, we need a couple more vitals, but he's going to be facing the wrong way. YSKM just gets bopped on the way out, but that's the second time the ulti has forced the Shy to go away.
Yeah, that was also so cheeky. I've never seen that happen with a Fiora ultimate before. QW, very common mechanic, but I actually popped 2 vials at the same time, right? The lunge, the left side one, and a riposte, the bottom side. So the Shy was immediately put under a whole bunch of pressure. I don't know why we're looking down here. We know that IG's bottom lane is here.
Well, I guess they're going to get free shove because Light and Crisp, yeah, they made the move. So that's why Herald actually went over to the side of Weiwei as bit of revenge served in YSKM without that ulti. The Shy about to go mega. And it's a push and pull up in top side as our observers are now showing.
Yeah, exactly. Like you mentioned, Weibo had that first move up there, Light and Crisp. We knew Arn and Wink weren't moving. Herald, because of that, does go over to Weibo, and they're immediately putting it down here in the mid lane, trying to look for a dive on's cry and no flash.
And they find it as well. Crisp in immediately with his own ulti out. Xiaohu with the perfect damage ratio as now Wink joins in the fray. Crisp blocks up as Weiwei almost dies to the last turret shot. They get some return damage on this Blitzcrank, but in melee range, Tianjin whacking away, matches the flash. Xiaohu is getting cleaved by your worst nightmare. Tianjin finally showing us what we were promised.
Yeah, this guy pops off here in the mid lane. W, the spell shield blocks out on that knockup from Crisp, and it just gives him more attack speed with the lethal tempo stacking up. to run Xiaohu and Crisp down. Wink sees the angle for the flash, so he gets 2. So now, this Nocturne, 3-0-1. Super powerful. Gonna have a stride breaker really early on in this game. Could mean that the ability to attack those side lanes super strong. I think actually going onto this dive, the reason why they're so happy to do it as well, no W, right? Maybe Cryan has an extra second or so if he's able to pop W underneath this tower. Well, it's about this rundown here, right? I mean, Tianjin, let's see how much attack speed he ends up with, to be honest with you, because he's got lethal tempo stacking up. He blocks the knock up with the W, which obviously gives you more attack speed. So he's got 162 AD and almost 2 attack speed, like 10 minutes into the game. That is absurd amounts of damage to have access to right now because the Duskbringer as well on the floor. So huge, huge rundown. And there you go. Stridebreaker's already on the table 10 minutes into this game.
And Stridebreaker, when he's on top of someone, I mean, it is just egregious. Jamada, it is an egregious first game here from Tianjin in such a great way as YSKM now going to take this 1v1 grand challenge out again, but the Shy is running towards him. These top laners getting frisky once more. But further to the point, despite what's going up in this top side, I mean, it's still IG with the gold lead. It's almost 2,000, and they are playing like a team possessed now that they're out of playoffs. I mean, Weibo, I guess, struggling with the pace in this early game.
Oh, I like this from Tianjin. I was going to say, you've got Fiora. I want to see you give it the time and the resources, jungle resources that is, to actually set it up for even more success, right? That early gank was, I would honestly go as far as saying, a bit of an anomaly, right? The Shy shouldn't have really given that opportunity over. But now that you've got the Stridebreaker, Mininar is ridiculously easy to kill in a 2v1. So I hope that they start to look towards that, right? But at the same time, if you're IG, another Dragon wouldn't hurt, right? You've got this Draven on the bottom side. He's super strong. He's been stacking since minute 1. And maybe
now
it's like they hear us.
Oh god, playing with his flash. I mean, Wink was hoping he'd get a summoner, but Light with a good kite down. I guess that's who you're relying on in this game, right? When you talk about Pop being strong for IG, on the other side, let's not forget to mention that Light has been one of the most consistent players this split, even last split as well. I think we could have suited Light's horn a little bit more.
Yeah,
he has been, I guess, the miracle worker in times of trouble for WBG. Is hang on. Jamada, maybe, am I speaking too early? The all-in, but the Paranoid in the back end. Light repositions onto Wink, now onto Arn. It will be a trade with Adoration seeping deep. Tianjin following up, and it's lethal tempo o'clock. But Jamada this time, as the Whirling Death helps out, he gets the 2.2. IG switched on, and Weibo out of control.
Yeah, Nocturne is really running these fights, isn't he? And Light had to reposition. Well, I'm not sure if he had to reposition like that, right? Ends up in Arn's purview. And gives him an extra 700 gold.
Again, he flashes. Grand challenge, but against the wall under the turret. It's one too many. The Shy now running for his life against this kill. But YSKM survives once more as Cryan versus Xiaohu erupts. But ultimately, we keep going top because we think something's going to happen. But it's everywhere else. There's up and oh my god, that should not be legal.
Oh my god. Wait, so I think so got caught by the root, managed to then rocket jump out of the queue, and also I think the knock up at the same time. That looked really, really funky. Either way, Arn cashed in 765 gold. So to say he's huge would be a bit of an understatement. Great flash from Light away from the rocket grab, but then Weibo as a whole, they make the snap decision to actually peel for Light, but then Light dashes in instead of like peeling back with his ultimate. So a little bit of miscommunication there. Oh, hello.
YSKM's gone forward, but Crisp is here. I mean, this time he's been rused in, even with a low health bar. Needs permafrost, and he's alive. I mean, this guy just isn't dying.
Yeah. He's chilling, man. He's all good. Don't worry about it.
Feeling it.
He's fine. Yeah, this is great. I love this from IG. So I guess they got that second dragon as well. So again, when we're talking about side lanes having time, man, on the side lane, Weibo are 4 dragons away. That's 20 minutes worth of waiting. So IG are always now, at this point in the game, going to have a very easy time, right? Having YSKM be on the side of a map where he can just get across map in 24/7. And that's something that Weibo are going to have to answer for basically the rest of the game. Hextech Soul as well. IG can keep this snowball going. Bear in mind, it's a 3k gold lead, Jake. This could be a situation where you end up as on 4 dragons as IG with the best snowballing dragon in the game as well.
It's just crazy watching this game play out. I mean, IG, from start to now that we've had this experience, and it's been such controlled play, but also such energetic play. I feel like the all-in nature of this comp, we knew it was going to be an exciting game, but IG have played it so well. Now we just got to see how they round it out, how they can continue to snowball. As you talked about, side lane is important, but we also have to mention one of their mid tools, one of their important early game tools in Arn is also fed. Arn on this Draven. Probably a weird experience for the Shy to go up against Draven when Jackie was the OG, really the only one who would play it. But Arn's going to give him a refresher as he's almost 2 items from that last cash in Jamada. He got about 1,100 gold in total. 700 plus the 300 or 400 from the kill. So this man is giga-fed.
Yes, he is. So I'd like to see IG move him around the map a little bit, outside of just the mid lane. On the top side right now.
Can you dive this?
I mean,
even 2v1, I don't think you touch this.
There's a good chance that YSKM turns this into a mountain as... Ooh.
Ulti. Wig. Oh, he flashes for that as well. Ulti hits him and YSKM picks up the kill. Xiao had flash, but he couldn't burn it, man. That's disrespect.
It's just so cheeky, isn't it? Like, YSKM going forward there with the W finds the slow, and it means that Wink can just flash in again, get him lock up, and ensure that Xiaohu's not going anywhere. And the kill goes over to YSKM too, so now he's 2-0. A decent amount of CS this time in the game, considering he was into a ranged matchup, right? And is on his way, likely to a second item very quickly. And again, those items, whilst expensive, if he's being snowballed ahead and they start to come in really quickly, the Shy is going to kind of be left in dust, and he's going to struggle to actually match up in the 1v1.
Of course he is. I mean, he was already struggling before. Despite the 1v1s not ending in a kill, the Shy was getting bullied out as... Let's look back at YSKM. As you said, cheeky from Wink to just hover and fog of war and wait for his moment.
Yeah, so YSKM also just on the micro, trying to block out the damage on the explosive charge and maybe catch the buster shot in that riposte at the same time. Xiaohu obviously didn't pull the trigger until quite late, and with that hover from Wink, the slow from the riposte made it real easy to get on top of Xiaohu, considering he just didn't commit the rocket jump for a really long time, and by the time he tries to, dies.
Well, now we're going to see how Weibo actually play out this mid game, because as you're alluding to, side's going to get really difficult with this fed Fiora, but more importantly with the fact that they can give numbers at any time. Jamada, we've mentioned the Nocturne, he's level 11 with his Paranoia, almost 2 items as well, and he's got a Herald to push some tempo. Guess where he's going to look to go? I wonder.
Yeah, I'm hoping it's where he is right now. And again, carry top side, right? Split pushing, you've got Nocturne. Just overload those side lanes with numbers, right? 24/7. If you know where Weibo are and you can commit that Paranoia to the side lane whilst the Dragon isn't going to be spawning up, I think that's always going to be a positive trade for you. Right now, though, IG want to continue this Dragon snowball. They know that YSKM's got pressure up here in the top side consistently. The Shy is actually walking down, so he's going to elect to basically yield this tower up here in the top side, because you know YSKM's immediately going to start hitting it. Herald's been put down, so IG pressure in 2 lanes, and the longer YSKM is allowed in the top side. Disengage is happening.
Tianjin's caught out though as they burst them down, but Arn just runs into the middle and finds the first kill. Now Xiaohu's here, but the Shy still not in the Meganar for the majority of the fight. It was good setup, but Jamada, the damage didn't fly through, and IG still have their jungler alive.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Tianjin is quite low though, so... Oh, they got him!
He flashes over the wall though, Wei, 1 inch from Diagon! Matches that flash in your face! This Draven is ready to catch it again. Was YSKM pops the ulti, and IG, where was this? Where was this at the start of the split? You guys are literally rocking an 8-pack today.
I think, like you said, they're spiritually being possessed by IG 2018 right now. Weibo need to find an answer, and they need to find it soon. Teleport's here.
Brian gonna lock him down though. I mean, Xiaohu ran it a little bit as YSKM gets a kill and flashes out. Now the Shy's here, but there's no Meganar.
Oh,
Weibo,
no.
what are you doing? Running to their death. IG, the spirit animal of the Shy as well, as he runs against his old organization, and you have to ask the question, where are they now? Where the hell are Weibo? They're dead.
To speak in Twitch chat terms, the Shy more like the Fall, alongside the entire Weibo right now, kind of being run over by IG. These team fights have not been favorable. This is a nice attempt to catch out here onto Tianjin, but the fact that he's able to get out of it, right? Knock-up comes through into the stun from Cryan, it's huge. Cash in again, I think it was about 600 gold almost from Arn onto Crisp. He is huge, and then IG as I'm out of the replay.
Oh, it's coming back. It's coming back. It's coming back. It's coming back. Where is it? Is it coming back? I guess not. It just flew off the face of the earth. That was the whirling death that came out that the Shy almost died to. But it is a 7k gold lead, by the way. Dragon Soul, by the way. And YSKM having a field day. Man, this as much as Weibo can be an exciting roster, the fact that we're getting this IG not only hurts my soul, you know, when they're already out of playoffs, but the fact that they can look this good when Tianjin was hyped up, they had Krine as a really stable member of the roster. Arn and Wink were a great 2v2 in spring. In fact, you know, one of the most aggressive.
Yeah.
YSKM hitting the mark as well. I mean, Jamada, it just doesn't make sense to me, but I'm loving it, at least to show us what 2024 can handle.
Yeah, I really hope that IG can hold on to this full 5 here, as Crisp is going to be fine. Bit awkward, dance around one another. But I do agree, right? I think there's a lot of promise in so many of these players, right? We've waxed lyrical about YSKM enough, but I feel like 100%, you know, players like Arn and Wink, I hope they are, you know, held here on the roster and they don't really want to go anywhere. As I feel like Krine and Tianjin starting to kind of form a duo as a...
on his skin, on his skin. You can't do this to the man on his own skin, YSKM. It's his skin, brother. It's the Shy's ordering. Oh! Give the skin back, he says. The Shy managers.
Says, I'm the reason why that skin even exists. Puts him in the dirt. I mean, yeah, YSKM struggled for so long to actually find that Vital on the right-hand side, and then by the time that it despawned, gave him another one, he just couldn't proc it in time to get the extra bit of healing. Massive 1v1, and 700 shutdown gold as well goes over to the Shy. It's towers with the bounty as well on top of it. This is a huge gold swing, at least in that 1v1. Back over towards the Shy that he's going to be able to use to actually stave off YSKM.
That was impressive. That's all I need to say. That was impressive from the Shy.
Oh, yeah.
And look, Jamada, even though some gold in their pocket, they're still down at death's door. The difference is we know that this comp is going to play from more angles, play more for the 5v5. We also know that that Kai'Sa with the AP damage is going to be a hell of a pain to deal with. The Shy, I mean, look, we're getting the POV for this one of him just kiting it out and I guess holding on to that last vital.
Yeah, holding on to that last vital for dear life. YSKM just cannot proc it. And I've got to say, quite unlucky on the timing of the Q there from YSKM to not proc that final vital, but either way, the Shy played it perfectly as well. I think he's giving YSKM 0 points for his ability to find those last couple of vitals. Really, really good stuff. And again, YSKM, he is still very strong, right? He's at 2 items, but now the Shy has Thorn Mail. That's a lot of extra reflective damage back in YSKM's face for every bit of damage that he deals. So that's definitely going to curb his power for a little while, perhaps until he makes this that 3rd item.
Well, at least we're going to see it in action around the next Dragon because that's Soul Point. That's what Weibo need to stave off. As we said, IG in such a great position because of how this comp works, because of how important side lanes are, and the fact that they've got control of where Weibo have to be for this objective. Even now, starting off the Baron Jamada right before it, trying to draw Weibo in. This is kind of blind, and Weibo need to get here quick smart.
Yeah, they've got that blue wall down, so they know it's happening. Do IG flip everything on this is the question.
I mean, the flank, TP, Meganar. Okay, Crisp has been spotted out. IG are trying to catch him out. Crisp is dancing around. They walk away from Baron, but they did draw in the TP. And even Xiaohu, this is Wink by himself, whirling death on top of that. He's jumped on, but not dead, not forgotten. Tianjin trying his Krine's angle with the flank. Beautiful stuff. Lights caught out. Wink with another hook. IG, Invictus Gaming, where have you been? Play like this more, man. You would have made playoffs.
Spring IG, how we've missed you and how you've taken way too long to come back. We're not going to see another match that matters for them personally until 2024. Sad moment, a bit bittersweet, but right now they are taking on Weibo wholeheartedly. We've got the Baron, they should have this soul as well by the time we get out of the replay. And this teleport plus the hook out of vision, so good. Xiaohu just doesn't have the opportunity to react. By the time that Weibo members are here to try and defend this play, it's already too late, right? Tianjin almost one-shots Xiaohu there, but then you've got Krine, finds a 2-man knockup, and then the follow-up is so easy. YSKM can attack the backline, tangle barbs as well on 2 members, a hook where Arn can then isolated cash in again. yeah, everything just falls perfectly for them. Weibo have no answer.
How good is it? I mean, look, Weibo getting caught out with their pants down, but ultimately, I think IG just kind of invented the no pants party. This has been a beautiful rendition of the best kind of play that we've seen from them all split season. And while my statement there should never have been said, ultimately it just means that IG are impressing us. Now to 1v2 the Wise Cam, can he do the same as Grand Challenge going to be issued? Wait, looking for the ulti, but it's riposted, flashed away from. Wise Cam will use a bit to get out as Weibo try and find at least something in this game, but ultimately they still lose a turret for that play.
Exactly. And they're losing another one on the bottom side, so I mean, this game feels pretty done and dusted. All right, I don't want to, you know, after watching the JDG series before this one, you know, I'm gonna hold my breath. But this is also a 10,000 gold difference, so the likelihood of Weibo coming back pretty damn slim, as IG have, for all intents and purposes, put on a clinic in this game number 1.
Yep.
They've been really on the ball with their execution, as picture in picture of again SKM and the Shy duking it out. They'll get the inhibitor IG on the bottom side of the map, and with a minute left on this Baron, they can just transition over here to the mid lane and just sit here and probably take that tower just because of how low it is. It's already below half HP. They can certainly look for a siege or even maybe a dive if they actually see the angle for it.
Paranoia makes it so. A 2-item Nocturne with stopwatch makes it very easily so, as Tianjin now waiting it out. As you mentioned, that dive, that's rolling in shortly as inhibitor turret's going to be dropping down. IG pacing their way into the mid lane, and Xiaohu buffering that hook. Very well done as Wink gets low. Wise Cam as well. That's the ulti from Light. Wants to make a play. Onto Wink. They do find one as Paranoia going to be used, but it's a little bit late as Wise Cam brings him in. But Tianjin somehow makes it all okay. Crying as well with the recovery. And IG, just when you thought they were out, Arn walking forward, brings them back in. Crying with the one-man ulti, but it's onto the Shy, who can't survive the damage of Arn, who only goes forward. This is the 80 carry I was promised at the start of spring. 7-1-7 on the Draven against the Shy. A blast from the past, and Weibo Gaming are sent to the mast for game number 1. IG, kissing my fingers to the chef after that performance.
That was excellent. Excuse Pupper in the background, but I mean, I feel like the Shy must have just like, he just got a taste of his own medicine, but like 5 years back, right? Absolutely insane performance from IG, and I want to see them keep the pace up in this game number 2, right? Throw down more skill matchups. Ensure that you've got, you know, again, Tianjin on something that he can start fights on, right? Something like the Vi, something like the Nocturne again. Or, hey, maybe Weibo even somehow managed to leave up the Rengar again because they get a little bit too, no pun intended, paranoid about a couple of different picks. And we could actually see, again, IG look to dominate an early game and turn it into a massive lead.
Do you need to account for your dog? I mean, for once, it's not me. You know, accounting for my dog is
he's good.
Gotta move the whiteboard that is talking about my
leaking
daily life.
you leaking things on that whiteboard, James?
That's some of the scrim stuff's on there as well. We can't LCO opponents can't look at that. No.
None of that.
But no, your dog obviously a Weibo fan because, you know, barking. How upset? She. Okay, all right. Thank you for leaving me for about 10 seconds there.
You're good. You're good.
Ultimately, let's be real. Weibo fans would be in tatters after that because that was upsetting. That was definitely not their proudest moment. But also, I think draft-wise, like IG put throttle into that draft and they played it out well. What more can you say? The fact that they knew their win cons, and, you know, Tianjin had his best game of his split by far, I would say.
Yeah, I would say so. That was definitely his best game this split. He's had a couple of, you know, there have been loads of stinkers from Tianjin. No question about it. Let's just be real. But he's also had some real gems in there. And this is definitely one of them from him, where he was able to take over this game, right? I feel like Nocturne was a bit of a giga pick here. Like, it was a little bit too hard to deal with if it could actually get the ball rolling. And I think after it picked up those 2 kills in the mid lane, it felt disastrous for Weibo. And every time he went in, this felt like the world's most fed Nocturne. I'm not gonna lie. Like, every time he'd go in, he would be like 70% HPing the squishy targets. And remember, this isn't like, you know, Assassin Nocturne by any means. It's Stridebreaker with Black Cleaver, right? It's a Bruiser Nocturne. with a bunch of HP and just, you know, attack, damage, and speed steroids, pretty much. So really, really massive from him having this performance. But also, you know, I think everyone really pulled their weight this game. YSKM having a lot of pressure on the Shine, the side lane, Crying with massive Pot Blossoms, and then, of course, Arn, the beneficiary of a lot of plays made around him and was able to cash out so many different times that he just became too big of an issue to deal with in team fights as well.
I mean, that intense 2v2 at level 1, level 2. We saw a trade kill come through. We saw Light able to pick up the kill, stay in lane, but the problem was nothing denied in the bottom side. Arn still got a kill early on Draven, and you saw the end result as all those fights around bot side, as you're alluding to, Jamada, were so net positive for IG. 7-1 and 7, but most importantly, the fact that this Draven is 4 items, almost 5 items at the 27-minute mark, really. It kind of shows you how much Arn took for his own. As side note, I mean, the most damage was YSKM in that game for IG, but it spread so nicely around people like Crying, Tianjin, Arn. Like, it really was a team effort, and I don't feel like that's something we've said many times about IG games where everything just works in line with the whole team, rather than one person carrying an IG finding a win that way. I feel like that's the majority of the time.
Yeah, no, that's an excellent point. I feel like whenever IG, you know, do pick up individual game wins or series wins, it's, you know, it's Crying having an excellent series and really kind of putting the team on his back, or, you know, again, it's Arn really trying to pull through with some solid and, you know, pretty much 1v9 performances. So I like that this is actually a very evenly spread one. And hopefully for IG, they can keep this level of team cohesion up. Weibo, I don't even know where to start. I think we'll probably get into it after this break that we've got coming up.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, look, we'll at least unpack it coming into game 2, folks. We'll take that break. When we return, we've got a lot to say about WBG and IG, maybe a bit more when we return.
The longer they're going to have to be able to take you down.
Xiaohao wants to go right big on a Weiwei, and Weiwei's going down to first blood. They're going to turn on Xiaohu, but he does have the rocket jump out of there.
What?
What just happened?
It's the hammer swing!
Oh my goodness, a double kill to Harder!
Oh wait, Ruler's gonna do it again.
Ruler?
Ruler's gonna go for a solo dive. Again, the Featherstorm out, the Feathers pull and the flash as well. This guy is the GOAT.
Dom might be sad for OMG, but I'm sure he's definitely happy for Tien and Rookie, and you know, maybe some Jackie love as well. Gotta give some. He's spreading the love over there. This game's over, right? Like, they're gonna have mid wave crushing. They've got bot wave as well. Comes down to how easy they can actually get away with it. Okay.
Last play though. Top Esports trying to end it here. Rookie gets one. Finally, Jackie Love sharing the kills for Top Esports, getting engaged on Aki in the backside, but he's blown to smithereens. 16 kills.
There's
running in Jackie Love, trying to make history in the LPL. He does it. 18 kills.
Cube does have ulti though, and as my voice cracks like a 12-year-old, Jinjiao could be in trouble as he's being turned off at the time being. Good knockback. The ulti doesn't get much out of Decade as he all in from Hung. It's in and out as Shanks might have an angle as Hope is stepping up. The 80 carry out of everyone is just walking forward. Hope has no fear as the engage helps him out. Look at this man. That's why we put faith in him in the past. Quadra denied, but Shanks cleans it up. Ladies and gentlemen, WE have hope again.
Definitely be huge for the confidence of them. But if they were to lose from this position, who knows what he'll do to the Menor. Baron should be gone, but they're going to look for a fight.
On, though, as Beituan is still in the pit, he will secure the Baron. Fofo goes in with a big Pot Blossom, but you got to watch EDG from front to back. Uzi is gunning him down here as well. You've already lost Hoya, so you've lost some of your power. Mako goes forward as well. Uzi is waiting for the killer instinct.
No.
He's just trying to wait for his angle, and now you get a pick up from JJ. It is EDG that have to back away. 1xA trying to step up here as well. He's trying to get the damage down for him. He's got the caliber, but can't hit the distance. And EDG are backing away. Uzi is still looking for it. Can't get it. He's going in now. You've got to watch those Prey Seekers as 1xN all by himself will get hit down by Allah. And Yukal, can he do it? Uzi, the flash away was huge, and Allah now wants to chase down Yukal, and he gets him down. Flash that Vayne emotes as EDG go clutch.
Just talking, but seeing as you ask me, you know that I will call it watch me disappear. The days get longer, and I grow weary listening to my own excuses. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone let me into this story? In my history, I am the absentee. Where's the part for me in this story? But the colors rule the world inside my head, and the words of all the songs that I've heard. I'm a shadow of a thought that has not formed, somewhere in between. Where does it begin? Where do I fit in? Will someone
其实我感觉我们打微博是完全没有压力的，就是看到他们就干就行了，然后就不用怂，果断等。对，他是我一直来的偶像嘛，然后到现在也是的，因为他以前一直在守护 IG， 然后帮 IG 拿了冠军嘛。春季赛打他的时候，感觉那时候我还是很年轻，没有什么想法。接下来下一把打他的话，我会尽全力，然后把他拉下。
Well, attaboy. Wirescam definitely did, and he won't be the one picking up MVP in game number 1, but myself and Jamada believe that this man deserves a lot of praise from that first game. Tianjin, the Nocturne picking it up here, Jamada. I mean, this was deserved because is this his first MVP or second? Let's have a look. As we bring up MVP,
Yeah.
I need to find out because it's few and far between. This man has been highlighted. 3, actually. Okay, all right.
Yeah, you're selling him short, Jake. He's not struggled that much, even when they've been winning.
Little bit.
But little bit. But yeah, 509. You know, forget the stats. It was honestly just those big individual moments, right? Which really stood out, where he just kind of pushed IG a little bit too far over the edge for Weibo to come back in. This first gank was really solid and easy to execute. I was anticipating he would go top, but Xiaohu made himself a very easy target, and then again a very easy target to run down in this clip where, you know, almost 200 AD, 2 attack speed at, you know, 15 minutes is an absurd amount of stats to have, and at that point he just became too big of a burden for Weibo to actually carry over.
Yeah, look again, just cleaving people in two, and the setup's so beautiful to watch, especially from people like Cryan as well. As IG never really lost an inch in this game. Weibo always trying to trade, but IG always trading better. This was insane gameplay that we wanted to see all split long. And IG, it seems when they're eliminated and only have a couple of series left, that's when they step up to the plate. So annoying, but still a great result as game 1 taken away from Weibo, who's a big deal. We talked about this, Jamada. Weibo need this series. Desperately. Because if they lose this, then the likes of EDG, even, who else was it? RNG. With another series win, they equalize, probably overtake. Like, Weibo will be in a lot of trouble if they lose this series.
The problem is that RNG and EDG both play Weibo. So, like, this is actually a sharks in the water moment. Like, no matter how you slice it, if Weibo either, like, you know, sure they might make it to game 3 here, but let's just say absolute worst case, right? They lose 0-2. That's, like, a big deal, because then EDG and RNG are, 1, obviously playing them, but 2, the game difference starts to potentially maybe matter, right? If you go on long enough for the extra 2 games, and depending on how Weibo actually perform in those as well, you could even slip even further down slightly, right? Depending on how things actually fall. So this is a big moment for Weibo. They need to recollect, they need to take a breath, and they need to not even really pull words here, they need to play like they know they bloody well can, right? Because another performance like that, they go 0-2, and then how do you even anticipate that you walk into those EDG and RNG series?
I mean, look, especially with OMG and EDG coming up next, like they are competitors towards Weibo's spot, and especially EDG, if they find a win against OMG, things get a little bit dicey as now changing sides. Weibo on blue, IG on red. Let's see what changes in the draft as Nico's already taken away. And we have to see if Weibo can shift gears a little bit, because last time IG outpaced them so much in the early game.
Yep, it was all about IG in the early stages. Rengar has not been banned away, Jake. So I wonder if IG will take that bullet. As Poppy's also been removed, so that's like one of those kind of one-to-one jungle matchups where you can definitely neutralize the Rengar. Tristana first pick here for Weibo with this, LeBlanc up. I expect it to be locked in, but again, eyes definitely on things like the Nocturne, but of course, once Tianjin's Rengar's up, it has to be spoken about until we see a confirmed jungle lock-in. AD carries also pretty much still all on the table in terms of things that go in towards the bottom lane. Tianjin gets the Vi, and that's what we wanted. We wanted to see him on something where he can start fights, and that's exactly what he is on now.
It was banned on red side, commonly used in the LPL. Not many teams willing to let it go, but that just shows you how high the Tristana priority was from Weibo as well. As LeBlanc was just hovered, but does Crime want to pull that into the matchup? Jamada, I will say one thing, it would give them a similar condition as maybe the Draven again for Arn. Oh man, the priority just shifting up even more. Here we go once more.
More aggression, more forceful plays likely to come through from the side of IG. I love it. Let's see where Weibo go. Renekton Sejuani on the table, right? Could definitely be a very strong top side matchup where you know YSKM should be put under a lot of pressure. It gives you a consistent level of team fight. Now, I will say, if they do end up with this Tristana in the mid lane for Xiaohu and Sejuani in the jungle, they would be lacking a bit of AP. And I was gonna say, something from the bottom lane could come out from Light. He was one of the few in spring that was picking up the Ziggs. I wasn't necessarily going to highlight the Ziggs as an option, but it's awesome to see it come out. As now we know for Weibo, they've got the double Demolitionist composition, right? So if they could actually stave off some of this early aggression and get, you know, a bunch of tower damage down, first Herald in particular is where I look to Weibo to say, you know, how strong is your objective setup around that timer specifically, so that you can potentially, you know, look as high as a 15-plate game, right? When you've got Tristana and Ziggs in the game, it's totally a viable thing to look for.
It really is. And again, like we have seen Ziggs and Tristanas, likely from LNG as well, do the same. Gala played an exceptional game of it, as even Jackie Love, I think the same can be said. But ultimately for Weibo, we have to see what else partners with it, because no jungler yet picked up here for WBG, while IG lacking the support, as Wink actually going to be losing the Blitzcrank here in the 2v2. And I don't blame Weibo batting that away. After game one, you absolutely respect those hooks that were catching you out left and right.
Yeah, exactly. And so many times did Wink find the target in game one that you just don't want to have to be put under that pressure, I feel like. Here in game number 2, IG remove away the Ivern. That's such a funny call out, but I don't mind it. You could end up with like an engaged support and then Ivern, right? And 2 frontliners, 2 damage dealers, and an Ivern is definitely a very, very strong composition to run into if you're IG looking for dive. So I like that they make that call, and now Weibo definitely looking most likely, I'd imagine, to consider the Sejuani, but we'll see whether or not it's something outside of that purview, as YSKM, something like the Camille, is definitely in his wheelhouse. We know it would be a rough lane matchup, and I think the last time actually that I cast YSKM, I said the exact same thing, and he next to managed to find a way to dominate it. So I'm looking forward to this if it does go through. He's very, very experienced, despite the Shy being on the stronger half of the matchup. So now YSKM is going to use technically 2 top lane champion IG skins back to back, because you know he's going to Camille in this one. As now Weibo Sejuani feels like a foregone conclusion, right? And now it's just about what Crisp is going to land on, as it's just an instant lock in on that Alistar.
I mean, I'm trying to think, because it's technically not top lane. Camille was Ning's skin, because remember that was the days in 2018 when Ning jungle was spamming the Camille. So I guess you're just going to another player of the old IG, because that's the throwback for me. Other one was Duke there, Jamada. Duke actually played the Aurelia, as not relevant right now, is it? Because there's a Pyke that's just been locked in, even though Alistar's there. Holy damn, IG with the spunk today.
yeah, super exciting from IG. Again, you know, they want these aggressive compositions, they've landed on them, and now with the Pyke, it's just extra money, right, in the hands, potentially, of this IG bottom lane if they start to get the ball rolling. There is also that, I always forget how the interaction works, but I think if Pyke executes a target which Draven would have killed, I think Draven gets the cashing goal or something really ridiculous. Like there's an interaction between the two champions.
True.
I need to go double check and look it up, but that also then means, again, if you're Weibo, you have to be doubly careful around this bottom lane in terms of handing these guys kills, especially post level 6. Otherwise, you could be getting bankrolled real damn easily.
So, someone said they were in the bathroom at work. This is Reddit, by the way. No wonder it starts with this sentence. They were in the bathroom at work and wondering if they get gold from the stacks if I get the Pyke ult assist. And someone said yes. LMFAO. Relatable. That's what I got, but I'm assuming, you know, you just see the Pyke ulti. And I'm pretty sure it's within 3 seconds, right? It's within 3 seconds if Pyke gets the, of course, passive procs and he receives the gold. So yes. That's what we're looking towards. Thank you so much for Reddit, as always, for giving us way too much information. As IG are still running one hell of a comp. I mean, Camille on the Rift, Draven, Pyke. This team that's eliminated, no holds barred. And against Weibo, they played one hell of a game of League of Legends in game number 1. We are looking towards them for some similarity in game number 2. But ultimately, it is up to Weibo to keep their spot up in the top 6. That's what this is all about. As IG start off game 2 with an invade, but they are spotted out themselves.
They are indeed. I was wondering if IG were going to just send Wink to flash in and Q. Jair's quite strong. Quite tame, but also you can tell there's a lot of love in the crowd. As always. Exciting game number 2 drafts. And again, as always, my attention is very often drawn to topside matchups just because I feel like we talk about bottom lane so often, but it's kind of hard to ignore the bottom lane matchup this time around, isn't it? Draven Pyke on one side with Ziggs on the other. I'm very curious about how Light's going to be able to really navigate this one. I think as a couple of levels come in and he's, you know, sort of hits that level 5, specifically level 7, I think is where the Qs start to like one-shot the backline. And he can have a much easier time wave clearing. I do imagine that Light is definitely going to, you know, kind of take a bit of a backseat here, and hopefully Crisp as well, same kind of deal. Just trying to not get hooked, to not look for heavy trades, and just effectively wave clear out until Light can actually wave clear faster than Arn and Wink can as a duo.
I feel like we'll just be watching more action in the bot side. As you're already mentioning, bot in game 1 was pretty exciting, but it is always that race for level 2, especially with Pyke. You know, that phantom dive is important as Chris just takes one piece, relegates to another. But does take a heavy trade, at least with Alistar here, Jamada. You do have a little bit more tools, and especially with the healing. It's not all doom and gloom if you take a bad trade early.
No, exactly. It will just slowly heal back up over time. So, so long as they don't get traded on too heavily, shouldn't be too big of an issue. And with double melee supports, I imagine that Crisp should be just fine. Just waiting for Light to clear those minions out as Weiwei. I was wondering whether or not he's going to just kind of make a cheeky path all the way down to bottom side from this angle, but will relegate himself to a full clear. And Tianjin doing the same thing, looking to just cover Arn and Wink. So let's see exactly how aggressive these early junglers get, because as we mentioned, Tianjin was pivotal to the early game aggression in game number 1. And this time maybe Weiwei looking for a level 3 dive on the top side. The Shy is full fury up there at the minute. Wink has roamed over towards the mid lane as well, so just trying to see if they can put pressure on Xiaohu. This wave, once it crashes, it could be a bit of an issue. They've used... Alright, so the Shy has used all of his passive. YSKM had Bone playing, can trade back in the wave. Maybe once the cooldowns come back up, the dive is super doable, but Renekton cooldown's quite lengthy.
5 seconds for that stun. I mean, you're waiting for permafrost here. Still relying on that burst. Weiwei tanks it up. Beautiful dive. Has to burn the flash in the end, but first blood over to the Shy.
Yeah, I guess they're just so strong, and YSKM had traded so aggressively that they don't really need the Shy's cooldowns to make that dive a reality. YSKM fall prey to that, and again, this is a matchup where you can very quickly fall behind in the 1 versus 1, let alone without that jungle interaction where Weiwei ends up in the top side. Ziggs has 100% win rate. I wonder if that is, I mean, 6 wins, so it has to just be the split, but insane to play.
Yeah. As Wink draws him in, but it backfires. Arn cleanses away, but no flash instead. Chris doesn't have any summoners, and no cash in. Oh, that's rough as Tianjin takes the kill, but the Bone Skewer forces a flash. This 2v2 is nasty, and Weibo are on the back foot again.
Yeah, that's so unlucky, actually. The blast back on the explosive punch actually stole the kill from Tianjin. Definitely not intended. Was just looking to dump damage into Light whilst they were trying to execute Crisp. So, feels bad. I guess we're so early in the game that, you know, hey, double-edged sword, right? Arn gets to stack up more damage for that level 6 mark on the ultimate, but you definitely would have preferred that it goes over. Great stand aside from Arn as well to stop the combo from coming in. Forces Crisp to flash forward, and that's what actually gets him killed here more than anything. Tianjin, again, very unlucky to steal that kill. Would have definitely preferred it goes into Draven's back pocket, but that's just the way the cookie crumbles in this play. As Tianjin, alongside Wink, they really want to give the Shy some breathing room. Remember, he didn't flash in that dive, so he's got flash.
Spotted though, as Ghost Water Dive is coming through. There's Hookshot, Walkshot, Phantom Underdive is flashed away from with the Bone Skewer as well. Wink is making magic on the map. First in his own lane, now in topside. The Shy with that summoner down. YSCam still has his.
Yeah, exactly. YSCam can maybe find a window or two where an all-in is possible, but it just feels very, very hard in this matchup, especially you're down a pickaxe, you're down a little bit of base stats, and just Renekton, Strength of Champion at this point in the game, very hard to contest, as IG are going to push Weibo off this dragon and actually steal away the leash, so this could just be a thank you for the leash moment. Weibo will certainly look to respond here. Xiaohu's level 6, so is Cryan.
We're going to start it off. There's the charm. Weibo's just run into this Phantom Undertow. Gets the stun, and Cryan gets a free kill as Tianjin now without smite to contest. They're still trying to fight him though. They get the kill. Dragon sitting there, but Xiaohu's after the kills as Cryan now hits level 6. Starts blasting away. Charm onto Crisp's Wink is trying, but Xiaohu flashes away, but doesn't have enough damage. Crisp is left alone looking for the kill himself, but Cryan is getting everything. He survives to tell the tale, and IG's early game continues to reign supreme in this series.
Team fight could have been many tails. Fortunately, Cryan's got 9 of them. And no dragon actually goes down in the backside of that, surprisingly enough. Because they bursted out Tianjin, he doesn't get the smite yet. So, really huge. They effectively one-shot Weiwei in this play. Can't actually find anything. Tianjin kind of flashed for nothing. Oh, did Arn? Did we just miss this? Arn?
We did.
Gets the kill.
Oh, did he get it? Oh, he got it. Oh, dear lord.
Yeah, whilst that was going on, Arn finds that solo kill, so that's a cash in. Cryan does a really good job of making sure that he's able to space out everyone with those spirit rushes. I feel like Nightmare would give this one the seal of approval.
Oh, I'm sure. Speaking of seal, 5 stacks, not bad at all.
Now and that is the mega seal of approval.
Oh, it is indeed, isn't it? God, it's a big Ari. 500 gold lead mid, 700 bot because of that cash in. Top side, I didn't get to see, but is it relevant? Because the Shy is the only one in this game who now has a lead, or at least somewhat some power to talk about here. As IG only 1,000 gold ahead, but we know what Draven did in game 1. We know what any Draven does. People have played solo queue before. People have watched Tyler 1. You know, whether that's a great example or not. But this team, Jamada, this will snowball out of control.
It certainly will. And just because of the gold mechanics between Pyke and Draven as well, just those two alone can really start to take over games. Like, if Pyke starts to get, you know, a good couple of resets in a game, like, he gets very close to having the same amount of gold as solo laners, right? That's how much extra gold that passive can occasionally give if he's finding very consistent deaths from below. So, see how he gets on. And like you mentioned, I mean, even though he wasn't necessarily like the vocal part of that IG win in game number 1, he was still silently, I suppose, pulling out the damage in the team fights. It was a lot more about Tianjin and his dive and Cryan with the Pop Blossoms. Those are the more explosive abilities in those games. Now, see again whether or not those wallets can come through and really put some hurt into Weibo.
Well, at least this wallet's going to be a little bit lighter than you'd expect at this point. But I have to pause because Xiaohu's just been charmed up, dived on, ulti burnt. Wave is cleared out as they're still trying to dive this. Late ult at that as Wink gets the last pull. Tianjin out with the turret as well.
And Xiaohu gets nothing. Good dive in the end.
What's he supposed to do against 3 underneath the tower there? Not much, realistically. As speaking of being underneath the tower and outmanned, SKM could be looking to be dove yet again. Big wave. Tianjin's on his way towards the top side. Pings are coming out. Wink is making his way up there. They might be late. Maybe they can answer out post-dive. SKM, Ultimate and Flash available.
Once more, but they wait for that set ulti as he flashes over. The Shy's tanking up the turret. He ults late. He'll get the kill, but dead in the end. Teleport almost up off a cooldown, but as the wave is pushing in, I guess you take that as the Shy, who has gone Blade of the Ruined King, by the way, as his first item that we do not see anymore.
Yeah, the Shy wants to win the side lane. He doesn't care about team fighting, Jake. So I am kind of surprised that he's gone towards the Blade, right? I feel like so many Renekton this year, or at the very least this split specifically in the LPL, have really turned on big team fights with Gordon cut. Let's see how this dive unfolds. So it's basically the ultimate to split the Shy apart, and then wow. Okay, so YSKM used the ultimate to push the Shy back, flashes away from the first dash, and then hook shots perfectly as soon as the Shy starts that auto attack, gets the stun off, and then the Shy's tanking aggro. Never able to really escape. Excellently played by YSKM. Even though he's down basically half CS, you know, he's still...
Oh, meanwhile, hang on. The Shy waiting for that enhanced W, finds it. Cleanse is there. Onto the Draven, he's got hardly any mana, but with a blue buff, flash for flash, doesn't work out. Arn without ears, you'd say, is a bit more prevalent as Herald opens up the top side. So does the rotation from Light. Weibo do have a gold lead for the first time in what feels like ages. So this game is going well with plating available and no one to match in the bot side. The Shy's also going to get more.
Yeah, exactly. Demolish as well, so plate goes down instantly. Might just be able to squeeze this one out. Nah, not quite. And he will not be claimed by the Lost Platos curse either.
So, Jamada, let's be real. It's looking pretty good here for Weibo. Dragon stacking a little bit slower this game. And for the way the game started in that bottom side, the way the game has been through that skirmish, IG aren't as ahead as you'd expect from a team that really started the party early.
Yeah, I do definitely agree, but I feel like the individual members on the bottom side right now, kind of across the board in terms of like strength of champion in the game right now, I feel like they are still a little bit ahead of curve on Weibo. So despite the game state being a positive one, IG still have the opportunity to make plays. No doubt about that. So I'm still looking towards Tianjin to really find a couple of strong seasoned assists, have Cry and follow up on it, and then maybe Arn and Wink start to also then, you know, bankroll with those passives, right? And that's where you're really starting to look as IG. And that's when, if it starts to come to fruition as Weibo, you get quite scared, to be honest with you, right? If Draven cashes in, again, it's been a little while, it's been, you know, 5 minutes, he's been stacking up. You're looking at an additional, what, 5-ish, 100 gold almost, if we're kind of just guesstimating, and that's not even factoring in if Wink is able to actually find some ultimates to share the gold out across the teammates. So, they are, you know, I made a joke the other day on cast about how the US government constantly prints money, you know, just to fix them sometimes. This is actually the IG bottom lane, this game. They do kind of effectively just print money. So we'll see whether or not that can happen and actually get
there's no
these guys
inflation in League of Legends,
there's no inflation
so it doesn't matter
this time around, right? Which feels great. When the US government do it, then, you know, money's a little bit, it's worth a little bit less, but when IG do it, they just get richer. That's just how it works.
It's a smart idea instead. I like it. The analysis is there as onto Cryan. Can you do this? Trying to pop out his ulti. The Shy just wants to burn and turn. As the wave will be shoving in. Cryan might get over as well. Meanwhile, Xiaohu is making a topside play onto YSKM. He does not have enough damage yet. YSKM with ulti maybe could have made that more dangerous than it was, but ulti's held on for both as Dragon is now up.
Yeah, exactly. And the Shy's in a bit of a position here. Weiwei's trying to keep him alive. They know he's dead.
Arn is isolated. Yeah, he is. Oh my god. Tianjin smacks him down with the help of Wink. That skin vibrated the screen. Oh, bug up. Here comes hookshot, wallshot, ulti onto the jungler. Weiwei can't get out. And again, death from below. The spectator is in shambles. What is the Zaza we're experiencing right now every time Wink ulties?
Whoa, it's a good thing it's not a weekend. That's what I'm gonna say. Man, what is going on? Those particle effects, man. Jeez. I mean, look. At the end of the day, jokes aside here, that's two. It's Wink getting 2 kills, but then technically he's sharing an extra kill's worth of gold over the course of those ultimates. So, huge moment for IG because the Shy is just overreaching. Like, what's he doing here? Why is he looking for Crying this aggressively?
Yeah.
Why does he want his ultimate to the point where he's willing to give his life over like this? And Wink, boom. That's execution number 1. But like, okay, for real, why the particle effects like this, Jake? It's so strange. It's a cool skin, but like, I feel like my eyes get blown out every time.
Jesus. The distortion is unbeatable, unparamount levels. The Shy might be in a bit of trouble while we're laughing away, though. Ulti's almost up and available. Is the timing there? That dominance, it's close, but in the end, the Shy's dead before he can even press that R button. Tianchen with the kill. Side lane the Shy, now in jeopardy, as he was the strongest member of Weibo only 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, he was. Now he no longer is, and he's going to be pushed down quite far. I have a very important question to ask you, Jake, perhaps after this play, if there is one.
Ryan's going to get this, isn't he? Everfrost. Charm, just out of range. Bone Skewer there as well. Wink going to be channeled. There's the Whirling Death as Weibo drops the ulti after. Wink is nuked out of existence. Light with the CC chain. Really nicely done as the Shy teleports here all the way to mid to parry with the turret as well, leaving YSCam to find bot side and another push in. So props to Light, just the ult in the perfect position to kill Wink.
Yeah, Wink just got a preview to Oppenheimer, I think. It's blown up by Light. I feel like maybe he wants to go watch Barbie movie afterwards instead. Funny discourse there. Hey, so I've got a very important question in regards to Wink and well, it's funny because he just died, but Wink and these ultimates. Do you have the mystical tree Zaza move in the LPL?
Of course I do.
Okay,
Of course I do.
Brilliant. This is why I love you, boss. This is exactly why.
What I do.
Wink. Yeah, Wink just couldn't play the game. There's no analysis in him getting permafrosted into another ult on top of his head. He just dies. He can't get away in time. But anyway, zoom back out. IG actually sat in an okay position. YSKM's a champion now that he's got 1 item. He can still be locked down though, right? The Shy with Blade the Ring King. This build a lot more geared towards 1v1. Very hard to deal with the Renekton. Pretty much always, if he's got a certain level of Fury, when you try and fight into him and then he pops Dominus, like he's going to get 2 empowered abilities, and that's just really, really hard to overcome as the Camille, probably until maybe even 3 items, just given how strong Renekton can be with this item. So we'll see exactly how that side lane develops, but it will be one where eventually the Camille will or should overpower the Renekton, but there is always going to be room for skill expression down there.
I just love the gold lead we just saw. I mean, incredible stuff that we're seeing on our screens. The gold lead's been so back and forth, and we're now at a standstill yet again. But make no mistake, IG with the double dragon, we know who controls the pacing down towards the bottom side of the map. We know who this Infernal Soul would also benefit. Let's be real, probably both of them, as we see a lot of burst potential coming through, while Xiao forced the ult out of Cryan. Teleport going to be burned. He's not going to escape this one as YSCam just locks him in a chamber. And Cryan punishes 1 and 3 Xiao on this Tristana. Again, not having the greatest time.
Nope, not having the greatest time at all. Jake, are we going to see Weibo lose to IG-02? Is that what's going to happen today?
They beat JDG, and now they're going to beat Weibo. IG just like a little bit too late, but still scary.
You know what? Can we just do we just take the spot off of like NIP or RNG? Whoever finishes like 9th or 10th, make them battle it out, and whoever loses just give us the spot over to IG. Like,
yeah, we could.
Why not? What's happening, man? Like, look, IG. I feel like they've been the most, like, you guys, you older heads here in the LPL, when you were educating me to kind of get down with how things go on over here, you're like, look, top esports, they're the mojo team. I feel like IG have taken that crown. They were there in spring with all of that mojo in the first half, right? And now it feels like the mojo's returning in the back half of summer. And even if playoffs is out of their purview, looking to play spoiler for a couple of these higher end teams. They've effectively denied JDG from finishing first, right? I'm not sure if they've mathematically been locked out, but the likelihood is continuing to look like that will be the case. And now, maybe putting Weibo in a scary position to not make top 6.
Yep. Going to first round instead as Dragon starts up. I mean, IG, all it will take is a flank, but maybe for YSKM, the vision should be enough that Weibo can zone him out as Weiwei ultis in onto Tianjin. There's the nuke again. And Tianjin get low with Xiao, who also jumping in. Finally, it's Tristana doing something, but Tianjin ulti to his last hurrah onto Light, who gets the shutdown. Weibo will find themselves the Dragon, but it's IG who should be pummeling. However, that ain't the case with Wink and Cryan running for the hills. The Shy played zone control, and Weiwei played pain in the backside. As Chris now with an angle to ram against the wall, and Cryan just knows he's dead. As a nice cash in for Arn in the meanwhile. Means that this could turn around, but Wink's avoided. Xiao got out of that death from below. There's no reset to be had, but there are cash-ins for Arn, who's getting adoration from the crowd, who wants one more speed up.
The wall for the auto attacks, for the speed up.
Wink is gonna find him a bone skewer. He gets him another cash in. Arn is rolling in the money.
Oh boy, that's 3 kills, a shutdown, I think, onto Xiaohu because he picked up a couple of kills in that team fight as well. Massive gold swing again. And now that the Baron's up, it's just spawned. They're going to take it immediately as it comes up. This teleport on the control ward should give Weibo an idea that it's happening, but I mean, I don't think they can do anything. Maybe some poke damage from Light, right, with the ultimate and some AoE, but I think this is gone. This should just be dead.
It doesn't mean the Shy won't go in, even without ulti. Try and find IG on the back end. As you said, the poke is there. Now we watch for Light to poke him down bit by bit as Cryan has to ulti out, but Chris now in danger zone as Wink doesn't have the ulti. The Shy back with dominance. This could be a fight for Weibo as the Shy and Xiao picking apart the pieces. Chris with the sacrificial lamb who gave ulti resets to Cryan, while Weiwei now in threat as the charm connects, but in the choke, watch Light, watch the Shy, slice and dice, the Tianjin re-engages, but Arn keeps getting the money! This guy richer than T-Pain right now, and adoration for Arn cannot be understated!
Cash rules everything around IG and everything around Arn and Wink. 6-0. He was 2 kills a second ago on like 1 kill. He was 102. He just picked up 5 kills. He's up, surprisingly, only 2k on Light, but it doesn't matter. He's got 4.4k sat in a wallet right now. He's 2 items. He's gonna buy like, I don't even know what a Lord Dom's was, a BF sword or something ridiculous, a Bloodthirster maybe? It could be anything. This guy is an absolute monster now because Weibo, I don't know, they've overreached so hard back to back, right? Once for Cryan underneath that tier 2, and then here in the Baron because they want to try and answer out. This time around, it makes a little more sense, right? IG are kind of, you know, trying to take a little bit of a bite of this team fight, but once the reset starts coming for Cryan, and again, Weibo kind of look for this weird in the choke flank, Xiao who's not in a position to follow up on Weiwei, it's all falling apart so quickly, and almost come back up.
Again!
Oh no! Weiwei's dead.
Weiwei's dead. We're not sure how that happened, but with the Baron, we know what's going to happen next. Weibo going to have to fight for their life. The Shy! Your jungler just died here, but does he care? I mean, the whirling death flying through, that puts him in danger. The Shy decides to do a bit of running it down into IG's face, who now have 20 kills and the means to take a 2-0 in this series.
Get it ready. You know what I'm going to say? Get those emotes going.
Oh, no.
You know what's happening.
You know, I said it a bit more sus in the past. Jamada, I'll tell you how. The Shy to a T is how I phrase it. Yeah, I can't get done for that one. As Charm in again. Bone Skewer's been great. Xiao now looking for a re-engage, but Cryan taking none of it. Wink, death from below is on cooldown, but those Bone Skewers in range find their mark every time. He's been on point on the blitz, on the pike here in this series. As another turret goes down, both in bot, both in mid. Inners destroyed, 7,000 gold in their pocket.
I cannot believe what I'm watching in front of me right now unfold. IG back to back looking to cause upsets here into these top end teams. Weiwei, yeah, just fake check. Bye-bye. Doesn't matter how tanky you are. Too much CC. But then the Shy, you know, it's like he saw Weiwei do it and thought, hey, I could do it better. And just kind of kills himself. I'm not really sure what else to say. It's a bit of a weird rotation in. The only plus side here is that Wink didn't find the ultimate, so it's just less gold, right? But still a very curious rotation from the Shy. And now Weibo on the back foot, being choked out of vision. Dragon spawns in 15 seconds. At this big a gold deficit, if they fight, they will probably just lose the game.
Holy crap. That was a 6,500 gold Baron power play. If whatever that drink commercial that the English audience don't see, it said 6595 positive play, which I'm assuming is the Baron power play.
Yep.
6,500k Baron power play is insane. And I mean, IG has shown up massive today. Again, out of playoffs, which is such a shame. But against Weibo, they've limited their options every piece of the way. Is now trying to do the same to YSKM. It's hard. He's a Camille, hook shot, wall shot. He's out of there while you give up more pressure around the rest of the map.
Exactly. Very hard to lock down Camille. Even if she's not necessarily putting down pressure at your base, if you try and go to actually pick her up for a little bit of extra cash, then YSKM's 1 and 4. Like, I don't think he's actually going to be worth that much gold. And number 2, you're killing by far and away the weakest guy on IG right now, and it's not really going to buy you too much depending on where he dies. And IG will certainly strike back far harder somewhere else on the map. So, yeah, Weibo, I'm not really sure what to say here. I guess Light's 3 items, so if they can get a very long, like prolonged team fight where they can poke out a range, then maybe things look alright, but I just can't see it coming to fruition. I feel like IG are just forcing the envelope so hard at every possible turn that there is no real prolonged team fight. It's, you know, Vi presses R on your face and then you just get dove on and die. So we'll see what they can actually try and find, but I feel like for now, IG, they just suffocate Weibo out. It's going to be a very clean and easy ending to this game.
Yep. And to the series, the way it's going, I want to point out Arn is 4 items, by the way. We never got to check in after the gold because it just kept happening piece by piece. That is a 4-item Draven with GA. Collector. We've also got a shield bow. Like, yeah, Arn is going to pummel and be very hard to kill for a Draven as Wink setting up for the Bone Spear again. He's found Loyway. Ghost Water Dive used to just threaten around the side as we never really did mention, but IG's pick tool's still so dangerous as all it takes is Weibo to have less numbers than them. Hell, at this point, maybe even one greater number and they can just take over as again. Threaten, okay, we push them away. Baron now spawns, Weibo have to walk in again.
Yeah, Weibo do have to walk in again. It's complete darkness here for Weibo. Look at that. I love the observers. It's just perfect timing. It's like we just got telepathy between.
Yeah.
Of course, the observers can't hear us. That's why we make these jokes. But, oh yeah, Wink. Goes a little bit deep, spots out, drops the ward. Lane ward's going to be useful for information. Edge of Knight was there, so I feel like Wink was almost always fine. Gen needs to be careful, but yeah, I mean, for Weibo, all they can hope for is, at best, what they just did, right? Like, pop their head in, take a look around. No one's on Baron? Alright, great, let's turn around and not stay here any longer. Very rough situation to be in. And all they can really hope for, I think, is at this point, a really botched Baron start from IG, but they're being real disciplined about how they're going about these fights.
Pops the ulti, Everfrost is there, but Chris' ulti, I mean, at this point in the game, when you're so far behind, the value is immeasurable. The fact that IG pulled it out, yeah. And now that that's down okay, we go back to Baron, we dance. Look at Draven. He does enough damage, doesn't take much himself, and they just look for Weibo to walk in. Oh dear. Oh, with the flash charm as well. Whirling Death Xiaohu, now the target. YSKM jumps in with the angle before the Shy. His new target is onto Crime, but that's an Ari. Making things hard as Crisp, without the ulti, is so squishy as Light has to bomb himself. Goodbye, cruel world. B-Ziggs is no longer as Weibo with 3 dead. This might just be it. No damage left in the chamber. And IG look to create the upset on one of their last series of the split.
2-0 into Weibo. Who would have thought, looking at this matchup today, that this would have come to fruition? Maybe 3 games, absolute worst case. They're on the Nexus Towers, it's just the support.
Wink is one taking up the damage, but yet another trade in as Arn fires away. This man must be adored. The crowd ask for nothing more than Weiwei's death. As the health bars are a little bit too low, it won't end here, but Arn has enough money to buy himself a Nexus at this point anyway.
He really does, doesn't he? 4 items. I will give credit actually to Light for being able to maintain, you know, gold relevance to this guy. Like, it's absurd, but even then, On might just base for like a huge. He might just have a full item again, just for funsies. You never know. Looks like it's just the last whisper. But jokes aside, IG, we're on the Nexus towers there. Could have looked to close, but couldn't quite find the angle. Death time is just a touch too short. Weibo eyeing up around this Baron, but at the end of the day, I mean, look, Dragon's up in 20 seconds time. That's soul for IG. Pretty big thing that Weibo have to contest with. IG can just pull their leg here. Can literally just wait for them to have the Dragon spawn up, and if they don't start the Baron, just go towards the Dragon, send one member down there, execute it, and then come back. So again, Weibo, despite holding control right here, it's tense.
Forwards onto Tianchen though. Do they have enough damage? I mean, he ulties back on in. Xiao went melee for that one. As even into choke, you think, well, maybe Weibo have a chance, but as they find Wink in the end, that's great. But the problem is, On is still standing, much like Elton John, baby. This man plays with his heart, plays the keys to no avail. 11-0 and 5. Baron an easy take. It might not be the end again, but it just keeps going their way.
And man, he's a rocket. On a rocket, on the way to the moon, with the amount of gold that he's got. IG, yeah, it looked alright. I'm not gonna lie. It looked like it could have been fine for Weibo for like a brief second. And then On started right-clicking people after you came out of GA. And it was immediately over. Good engage here onto Tianchen. Tianchen does what he can to stay alive on the way back out. But yeah, it's a pretty difficult situation to be amongst. Gets a triumph heal amongst it, but it's really about the Shy who's putting in so much AoE here. Kills off Wink as well, and then thinking maybe he'll have the cooldowns come back up for Cryan, but then, yeah, On just starts right-clicking heads, and they all die. Triple kill goes over to him again. He'll no doubt have that Lord Doms finished up. There you go. And the Ninja Touch, just to boot, just in case the Shy gets on top of him.
Okay, thank you for the Infernal Soul. We come back from the replay, 6k damage on the Draven with Trinity. It's not even lethality, it's just Trinity Force now with a full build. 31 minutes into the game. Arn and Wink, like, they are continuing the legacy of Jackie Love. You know, we have Wink, who was an ex-RNG 80 carries. I need to pause it for the time being. Whirling Death flies through, and Tianchen survives. So does Wink, actually, as Arn is booped out of there, unfortunately, by Xiao. And that means Light ulti doesn't get the kill. Weibo managed to defend at least for the time being. Jamada, the only thing I'm worried about here is that even I see Infernal Soul tear them apart. The longer this defense goes on, the longer this Ziggs damage hurts more. So, can IG end the game now is my next question.
I mean, there's a lot of wave clear on the Ziggs. This is the big thing about if they can kill them off, great. Charm, gonna amount to anything, but aren't also, like, 2-taps these towers at 5 items and a Sheen. 1.3k crit on a minion, so I imagine it's not going to be too far behind on a champion if he does end up critting. This is the last chance of Luna, I think, for Weibo. These towers are getting lower and lower.
Still need to go down. I mean, they will rejuvenate. The Shy clears out that cannon. That does quite a lot. As poke here from Wink, the Bone Skewer. Weibo still trying to chase this up. Remember, they have Infernal Soul, and IG is still 13,000 gold ahead. So, Jamada, my question of, I guess, scaling at this point may be still irrelevant, as they have a lot of catching up to do. But the game is going on. That's the problem. The game feels like it should have been done 5 minutes ago.
Yeah, that's the scary bit about this game, right? Like, no matter how you look at it, with this big of a gold lead, you imagine IG should be pretty much like closing now, right? That opportunity they had before the Baron was kind of where you would have anticipated they'd end. And of course, the longer the game goes on, the more punishing mistakes become, right? Death timers are longer, objectives, you know, just tend to be up when picks are found a lot of the time at these stages of the game. So you need to really look out and be careful.
Flashes away. I mean, Weiwei just shouldn't have been there. Very far out. At least Xiao's able to clear the way, but IG still the threat of the poke, the pick, the CC, and the finisher in on is always there, as Light is clearing the way. As Light is the one you need to watch right now. Even though Xiao does a lot of damage himself, Light is firing from far away with almost 4 items.
It's so awkward because Light can clear these waves infinitely, and IG, like, even though they're so far ahead, diving is just risky, right? You're against Alistar, you're against the CC of Sejuani, and there's like double knockbacks from both. of these carries here of Weibo, so you never really want to risk it. It just doesn't feel like it's worth it ever, especially when you've got 700 gold shutdown on Arn as well. If you hand that over to one of the carries, all of a sudden they finish up another big ticket item. I think we could end up in an Elder Baron flip situation at this rate, because mid lane inhibitor's up, bottom lane inhibitor is spawning, I think probably 2-3 minutes alongside when this Elder and this Baron spawn up as well. So I think we're in for the long haul, unless Weibo make a huge mistake in position and get picked off. We're here for another 5 minutes, I imagine, easy.
Was just looking at Light's gold, by the way. He might be 5,000 behind Arn, but remember that Arn's full build. His gold irrelevant at this point. And even though Light isn't full build himself yet, Rabadon should be coming shortly. That bouncing bomb, I guess the wrong direction.
No, we didn't see it.
No, we don't.
Good.
Okay, don't need to worry. Wisecam might be in trouble. His TP committed as well, but it's from IG's side. Permafrost there to buy them time as Cryne's chasing them down. Meanwhile, Xiaohu might be caught out, but it's on to Wink, who can't pull the ulti off in time. IG are getting blasted away as the Shy almost finds Cryne, but as he goes golden, it's a bad spot. Arn cleaves him in one, but the re-engage is there. Look at the range. Arn can't deal with this carry in the mid lane. Xiaohu is doing so much work. Rocket jumps in, playing dangerous. Ulti from Tianchen, maybe even more so. But they find the Sejuani. Weibo left in a 3v3 with a health bar advantage. Onto Cryne, he's up next, but they've gone too far. GA popped out, but YSKM will be known again.
They have no minions though, Jake. I can't quite see. We're in the picture-in-picture right now. Look at the elation on the face of the IG players there. YSKM stone-faced as they look to bear down on the base. The minions are quite far out, but these death timers, I think, may be just about too long. Jake, I don't know. If they tank the towers, maybe.
Oh, it's okay. It is.
Yeah.
I feel like they're going to find... Oh, not the emote.
They've got it. They've got it.
Well, 5 seconds till the Shy. No, wait. 5 seconds to the Shy. Minions
No,
help it out, though. You're right, Jamada. You're spot on. At the end of the day, IG 2-0 Weibo in a beautiful sunset of an upset.
Before anything else, I've got to point someone their way. Someone go check on Cage man. If he's watching the LPL, watching the Shy get blasted 2-0, that's not gonna be the way you're expecting the series to go against the 4-10 IG. Either way, this is massive for that playoff, like for the placement of these teams. This is huge because now Weibo go into their RNG and their EDG series at even footing. At 8 wins. So these wins are now, or these games are now 6-point games with a game difference which could end up even potentially marrying depending on how those results go. So this is a huge moment now for Weibo. They have to step up against RNG and EDG. IG continue to play spoiler, and like you say, where was this IG for so much of the split, right? It has to be said, it feels really bad to see them pulling out these performances now, but at the end of the day, maybe the weight, the pressure being off them of knowing they can't make it into playoffs is just making them play a little bit more freely and happily.
I mean, happily is definitely a word for it. I mean, IG playing with fire. We've seen these drafts, few and far between in the LPL as a whole, but these explosive, tempo-based drafts, for lack of a more productive word. I feel like ultimately, Jamada, like, IG, if they played like that the whole season, if IG were this good the whole season, maybe we'd get IG in playoffs. That's what bothers me the most, is that IG look like a team possessed. And it always happens in the LPL when teams are out, when they find themselves out of playoffs. Like, IG all of a sudden, play like a top 6 team or something. I don't know, man.
It's strange. It is strange. And it's sad that we're not going to see these guys in playoffs. Not only, obviously, here, but the fact that they were also just shy of it in spring, I think is going to make this feel even worse, especially if, like, NIP, they're currently sat at 7 wins. Imagine again if they miss out by like 1 win. If they're sat on 6 wins by the end of this, right? They could very easily beat Ultra Prime in their next series. I think that's in 2 days' time. Once they take them down, there'll be 6 wins, 1 behind NIP, assuming they're not actually able to pick up another win. So yeah, it's really, really, it just sucks for IG, like, just to be plain and simple, innit? But that is competition. They couldn't really follow up for a very long time on a lot of those early spring performances, and then these later summer performances just felt like they've come out of nowhere. But again, for Weibo, again, I feel like this is the series that matters way more for them. And again, OMG and EDG play after this series, right? So that is now the place where they're going to have all of their eyes, because at the end of the day, now if OMG end up losing and it's EDG that get this win, they could leapfrog to 10 wins by the time that they actually get to come up against Weibo, and that could be huge.
Sorry, I'm just jamming out because IG, you know, today, just absolutely massive in being a pain in the ass for the Shy and Weibo fans, right? Like, this should not have happened, but it did. The Draven ban has been there before out of respect. Maybe it needs to be there again. I think a lot of the time, like, you know, we're talking 40, 50% of the time, this Draven is taken away from this man for a reason. And it was given over to him in both Game 1 and Game 2. And it happened to be the bane of Weibo's existence. Especially in this Game 2, Jamada. Like, Arn was incredible. And alongside Wink, in not even just this game, but Game 1 too, this 2v2 was more impactful to the game state in both of these games.
Yeah, exactly. All right, and I do wonder if, you know, having Light off of like a traditional AD carry also kind of threw Weibo through a bit of a loop, because I feel like for us, a lot of our expectations surrounding this Weibo roster, I beg your pardon, I'm kind of having a bit of a brain fart moment.
Yeah, right.
Surrounding this Weibo roster, you know, it was about Xiaohu the Shy, originally Castle, but now obviously Weiwei, having a very solid top side, right? And everyone was like, oh my god, everyone's gonna be able to play for the Shy, and then he's gonna be able to carry games and take over, because that's the kind of player the Shy is. And then we entered that bottom lane meta throughout all of spring into MSI. Obviously they weren't there, but like even into early summer. And Light was kind of silently the carry a lot of the time. It never ended up being that fantasy of the Shy getting all these resources. It was about Light, and it was about Crisp in the bottom lane more times than not when it came to their successes. With him on that Ziggs, I feel like losing out on the 2v2 and then not necessarily having, you know, your hyper carry that can take over a team fight really did hurt Weibo and their options and opportunities in actually returning to a positive game state into IG.
Yeah, and again, like, God, you look at this team, it's come together, it's just almost unbelievable. I was gonna jump around, you know, Tianjin's best series today is we've actually got an interview with him to talk with him about this upset of a 2-0 against Weibo.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by Tianjin, the jungler for Inventus Gaming. Congratulations on your very dominant 2-0 victory. In last game, you just took down JDG with 2-1 victory, but today you performed much better because you got a very clean 2-0. So how do you feel about taking down two strong teams in the row? 欢迎天真来到我们的赛后采访，也恭喜 IG 在这局 BO3 当中2-0拿下了对手。在上一场比赛当中，你们2-1力克 JDG， 在今天又是一个非常干净利落的2-0。天真选手觉得在这两场比赛当中力克2连强队，感觉怎么样呢？特别是今天的比赛也是非常的激烈和精彩。
感觉今天2连胜的话就比较开心吧，然后也帮我们上单选手完成他的心愿，然后把微博赢了，然后哥几个就放开去打就行了。
First of all, I'm very happy to be able to get 2 win streak, and especially we took down WBG, and I help our top laner YSKM accomplish his wish that's about taking down WBG. And I also want to start with something about in-game content. In game 1, you got Nocturne and you won MVP. Actually, you did a lot of things like just secure the Rift Hill and you controlled the vision very well. So how did you guys manage to carry the early game pace, especially You did a perfect job around this part. 那么在今天的比赛当中，第一局天真选手用 NOC 拿到了 MVP 嘛。其实我们可以看到你在前期的一个设计是非常的完美，控视野、控先锋，帮助队友 carry 节奏。当你拿到这样的英雄的时候，在第一局这个特殊情况下，大概的思路是怎么样的？可以跟我们分享一下吗？
就打出自己阵容的特性嘛，然后把该拿的资源拿了，然后就可以了。
We just want to show the strengths of the draft we have picked and just play around a lot of mutual objectives. If we got these mutual objectives, we can just take the game 1. And coming to game 2, a very spicy draft, a very excellent matchup to watch. And you got Vi. I know you like play these champions very well, and especially your teammates got their signatures as well. So what's your take on your draft in game 2? Do you think this draft suits your playstyle, suits the whole IG's playstyle very very well。那么在第2局的时候，大家看的也是非常非常的精彩刺激，在每一个点位上几乎都拿到了你们擅长的英雄。天真选手是拿到了玩的比较多的位，包括其他的各个点也是很在完成这一点嘛。你会不会觉得第2局的阵容大家拿出来的时候就觉得，我们这个阵容非常符合 IG 一直以来的一个游戏风格，或者说是我们特殊的契机和原因吗？
拿出这个英雄就教练考虑到 BP 吧，说给我选什么我就玩什么吧，然后就这样。
We just follow the coach's strategies in Bampi Face in Game 2, and we got these champions. We just want to utilize this champions' strengths. And final question for you: I know you are one of the young jungler in LPL. So from your perspective, could you tell me your impression of LPL and what kind of jungler you would like to be? 那么最后一个问题，天真选手作为我们 LPL 也是新生代的打野之一，你对 LPL 的印象是怎么样的呢？并且你希望在 LPL 赛场上成为一个什么样的打野选手呢？
对 LPL 吧，就很厉害的前辈打野有很多吧，然后就多向他们学习，然后成为一个可以独当一面的打野。
So first of all, you know that LPL have so many very strong junglers, veterans. I will learn from them, and I would like to be one of the strongest jungler in LPL. Thank you so much for joining us. 谢谢天真来到我们的赛后采访，也非常感谢在这2天的比赛当中 IZ 带给我们的精彩。Back to you guys. Bye bye.
Thank you very much, guys. Definitely an uplifting day for Tianjin, and feels like, when you ask him what kind of player he wants to be, he already knows, Jamada. He knows what kind of player he is. He's a man who's got a big ceiling. Just didn't get a chance to show it as much this split.
Yeah, and, there has, again, and I'll say it verbatim like how I did earlier, there's been a lot of stinky performances from Tianjin, right? It's not all looked positive, but it's moments like these where he does step up, and he does look like the player that was promised coming out of the academy here onto the IG roster. So I'm happy that he obviously gained another MVP from that Nocturne performance, had a very solid vibe performance here in game number 2, but he isn't getting MVP because I feel like we all knew where this MVP was going. It's over to On.
What a big surprise on this Draven. There you go, 13 kills on it as well. Gold difference by end was 6,500. I mean, dude, Light was one of the most fed members, or at least one of the most expensive members on Weibo. But Arn was just that much more ahead.
Yeah, like I said, for the Shy, this must have been like looking in a mirror that was placed in 2018 in terms of, dealing with IG. It's Draven in the bottom lane, it's Camille in the top side. But yeah, this game was all about Arn. And yeah, I feel like from the moment he got those first couple of early kills into... or the first early kill, which looked pretty good for him, and then he got, what was it, that chain of about 5 or 6 kills almost back-to-back from bot lane all the way up to top, up here in this sequence. The game fell over. Like, he went from having an item and a half to, 3 items, and at that point, Weibo did not have the goal to close the gap, and they practically never found the way to kill him off.
After what could have been, like, a game 3 from the way Weibo started, just those kills, those chains, and... finding that chase down, Arn was destroying. I love this last fight as well, Jamada. Like, Weibo, are they back into the game? The answer is no, because look who still survives and has a GA.
It's on. Time and time again. And then, he's like, hey, I've got a GA. I'm going to chuck out my 827. And then YSKM deals the last 700 damage. Yeah, very hard game for, I beg your pardon, for the side of Weibo to play out, and a lot of it was down to, Arn and Wink having a strong 2v2 in the bottom side, but then also leaning it then into team fights, and again, massive performances from IG here, and playing a huge spoiler for this race for those final couple of round 2 or round 1 bye positions in 5th and 6th.
God, it's going to hurt so much. 8 and 6 is where Weibo will sit now, and again, as you said, that final series, that Weibo, at least couple, will have to round themselves out with. Will make it harder for them to hold that 5th and 6th position that gives them a bye in the first round. But, speaking of important matches, our final one here tonight is one that you cannot miss. OMG versus EDG will be going up against each other. 2 playoff teams fighting for that 5th, 6th position themselves. This is one you can't miss right after the break.
"我们会给你几张图片，然后你需要根据这个图片猜出这个图片对应的是哪一位选手。
看图片猜职业选手。
对，
这个是不限于 LPL 吧？
对。
哦，简单对吧？
这是一个什么？是背包吗？还是尺子？
尺子也入了。这是电脑屏幕啊？还是这是什么？
这是帽子还是导弹啊？
不知道啊。
帽子一个选手，
这是什么意思？这是顶帽子。
需要提示吗？
提示吧，提示吧。
第一个提示是，他是一名 LEC 的选手。
LEC 的选手 ，LEC 是欧洲吗
？LEC 选手就是形容他操作很像魔术师。
应该只会给知名选手。LEC 有什么知名选手吗？
还有提示吗？
他是一名中单选手。
中单，还有呢？
他的 ID 和这个图片有关。
Caps，Cat，哦不对 ，Caps，这只能是他的呀。Caps 吗？
对。
哦。我第一时间愣了，我以为是个管道，那个 Caps 啊，这都不用提醒啊。Caps。
哦，这是帽子吗？
你一开始以为它是？
我以为这是电脑屏幕，然后黄色的那个是尺子。我也在量屏幕。
这个是反向帽子，
这是木桶吗？垃圾桶，也是一名选手吧？
是垃圾桶吗？这个垃圾桶鸡兔吗？感觉鸡兔很喜欢把别人对标扔进去了。
有什么姓桶的吗？
第一个提示是，他是一名 LCS 的选手。
？LCS 是什么
？LCS 是欧洲赛区是吧？
不是。
海底沙？难道是玩酒桶吗？应该不是。翻译过来意思都不一样。
第二个提示是，他是一名 AD 位置的选手。
LCS， 想不出来。
还是啥吗
？Z 位吗？是 Niki， 欧城？
不是。
哦，欧城是欧洲。
他的这张图片与他说过的一句垃圾话有关。
然后呢？
没有。LCS 的，然后又很出名，就垃圾话出名的 WF。
哦，大师兄。我记得好像之前有个国外的说什么要钻进垃圾桶，大师兄吗 ？WLift 的。 之前有一个把队服丢垃圾桶里那个人就是 WLift 吧。
垃圾话，大师兄，哎。
WLift， 在座都是垃圾。哦，在座各位都是垃圾，是吗？原来还能扯到这里来。那是 WLift 的。
나 WLift밖에 모르는데。
对的。
对吗？
对。
这么有名吗？帅。
怎么感觉都有点难啊？
笑点赞，物资，高振宁，
全是外国选手是吧？
不一定。
点赞哥，一个日文的点赞哥，我不知道那个叫什么，不是那个吗？
不是。
笑着点赞，热晒。
不是。
怎么知道的这种？
这是 Deft 吗？这是什么？微笑点了赞，笑点点赞，微笑呢？谁知道啊这个？
第一个提示是，他是一名 LCK 的选手。
谁？哪个 LCK 选手这么开心
？Pusik， 不是吗？这怎么猜？这感觉都差不多啊。那第二个呢？第二
个提示是，他是一名中单选手。
喜欢点赞还是？
中单点赞。小妹看，不知道，完全不知道。
这个图片是他的标志性动作。
啊，拍照的标志性动作，就是 faker， 这也太抽象了。
faker 吗？就是他比较招牌的点赞动作。
就是喜欢这个点赞动作可以。
faker，
你可以模仿一下 faker 这个经典合照的姿势吗
？faker 第二个应该是 faker。
对。
第一个稍微有点难啊，笑脸。还再给点提示吗？第一个，除了
这是一整张图，这是一整张图。
哦，这就是 faker 呗，就喜欢微笑这样。我以为是两个人。这个猜不到呀，这是啥呀？在干嘛呀？
四圈，瞎子玩的好的，不对，官方 Riot。
这个是秀成吗？
这也是选手，那总该轮到 LPL 了吧？
干嘛？打拳啊？重拳出击吗？什么脑筋急转弯吗？我想想，热晒。
多音币，
小天。
拳击，他是出场动作拳击吗？还是什么？是不是卓呀？
提示吧。
他是一名 LPL 的选手。
哦，LPL 选手还不是他俩，那还有谁打拳啊？
他是一名上单选手。
369也不会啊。哈特，那谁打拳啊？我拳说一遍得了。
他参加了今年的 MSI。
那就只有阿斌了。哦，斌哥，哎，我的，我这个冲浪强度没那么高，这个打拳的应该是斌哥吧？
这不会是冰吧？
冰。好像听说他之前还蛮常看那个拳击比赛的，然后有拿他的队友当沙包，还好我那时候跟他已经不是队友了，对。
我挨过他一拳，只能说。
斌哥，看斌哥最近喜欢打拳。
陈哲斌，斌哥吧
？LPL 选手吗？
对的。
斌。我太帅了，我秒答什么都是，我太了解 LPL 文化了。
陈哲斌。打拳，
那你可以模仿一下斌哥打拳吗
？OK， 斌哥打拳，哦，他是往前打的，他喜欢这样打。
就这样，这种，他还是比较有力量的。
然后要不要学一下斌哥打拳？
打不了一天。
So I'll scream out right now.
面对 OMG 战队的话，他们是一支打团比较厉害的队伍嘛，然后我们尽量去拆一些他们打团比较猛的英雄吧。我觉得山鸡这名选手，不管是对线还是帮助团队，都是一名做得特别好的选手。然后跟他对线，我就尽量小心一点，不要被抢线权吧，因为我最近对线实力没有很好。
Ladies and gentlemen, forget the break. It might have had 6 minutes left remaining, but
We lie. We're liars here. At the LPL,
bloody
and we're
liars.
spreading misinformation. It's our job.
It is indeed, but hey, look, I mean, that's good. That's a good thing that we do here because we lead people closer into OMG EDG, at least quicker towards the hour. After Weibo got smashed out by IG, now we go into the thick of it of 2 playoff teams who are really fighting for that top 6 position. OMG already sitting in it, but EDG only slightly behind them, Jamada. Both at 8 wins here, both with a win today, especially with Weibo taking the loss earlier, would be in a pretty prime position.
Yeah, that's the thing now, right? That has to kind of just be the cherry on the top. The fact that Weibo actually tripped up against IG elevates the importance of this series even further. Because as EDG, you will go on to play Weibo, right? That is going to be one of Weibo's final series to play. And then, you know, as OMG, if you can keep EDG down, right? You have to remember as well, OMG now have an extra series in hand because of the issues that were going on their day. So they've still got to play Anyone's Legend on top of their remaining series as well. So if they can take down EDG, they kind of swiftly take them out of the race in the 1-to-1, and then theoretically they should be able to beat Anyone's Legend as well. The issue is right now it feels like OMG in a bit of a tailspin. So this is potentially the worst time for them to be going up against direct competitors. They need to try and find some stabilization. That Anyone's Legend series is supposed to be that stabilization, but now I hope those couple of extra days have helped them find themselves once again.
Well, look, again, leading up to this, like, there's a lot of prep needed, especially when you're against opponents that are near top of the league. Ultimately, OMG and EDG have a lot of stories that we can unravel throughout this series that have been so prevalent throughout the split. OMG especially, I mean, outside of, you know, being Dom's favorite team, outside of it being a team that has been so fun to watch and draft, Jamada, this team, split on split has improved. Last split, they made top 4. And if we're talking about them making top 4 again, if they're able to do the same thing, top 4 is a world's position this split. So I gotta say OMG are a very real threat to the rest of the teams in the LPL, just by that.
Yeah, just by that alone, right? And I mean, how fun would it be to see this OMG in a top 4 position at Worlds, right? It would be genuinely such a huge step up for a roster that, you know, if you rewind, what, 6 months ago, right? 5 months ago even, halfway through, like, spring, there weren't these level of expectations on these OMG players, right? But this is now a situation where they could potentially reach up to those aspirations and actually make it there. And, you know, players aside as well, think what it would mean for OMG as an organization. How many years has it been since OMG last appeared at a World Championship, right? This is a legacy org at the end of the day, and still, and I'll reference it every time. I remember when they made it to top 3 or top 4 or whatever it was last split in the regular season. I think it was more like top 6. I think I made a call. I was like, first time in a, like, I think I said ever, because I'd forgotten. It's been so long. There's been rebrands of OMG since they were last at Worlds. Speaking of, here for EDG, World Champions not too long ago, and now with even more veterancy under their belt, you do wonder whether or not we can kind of return to those aspiration forms and look to repeat success, which wasn't that far away that long ago.
I mean, for EDG especially, like, their roster change and the hype around that has been a very big deal. Ultimately, people now talk about one member on this roster, despite it being about others as well. That man coming out on stage, previously with the OMG organization for a very short period, and now going up against a friendly AD carry that he's very familiar with. Now, Munchable shared this with me, Jamada. I think it was also shared. Shout out to Jess213 on Twitter for telling him the story. But the gist of it is, we all remember that OMG's Abel was once behind RNG's Uzi 2018 on his golden year. He had a little bit of a break in that year. But Abel was an AD carry who sat behind him for so long. And now, for what we believe is the first time since Abel was able to get up into OMG in 2021, will be them fighting it off in different organizations. Abel versus Uzi, old RNG members. One a legacy to the organization, another a fill-in, a stand-in, someone who never really got to consistently rise to the occasion. These AD carries versus each other is going to be so much fun to talk about. As, you know, Uzi coming into EDG was a late addition. Remember that we had Leave on the roster, changed out, and Uzi came in for, I guess, what was it, 3-4 weeks in, Jamada, that we saw this?
They played
maybe
4
2
series,
weeks in.
I think, once
Yeah.
Uzi had come in. So it was around week 2 or week 3. And since then, you know, there was a bit of turbulence at the start. And even though the results haven't all been super positive, right, sat in 8 and 6 right in the mixer here, you can very clearly see this positive trend for EDG trending back towards where they were from Spring Split. And again, you know, I feel like when you have the depth of experience that you have, when you start to look further down the line, right, let's talk about a theoretical EDG deep playoffs run here. You've got the right kind of players who have done the song and dance for literally, in the case of Mako, a decade long. So, you know, if you're, you know, on the younger end of the spectrum here as Fofo and Ala, you're going to have the veteran support alongside to keep you guys level-headed. And, you know, as the veterans, chances are you're always going to be level-headed because you've done bigger and greater things than just the domestics here before you make it to those international stages.
How crazy is that it's been 10 years since Uzi's been in the World Finals? 10 years since it was, I believe it was SKT in 2013, Samsung White in 2014, both that RNG went back-to-back up to those World Finals with. It was Royal Club back then or Starhorn. But 10 years, such a long period of time. And this man has come back now in great form again. You know, I know it's a poor analogy and poor comparison, as Faker has been someone who has been in form for a very long time. But again, we have living legends like this, like Uzi to compare. I think Rookie's another great one, as it's almost 10 years since he won an LCK championship, of course, over on KT Arrows in the LCK. It's just great to see this 10-year ship here as OMG and EDG, 2 playoff teams now going head-to-head. OMG on blue, EDG red, and Kasante taken away from Shanji is a bust. The Rumble as well. I think you got to give a lot of respect to Shanji, as it feels like he has been the best top laner, if not one of, here in the LPL split.
Yeah, I think, you know, if for whatever reason you're not thinking about Bin, it has to be Shanji, right? Like, it's just those two right at the top. And obviously you've got 369 when he's rolling 9s as well. Those are kind of the trifecta of the strongest tops in my mind. And even beyond those 3, right, there are plenty of talented top laners, Ala amongst that list as well. So I don't think, much like the first series or the second series of the day, that we're going to get these, you know, big hyper carry matchups in the top side per se, but we will certainly see a lot of priority around counterpick, I imagine, here as Shanji with that flexible champion pool. I feel like EDG will want to keep him down, but with LeBlanc and Zaya joining the ban list, Nico up and available, OMG pass over it in favor of this Kai'Sa. So a lot of priority there for the Kai'Sa pick, and we'll see exactly how Abel gets on, because Uzi, no stranger at all to locking in direct counterpicks. We saw him a couple of weeks ago pick up his Vayne into this lane because the rest of the composition made sense. So OMG now also need to kind of have in the back of their mind, hey, we have to have some point and click CC available, otherwise Uzi will pull out the speciality pick. There's the Nico as anticipated, and you imagine probably the Vi will come out here for JDG, if not the Rakan, just because it's up and available. The Rel as well, also very high priority here, but I feel like you could pass over this, right? The Alistar's also up, and you could definitely take that side of the matchup, but EDG, no, want this Rel, and of course technically works as that flex pick too. Can go in the jungle, can go in the support role, as we traditionally
Technically. Yeah, I mean, Kanavi's pulled it out, but yeah, we know most likely going to be in support, especially with Mako's playstyle, but I like that you flexed it around, and I like ultimately that OMG took away this Kai'Sa when some of his best games in split have been on that set pick. So despite the fact that this guy can flex 80 carries, we know that OMG are taking away one of his best with the PP God Alistar into the mix as well. As you were flaring about before, Jamada, that Vi's still on the table, and it is something for Arky that he can just pinch and make sure that JJ doesn't have.
It feels like it's sticking out like a sore thumb. You're kind of surprised that EDG weren't happy to take like either side of the Rel and the Alistar matchup, but perhaps what the idea is here from EDG is you go Uzi's AD carry now, Aphelios, you've got, I suppose, I mean, what else, really? In my mind, I feel like I'm so tied to EDG having Aphelios that it should end up being that, but maybe they look at something super aggressive or defensive into what is a whole bunch of dives, something that can deal with Peel. For now, though, it seems like not super interested in holding on to this Relflex. They're going to go towards Nocturne. So looking at dive, and, you know, I like this. We saw a bit of a glimpse of this, of course, from IG, where turn off the lights, and then the Nico comes in. It's starting to kind of become a bit of a popular combo that I'm seeing a lot more throughout the LPL teams. As second ban phase, I imagine, as EDG, you're probably looking here at mid laners that pair up very well. I wouldn't be too surprised if we see Cream have actually a melee support, something a melee mid laner locked away. If not, just because it's Cream, then I would anticipate something like the Syndra, as that is one of the few mid laners that has a pretty decent one-to-one matchup with Nico. As you make the her, it's because that tax has to be paid. The Vayne is banned away from Uzi.
It's just hilarious. No one else would get that Vayne banned against them, but again, iconic champion taken away from the said man. Now, let's see if it's a double AD carry ban in the end, because already we do have 2 ADs off the board by OMG. As the Akali, you mentioned that melee for Cream that could be paired quite nicely. That option now no longer available. As we start pinching this mid lane pool, I mean, look, 3 from mid, 2 from top. EDG giving all the respect over to Cream and Shanji.
Yeah, plus the cannon. So 1 target ban towards Uzi's champion pool, plus the cannon, so they're not dealing with the Venn diagram of death in darkness. I can respect that from OMG. EDG, let's see where they go. AD carry. Again, hyper carry in Aphelios, Jinx also up if they really want to go down that kind of route, but I feel like something aggressive here to kind of pair up with what is, you know, effectively a very dive-heavy composition from EDG would make sense. And the Tristana, it slipped my mind, because typically it's picked up so early on or just removed away. As now OMG eyeing up potential Poppy. Wouldn't be too bad into a lot of the options for diving in that EDG have, and just generally as a frontliner, very, very strong. And that Keeper's Verdict is such a strong tool against things like the Nico. If you see her charging up in vision, or just generally you try and remove the gravity well of Mako out of the equation, very, very strong tool to have. And now again, Cream looking for those lane matchups. Very spicy hover, but I would say again something along the lines of a Syndra, or maybe even an Azir, I imagine, is what's probably coming out from OMG. If they do land on this Yone, it's very dive heavy in response, and a 2v2 at level 6 is very potent from OMG, and they're gonna go towards it. I can respect it. I imagine the early laning phase has to suck, but once you get out of those first, you know, sort of 5, 6, 7 levels, and you get a couple of items for attack speed, the wave clear in response can definitely be something serviceable. As now Ala looking for a counter into this Poppy, very difficult champion to try and match up to in lane sometimes.
Well, look, it still would be fun to see Arla on it in the top side. Already keen for this one to start up. As you mentioned dive, on the other side EDG, it's not like their diving is limited either, Jamada. Both these teams want to go in quite fast and end the fight.
Yeah, quite fast. First punch going to be huge here. I also feel like both these teams, funnily enough, don't really want to play front to back like ever. They want to find angles, and they want to pick off high value targets. So I feel like we could end up with a very weird and intricate dance between both of these sides here, where, you know, if you're first to the river and you're in the objective first, it might not even matter. Like, these teams shouldn't really be looking for front to back setup. They should be looking for, you know, JJ to potentially turn off the lights and then have Fofo find the angle for it, or, you know, Vi come out of a very weird patch of fog for then Cream to follow up with a massive Ulm, and then everyone press their R keys and go in. This is definitely, on both sides, a situation where I think we're just in for a bloodbath. Nothing more, nothing less. I don't think there's going to be analysis to this one. I don't think there's going to be slow or a chess match where these guys are trading off objectives against one another. These guys should just be scrapping. I think that's the win con here. They're just trying to slap each other with their wallets.
Hopefully, that's what we want. We want out of OMG and EDG. We know OMG are so good at slapping people across the face. EDG, they have been interesting to say the least at the start of the split. It felt like growing pains to some degree. But then once they've come online, they've come real hard. And EDG now on a 2-win streak, 8-6 for a reason. It's FPX, it's LGD, yeah. TT did beat them, yeah. But look, ultimately, you're still impressed with some of the recent performances. This team is bringing it all together. And against OMG, we'll see if they can get that final hurdle for a top 6 position. Not guaranteed, but likely to be theirs. This series will be everything here.
Oh,
the gyros fly through. Yeah, EDG, you can imagine. People like Uzi.
Oh no. It's not even close, is it? No. It's not even close. I've never heard that big a disparity in Gyos before. That is crazy. Like, normally, right? And actually, speaking from experience, I've technically worked the Chinese crowd during MSI. Like,
oh yeah,
like the crowds, they don't care. They gyro just for the sake of it, right? But that was absurd. The fans are here for EDG, and you have to imagine for Uzi, OMG, despite being in the Shanghai Arena, it feels like they're in an away game, doesn't it?
Oh, it definitely does. Look, you have no surprise though. Again, since Uzi joined EDG, they were already one of the most popular teams in the league, one of the most historic. As they invade to start off this game number 1, it's going to be on a ward, and Uzi's isolated. Uzi with PP God and Abel, this could be dangerous. OMG are collapsing. This sandwich huge as PP God with the flash pulverize. Exhaust on the JJ. Uzi started W. The range is there, trying to hit away on Abel. He's separated. Uzi gets first blood, and that means a reset with the rocket jump out. Mako sacrificing his own life. And a 1-for-1 is exactly what you want to see kick off this game.
How in God's green earth is that just the 1-for-1, considering how that kicked off? I mean, look, blood for the blood god. I did say this is probably going to be a bit of a boxing match in this game number 1. And yeah, caught out on the invade there. Uzi starts up on that W, gets himself first blood. Isn't able to spend the gold just yet, but shouldn't really matter. And he's on this wave by himself, so he's going to have a little bit of solo XP to his name as well. Separated off and kind of pushed away. PP God looks for this triple knock-up, but only finds 2. Mako's not involved, and the crash down comes in. It's pretty big. Only finds 2, and at this point, then it's just a bit of Armageddon. Like, Abel's chasing down Fofo, Uzi flashes over the wall with the heal to then save Fofo, and then even though the knock-up is pretty good here from the side of Cream, not able to save Abel, and Mako then ends up getting in the mix and giving away his life as well. So at the end of the day, the kills kind of fall into pretty important members in this game, right? For OMG, actually having Cream have this extra kill could be huge in terms of hitting a couple of those earlier iron break points, but also for Uzi, picking up that first kill, if he can get back to base relatively soon, could be huge for the laning phase. Tristan, one of those old, like, classic lane counters to Kai'Sa from back in the day. Excited to see how it gets on in lane 1-to-1.
Especially without summoners available to all of the crowd down at that bottom side. All 8 summoners were used in the last engage. As you mentioned, Cream was able to go back and get a dagger, but Uzi unable to return just yet. With a hard push, we'll see what happens with that reset and what timing he can find. As JJ, not sure if he was spotted out here and crossing over to the top side, but Aki, they believe he was, as he'll be crossing, trying to optimize that bottom lane. Pings are coming in as EDG are hard pushed.
EDG hard pushed, like you said, no flash either member. Mako, I think, is likely gonna be the target here. I feel like Uzi should be a little bit too hard to get. Hex flash into the bush, Q, kill Mako.
Danger.
Easy setup.
Yeah, okay, Mako just like that gonna die, and trying to buy some time at the very least. Uzi will have time with the wave as Mako is playing the dirty, but Abel will be able to pick up this kill. So 1 apiece here in our AD matchup, and a great timed gank from Aki means that those summoners are indeed missed.
Yeah, exactly. All from that level 1. OMG want to keep the tempo high in this game. And I mean, I feel like both teams do, but maybe as OMG, like, you've got such a geared to dive composition, right? Theoretically, as EDG, it's actually not that bad to allow OMG to just kind of dive into you, right? There's Pot Blossom, there's, of course, the Gravity Well. I always feel like Rel has traditionally been a much better counter-engage option as opposed to a follow-up. So we'll see how that gets on as there's a well-timed gank in the bottom side. JJ looking for it on the top side. Yeah, exactly.
What a shame.
A little bit too
All right,
hard.
well,
I mean,
just backs on the ward as well.
Yeah, no big deal. Off he comes. No, because he knows. He knows JJ's not here anymore.
Doesn't have to care. Trying to wonder if Ale is in as well. I mean, teleport not available for Shanji. He burnt it after the level 1. Ala has his own, but we'll actually burn it now instead of walking it out towards the top side. But I will say, focusing here on the lanes quite heavily because after those early leads, I want to see who scales ahead. Jamada, Cream is doing quite fine in this lane that we talked about. Being a little bit painful until we get to that 6 point, but he's kept up in CS. Fofo doesn't have TB, he has to walk to lane as he's now just backed away, so Cream will be able to deny some of the wave. I feel like for OMG, this early game is going as well as you could hope.
Yeah, I mean, I can't remember the last time I saw a melee matchup into Nico go even in CS. You know, like it's pretty absurd that Cream is able to keep up by the expectations I've seen set by plenty of matchups in the past. Though I will say those have been like champions like Akali and Kiana that really can struggle into this poke. Whereas on the Yone, a couple more defensive options, right? The mobility of that third Q, the W as well to kind of shield away some of that damage probably does help curb some of the poke Nico can have up and available into you as a melee champion, as JJ is on this dragon, and he does have lane set up from this mid lane. And this should be a pretty easy pickup, because I feel like OMG, the only way they get in is a straight up flip, and Arki does not seem interested in that whatsoever.
Not at all. Cream in with ulti. What are you going to do at this point with just boots available, as first dragon goes over to EDG. And I want to mention that Uzi in this early game was able to pick up Noon Quiver from the gold back, but remember that Abel got some as well from the kill. And because of that, was able to pick up the Kache's Shard as well as a Noon Quiver on top of it. Hazaki just spotted out by JJ. Over the wall he goes. After watching IG and Weibo, their explosive early games, especially on IG side, this feels like we've just gone to Betty bye-byes. Like, this completely different feel. Even though we've already had 3 kills, I think it's slow. Like, how is that possible?
We're actually Atlas and you know, Chronicler.
Who are you?
Welcome to the podcast.
Okay.
Yeah, this is what's going on here now. Yeah, I will say, obviously, pretty big juxtaposition between our second series of the night and the opening here. Well-timed rocket jump from Uzi. I'm kind of curious about how this Herald prioritization is going to go from both sides. JJ with Paranoia is always going to have really easy target access. I feel like it's more about how Fofo is able to actually find a big angle if there is a rotation up from OMG here. Or maybe they just kill Creep and that's
maybe
the rotation.
Pop Blossom. Oh, Fate Sealed buffers it though. He's out.
Yeah.
Nicely done from Cream.
Yeah, ultimate for ultimate. Feel like as Nico, you need that ultimate skirmish here at that Herald, whereas as Yone, you always have, you know, those knockups coming through from the Q3. This could just be an outright EDG win. Just the fact that they trade out those ultimates. I mean, or rather, OMG win if they decide to contest it, rather. EDG are the ones that are on the objective first. It's first move as well from Abel and PP God. Just the issue is, Mako's ahead of both of them.
Just depends who influences the top side more. As ulti's used, Shanji finds it. There's Paranoia layered on top. As you said, that Yone is into it, but they all collapse down, and Mako's here. The rel difference huge as Cream forces out a flash from JJ. Rather Fofo out the backside, but to no avail. He's shoved against the wall, and Shanji finds his mark. It's a trade here, and might even be more, as Mako now in trouble. They need to work trying to save the support, and it might do some damage, but Cream still finds it. Arla can't get the trade off, and OMG with the bigger punch. And guess what? EDG might have got the Herald, but now you have a 2-0 Yone.
Yeah, 2-0 now. 2 kills on top of this Yone. Extra 1 from this Herald. It's a bit of an awkward exchange, though, because you could really tell, if we'll get a replay, I'm sure we will. Cream was trying to execute the Herald, but Arki's just dying in the mixed EDG. Look, so Cream goes in, he's on top of the Herald. There's also this skirmish here. Keeper's Verdict does connect and send the Gwen quite far back. But look at Yone. He's trying to hit the eye. It keeps on turning. And then he gets one shot by all the CZ. And because he hits the eye, it then means EDG are able to smite it away. But then the chase down is solid. Flash into the heroic charge here. Locks Fofo down. And then the continued chase down of, again, the mobility that Yone has. Spoke about how, in terms of how a team fight would look, as Yone, that Fate Sealed is an excellent tool, don't get me wrong, but not a necessary one to fight even this early on, just because of how those champs work. And Fofo not having the Pop Blossom did mean that there wasn't really much of a response, you know, once he got dived on the retreat there.
It's 2-0 though, Cream. As you mentioned, things going well here. It's a BF Sword start as well. So, folks, we're getting a bit more damage to follow suit, as now for PP God as he hex flashes over the wall, just spots Mako, has a little dance. And OMG start converging in. JJ doing the same here on his Nocturne. And Paranoia is still down. Cream gets over the wall, but Fofo starts roaming around with Mako, who has decided to let Uzi be on his own for this game, as Mako has just decided to stay group.
Uzi is a solo laner. I mean, he's I was about to say, you know, I mean, honestly, both AD carries level 7. Uzi's just really close to level 8, right, of all the solo XP. So it's huge. Mako will, at the very least, want to hit 6 kind of soon, right? Perhaps for this next dragon. As he approaches the wave once again to just do exactly that. Things over. But I think taking a quick zoom out, I do feel like as EDG, you're probably a little bit happier to fight as long as you don't get that Pop Blossom blown super early on or get engaged on by PP God. Looking very aggressively. Collapses here from JDG.
Does. I mean, yeah, the paranoia going to be used in, and look, they just jump on Abel. Doesn't get a chance to play as Fofo teleported in as well. These are 2 quick kills for EDG, and that Nocturne always there to counterpunch.
Yeah, Nocturne. It's just so easy to set up that kind of player. Arky, I was about to say Arky needs to kind of be a little bit more aware, I suppose, of some of the states of his lanes. Was hovering around the mid lane looking for a play on Fofo, just couldn't find it in the end. As now Herald down in the bottom side. Isn't that
banned?
Banned?
Okay, all right. Well, Fofo is going to be questioned after that as Mako dies. Cream then goes back to the original, and guess who's waiting for him? It's on to Fofo. And another kill over to Yone. I think we need to question if Fofo is allowed to keep playing, because yes, that is indeed a banned move. That is.
Did no one catch it? Like referees included? They're just. I mean,
They're
hey.
just like, we forget it.
Yeah, you know, look, he didn't really gain any kind of advantage anyway, so who cares? I guess. Anyway, replay.
It's just bad. So 07, goodbye Fofo. See you later, brother.
There's no way that goes unlooked at as, yeah, engage, really solid. Lockdown comes in, and Abel cannot move. Uses some spells, can't use the ultimate even out, so very, very rough time. And again,
how do you actually do it? How do you helicopter? I know how to do the emote, the fake back, but what is the helicopter? Is it just
I think it's the
an
same
emote?
way you do the emote. That's weird, I guess. I'm actually not entirely sure, but I'm pretty sure that the mimic clones exactly what you do. Or rather, the clone mimics exactly what you do. Should probably be the other way around. We'll see. We'll see whether or not there's
why
any
would
action
that
on
be a thing, Jamada? Why the bloody hell would the developer... Why would we have Nico, who... It extends the timer of the clone as well, by the way, if you base or emote. Why is that a thing? Why do we think... Why?
All I can say is there's an emote in Twitch chat called Riot for a reason. And it's for moments like that. That's my official answer. Nothing more, nothing less. It is weird. Do you know what though? The best part about the emote is, it's that noise. It's the. I don't know if it does it on the English side. I don't know if that sound like strip is exactly the same, but in the Chinese client it sounds really goofy.
Yeah. Well, I mean, English side gets Chinese client anyway, but it's just we just get the English announcer, as you do on a Chinese feed as well, for some reason. Because I know playing solo queue in China, I'm pretty sure actually English announcer as well. No, I don't know. I'm going to leave that out. I played a little bit of solo queue when I last went for spring finals, but
oh yeah,
I can't remember enough. As time to stop talking about that, because second Herald is coming up, and that is a Gale Force. Yone already. He's helicoptering again. Is Fofo just like, guys?
I looked away for half a second. Did he do it again?
He did it again. He did it again. What a chat. This guy's like, you know what? If you don't want me doing it, don't put it in the game. I kind of agree.
Yeah. You tell him, Fofo. You let him know.
He's just like so far in the deep end already. He just doesn't care. He's just gonna keep doing it.
No, but I like. Maybe it was unbanned. I don't know. Can you guys do the Herald inside of the pit? At least they didn't.
Oh, I did know. It's enough
It did
to
a
bring
full
OMG
reset.
closer.
Yeah, OMG can actually contest this now. Oh, give it a break. Surely not.
Oh, bit of British to get us into this. There's Fofo just dead. And JJ flashes over, and with that small reset, it is a massacre. Mako chased out, but the Herald goes to OMG. And a quick kill. That's heartbreaking.
It's just a disappointing moment from EDG. I mean, the leash range is there as well. I'm pretty sure you can see it in game. We definitely get that purview as like the spectator. But either way, OMG now, the Herald, they're just going to break mid lane tier 1. And again, fashion of safety. Place where you can now catch the waves up high, rotate earlier than EDG, keep them really pinned into their side of the map. As Dream's even going to get this tier 1 up here as well. So massive influx of gold going in to OMG right here. Not only from the cheeky kill, but also the Herald. And those 2 towers, minions will do the job. Cream was a little bit uncertain about whether or not he would get that localized gold. As, yeah, they can see the patience bar. It's not like they don't know it's going to reset. Like,
oh god, it's on a ward as well.
Yeah, I think they were trying to do it out of the pit, maybe. But like, even then, if you're OMG, you're just looking in the pit. Oh no, the Herald's not in the pit. Let's go take a look, guys. As yeah, re-engage comes in. Great Q flash here onto Fofo. He can't respond. Ultimate as well. Practically perfect CC. Not able to basically do anything. And teleport comes in just to confirm JJ's flash out of the pit as well. Really clean from OMG. No response from EDG after that Herald resets.
OMG up 2,000 gold. EDG with a, I wouldn't say quiet early game here, Shimada, but since that skirmish, it's been really rough to see how they can pull the trigger. I mean, we've seen everyone pick up their item now. Second one almost for Uzi. We know they have damage, but OMG just aren't giving them the position where they get these perfect CC chain off this perfect fight. Maybe in front of this next dragon. That's where we see OMG step up, and the Nico, the Nocturne, all the tools we know EDG have come alight again.
Yeah, exactly. And again, they can afford to be engaged on by OMG. They can also look for the engages as well. Fofo, flash, ultimate available, looking for an angle on the side. But Shanji, Arki, off on those sides as well. Again, multiple flanks.
Angle. Oh, Shanji decides to send someone sideward. It's Ale in the end, but Fofo as he flies in, finally gets that Pop Blossom down, but the fate is sealed. Cream runs on in, and OMG have the angles, have the damage, and now they're playing it front to back. Abel jumps on in against his predecessor, and the rest is history. Behind him on RNG, Abel cleans house in Uzi's face, and EDG are now starting to get wiped in this early game of game 1.
Abel steps up big, but OMG as well. Just a well-executed team fight on multiple fronts. Shanji knocks away Ala, and as soon as he's out of the team fight for the very start of it, immediate collapse comes in from every single member of OMG. They pounce on who they can. They find Uzi, and that's all they really need. Even though Fofo's, engage looked pretty alright, the fact that it was only really onto the frontliners of PP God and Shanji meant that there wasn't really a strong enough answer from EDG to really warrant a continued fight here as Keeper's Verdict again onto Arla. Really strong OMG, then kick off the fight. The disengage from EDG is good, and then this re-engage from Fofo again, solid, but only being onto the tanks means that Abel, and then here, this fate sealed, locking down 2 members is absolutely massive. And eventually it gives enough space for Abel to find his mark.
PP God, insane flash W as well. Uzi just jumped on. As I said, the rest is history. And you know what, Jamadi? You know what this made me think about? How good OMG are this season. Imagine if they go to Worlds, and then international casters finally have to say PP God on an international broadcast. We've been waiting years for this magical day. Just imagine, we've gone through it, we've gotten used to it, but they will have to say PP on an international Riot broadcast.
I know exactly which casters wouldn't be able to keep a straight face at it as well. I've got a list in my head right now at the people that just couldn't keep it together. Yeah, I'm looking forward to that. Let's get OMG to Worlds. Yeah, screw it. Yeah, let's just have everyone say PP God. Yeah, why not? I'm down.
Man. Now, for anyone who needs context, because they're also a 12-year-old boy or girl like me, PP stands for Peng Peng Shun. Now, Peng Peng is PP God's name, last name I believe, and Shun in Chinese means God, right? So Peng Peng, so he's calling himself a god, just so that the context here is there, and so that people understand that he's not also 12 years old. That the name does have merit behind it, all right? Look, at the very least, it needed to be explained. Please, please don't fire me again. Every broadcast,
again?
Like there's another way.
Not
no,
again.
not again. But you know what I mean. Every broadcast there is a way where I play with fire. Some things brought up that maybe shouldn't be. But hey, LPL's wild.
I'm wild. I'm 28 years old and I act like I'm 16. You know, I drink my first drink at a pub and I'm like, oh, this is great.
You know? I agree. I'm 24 now. I'm still technically the Zoomer on the LP. Well, actually, yeah, there's, you know, I'll say I'm still like the Zoomer in the group. But man, I feel like I'm getting older, Jake. It's not great. I don't know how you feel being 28 and like married and stuff.
Oh. Do Being you married,
make the groan?
I'm happy being married. What the hell? I'm happy being married, bro.
All right. Here's the real question to test your age. Do you make the groan yet when you get up?
Oh,
and you know what I mean.
I did do leg day like a couple of days ago, and you know, I squat and I did the full run around, and now like the past couple of days, I am groaning getting up. Yes.
That's how you know, man. That's the sign. That's the
just
universal.
The gym. I don't normally groan getting up unless I run out a cup of tea and I'm upset. Then I groan. And I have a little bit of a groan because yeah, there are some old man tendencies. I clear my throat. You know, when young people are playing around in the shopping mall. Oh man, that gets me angry.
Those kids having fun.
They're on school holidays,
memories.
but they should show respect. You know, in the Westfield shopping center, show some respect. You know, just because you're on holidays, you don't need to be bloody delinquents. Anyway, being 70 years old is not important because OMG is starting the Baron. While Arla has TP, he got bot side turret for Jamada. EDG are far away from this, no vision yet. JJ needs a target to jump in, but it's going down
How fast
quick.
is this? Observers, turn the Baron back on. This 5k, it's gone. Like, surely, right? JJ has to get a ward in the pit and hope he can get in, but that's not going to happen.
It's just gone.
What?
All right, well, there's Mako's ulti, but EDG is slow to the party as Creep. Ulti's enabled, flies through. His predecessor taken out again. Flushes over. Abel's still okay. The old RNG sub is nailing EDG here with a triple kill. He is enabled.
He is emboldened by his mid laner Cream to dive in onto Uzi. Finds the angle again. Excellent fate sealed means that the killer instinct is certainly there for Abel, perhaps taking notes from his old mentor. And OMG, I mean, it's just, it starts off as just basically a bait, an attempt to get some resources out of EDG, right? That's my read on the situation. But then EDG just take forever to respond. And then Cream comes out from the back of the pit, finds the fate sealed onto Uzi. How much damage does he do by himself? It's like a ridiculous amount. And then Abel just one-shots him next to the CC. Insane. Great flash, W as well, extra bit of chunk damage onto Fofo. And again, excellent snipe. Gives him the triple kill. Earned every single scalp that he got there. Now OMG, third dragon of the game. And EDG on the back foot wholeheartedly. So much gold, but this gold lead has just crept up very silently. Got 7,000.
Arlo might be dead. Arlo might be dead here. Almost dies then again as Mako's tagged away. There's the engage from PP God. He takes turret for a little bit as now it travels through, but Abel is just using the range here with the two items, finding target after target. Of course, Arla's too far gone, but OMG with another kill with Baron. Now, Jamada, you talk about the gold bleed sneaking up. This is going to be 9k in a second as they find this inhibitor turret.
Yeah, and the inhibitor to boot. They've even got a wave to work with in the mid
got
lane.
Uzi. Oh, yucky.
Ugh. It's not ideal.
Agreed. That's an old man getting up for sure. Arla, would you like to go back to base? I guess he would. Because OMG take another inhib turret just from that. 10k, just about. EDG are getting reamed in this game. I'm allowed to say that.
Yeah.
It's mid laner. They are indeed.
Yeah.
They're getting enabled. They're getting creamed. They're getting charged. It is completely fine.
There's a... You know, I'm not going to do it. I'm just going to move on and say that OMG can go push in the top side. I will not be the Twitch chat. I know what's going to happen in certain Twitch chats. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to be that guy. OMG can close out this game quite comfortably. Move up to the top side, open up the base there, wait for the supers to do their thing. And yeah, that should just be the game. I feel like EDG might be a little bit too far behind in this one. 3 items across the board for the carries, and then on the top side here of OMG as well, 2 items. Whilst that parry of JJ and Arla, they've just not really been able to, you know, show off their muscles like how they were in game number 1 earlier on.
They have a suspicion.
Yeah.
This is a bait. This is a ruse. EDG realized, wait a second, maybe we shouldn't be here. Paranoia used to get out, but JJ has to burn the flash straight away afterwards. He's knocked back, knocked up. As Fofo the same, the fate sealed again. Creme de la creme gets out with the kill as JJ almost dies to Abel, poking his way through the 10 stacks of the Dark Seal, hurting on top of the 3 items. As OMG, this game 1 is theirs. Uzi is nothing in the face of this young man. And OMG, what a class act to put on here in this first game of the series.
Yeah, this is such a better look for OMG. I was starting to be worried on their 2-loss streak, the tailspin. I was hoping that the bounce back would be in the AL series, prepped and ready for EDG, but it seems like those extra days rest, paying off dividends. Triple inhibitor now, and EDG, I'd say they're on their last legs, but I think that was about 5 minutes ago when they gave up the Baron. Nexus Tower's under siege. They have to pull the trigger. They just have to hope that they can win a team fight.
They really do.
Towers are dead.
Fofo at least trying. That's a 3-man. Uzi jumps on in. They might have a target here. Hellfire's whittling down as Cream goes to GA, but remember, GA is all it is denied. Is Mako from hopping on top of Abel. Meanwhile, everyone else getting charged up. There is no disengage. Only Zool, only Abel, and only OMG for a game number 1 win. Go away, EDG, they say. You're not worth our time.
Not worth it. Oh, that was a slaughter by the end of that game, number 1. And OMG looking like their old selves when they're on their winning tendencies. It's been a bumpy couple of weeks, and especially those last couple of series looked genuinely worrying. But draft looks okay, execution looks okay, and they look like they're all on the same page again, crucially. If they can keep up this pace moving into game number 2, I can see this being a 2-0. EDG have to find some relevant answers to what OMG have put down on the table in terms of their own gameplay and decision making. I feel like this wasn't necessarily a game about draft per se. I feel like a lot of it from EDG was certainly execution of some of the choices that they made in terms of prioritization around, you know, how they dealt with the Herald, and especially, God, the second one where they let it reset was honestly it was the turning of the knife, right? They already been stabbed by OMG. That felt like that was the final nail in the coffin in terms of how consistently they could contest. Yeah, I feel like just a little bit more decisiveness would really go a long way, because right now they just kind of look outclassed in that department here by OMG.
And I think as well, like, I know we've seen Rel be matched by Alistar. I know we've seen that as an option, but PP God really showed up as support today in that first game, rather. This was a really great Alistar game, and PP God cornering out Uzi, cornering out people like Fofo as well, along with the rest of his team. Their pick potential was crazy, and I think target selection from OMG needs to be highlighted because of how they disassembled those fights and really tore apart the pieces so that EDG weren't ever getting a full 5-on-5, ain't able to do anything off the beautiful Pop Blossom. It's sad to say, but EDG were outclassed in a 5v5, and this is why OMG, we're seeing this roster that's stuck together now for a couple of splits, and some members even longer, now really showcase when it comes to things like synergy, macro, and how they play out some of these skirmishes. This team is really coming up class.
Yeah, it's excellent to see, again, you know, the development overall of OMG throughout the year. It's been such a positive story, right? Again, a roster with pretty limited expectations in spring. Making it all the way as far as top 4 in playoffs was a huge moment for this lineup. And, you know, again, if you watch those individual matches even, there was a chance OMG could have knocked out the likes of PLG and EDG here as well, right? The team that actually made it to the top 3 ahead of them. So I'm hoping for OMG that, you know, we can see that same level of success, because now that they're seemingly in this game here and this series back on track, that is the realistic ceiling of this team, and I want to see them consistently try and perform to it and push those boundaries even further.
They need to. This matchup makes it so that EDG can't just sit down and die, because if they lose this series, chances of them being up in the top 6 are greatly reduced. We talked about Weibo before taking that loss that already hurt them, but EDG, if they take a loss here, 8-7. This series is everything, and I know we keep saying that. I know I specifically keep saying that, but that's how important this is. So OMG also moving into a class where they might not be contested any further. Remember, this team also has RA and AL left remaining, 2 of the bottom teams in the league. OMG can hit 11. And at this point, I don't know. They won't hit top 4, but top 6 looks very easy. As myself and Jamada will take a break when we return. Game 2 between OMG and EDG. We'll await.
그러다가 아니 근데 지금 전체력이 아니 그러다가 페이지가 아니 그럼 여기라도 근데 페이지가 달라붙어 페이지를 메디상 먹었고요 여기 3분 흡수 트리플 K 아니 한타 어그로 픽공을 도라니 치다가 일단 뒤로 넘어가니 딜라이 잠깐만 왜 안에 찍어야 그러니까 펜타킬 You wanna know where I am You wanna know exactly what goes on You stand where I stand
Now he's got an access. He's got access. He's got access. He finds the killer instinct, but he can't go all the way in. The rest of TT are looking for it. EDG, that's the kill! And you count the saving grace, the angel that comes down from the storm clouds of Thundertack Gaming comes up big again.
このテレポートを守るために怒りなき間のバックライン発射そこに合わせのポンプブロッサムただフェザーストームでよけていますがアリアを捉えることには成功しているただイコライザーものすごく痛いそれに合わせてもう一度アーム3番ロックアップさああとは体力の悔いひろきとそしてわしだいはタワーダイブで倒してエース獲得デトネーションオーカスミ
Odi que quiere ganar, Odi se quiere meter, ya lo marcó, tiene onda Sonic, un poquito más abajo, cuidado con Bong, el doble knockup, se hace de Orozo, el tormenta de plumas de Seo, entra Odi, vamos adelante, Furia de Dragón, cuidado porque no aparece la vaca ahora sí, y porque se le cuchilla por parte de Seo, hace una vaca, doble, del pibe argentino y se queda con el baronacho también, se lo roba, Movistar R7, triple asesinante y quiere más, está loco el pibe de Argentina, cuádruple, va a ser el penta, tiene que saltar, no da las plumas, no se puede creer, exterminio de Movistar R7 y casi penta de Seo.
R7, el actual campeón que está destruyendo la segunda estructura que está defendiendo el Nexo.
계속 마카의 위치에 계속 보였어요 와드 뒤쪽에 인터가 안 했는데
영재가
타이밍 잘 잡았거든요
예 뒤로 한번 그냥 맞비를
그냥
맞비를 우와 쇼메이커
E o Asa acaba ficando com a eliminação. Desconta agora na mesma moeda. A Liberty vai perseguindo. De novo no contra-ataque, como tem sido o jogo inteiro. E agora pode ser crítico na equipe da Fúria. Olha o Betão! Neutraliza. Caiu um, cai dois. Pode cair o terceiro. Pode ter sido o momento do começo da virada na Fúria. Será que dá?
Like you, I don't know why they
确认季后赛心情还是比较平静吧，因为这只是意味着考验刚刚开始，我们还必须要在季后赛拿到更好的名次。这个版本的话，打野目前变得更加的团队吧，可能自己会更往团队资源以及帮助队友这方面去发展。
Let's help teammates. EDG need a bit of help themselves. Game 1 under the great tutelage of OMG was taken and cleanly swept out. I didn't hear MVP. I assume Abel, Jamada, Abel, anyone?
You
Abel,
know-
PP God, Abel.
I didn't hear it either, so this is going to be a surprise for both of us. Let's bring up MVP.
Abel.
Yeah, Abel? Abel.
Abel?
Abel.
Abel.
Cream! Okay. Yeah, alright, that's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, that's no. Hey. You're with the CEO of ADC Hate, buddy. I don't want to hear any complaints here. Cream, pretty good job. Pretty damn good job throughout a lot of this game, to be fair. Navigated a really difficult lane matchup as well, right? Really kind of staved off the Nico lane pressure that you would anticipate would actually happen in this kind of lane, and had just a generally higher level of impact throughout most of the important skirmishes throughout this game. I feel like, especially this first skirmish, a little bit unlucky on the end of Fofo, right? Had his ultimate blown beforehand, but again, it was 1-for-1 with Cream, and like we mentioned, super important for Fofo to have that ultimate, not necessarily for Cream, as yeah, time and time again, Cream kind of had kills dropped in his lap, and I just kind of did everything he had to with them.
I mean, look, Abel ran in, but you're right. Cream definitely helped instigate some of those too. I love how we're just about to watch an Abel highlight. Fofo, boom. But ultimately, I mean, you could have taken any carry really by the end, couldn't you? With how well OMG played, anyone was up for the MVP at this point. Honors to PP God, honestly. Even just Shanji on Poppy, like, where could you go wrong nominating someone in the same Jamada? Everyone had their place in this roster in this game number 1, and it is nice to see that OMG were just so, I don't know, so clean in everything they did.
I think, especially in contrast to where they've been for the last 2-3-ish weeks, right? First of the instability, and then the outright just looking in poor form. This is a huge bounce back. Again, I cannot emphasize enough, not only because of the standings, but also just simply because the AL series was supposed to be their bounce back series, right? That was supposed to be one where you could actually, you know, do a little bit of scientific work on the Rift and actually gain a little bit of confidence back. But instead, given a few extra days, of course, because the game had to be cancelled. Shout out to Cadril. And with that in mind, apparently those 2 extra days of scrimming have paid off and looking excellent moving into game number 2 here of the series.
Look, game 2, at the very least, if it's a 2-0, OMG fans should rise up because they would be put into a very good positive game score. Remembering that OMG have gone to a lot of game 3s, unfortunately, so that's why their game score looks pretty horrid at the moment if you check Gamepedia. But this would put them into such a good spot as, you know, coming into this, a bit of a narrative was about Uzi versus Abel. Game number 1, definitely Abel favored. Uzi on this Tristana got an early kill, but we didn't see too much in ways of abusing that, while OMG definitely abused the bottom lane in destroying Mako a couple of times as well. Jamada, we saw that Mako, unfortunately, was the person caught out the most because Aki in the right place at the right times, and Mako felt like the sacrificial lamb for what was going on in that 2v2.
Yeah, and that is, I don't know if it's like a trend or like a property of the champion, but I feel like Rel is either like 1v9, counter engage, excellent 5-man ultimates, or it's just like running around and getting caught out 24/7. I'm not sure if it's the players, I'm not sure if it's the champion, but it feels like it attracts a certain kind of gameplay. We have moved over to opposite sides here for OMG and EDG. We'll see how this impacts the draft, as at the very least, from the get-go, we are no longer going to be seeing Kai'Sa in either the hands of EDG or OMG, as that one is removed away immediately by OMG on the red side.
Yeah, so now Triss, Shanji's champ, of course, on top of that, Kai'Sa. Let's see what else gets taken away. I mean, Nico, maybe? Do you care after that game 1 or giving it over? Because that or the LeBlanc here, Jamada, might be the key takeaways from EDG on that blue side.
Yeah, I mean, surely, right? That's what you're thinking about right now. LeBlanc still up and available. If it, I mean, maybe at this point you just trade between the two. I feel like LeBlanc has been getting the better end of these matchups, though, so we'll see how OMG feel about it. They remove away their Renekton, so I imagine this is going to be a LeBlanc-Nico trade. It just depends on what side EDG want more. I'd imagine Fofo probably wants the LeBlanc more. So we'll go towards that one. And now Cream, if he wants to pick up this Nico, certainly can. He doesn't have to, right? If he has other options into the LeBlanc, he can still certainly look to pick those up, right? Things that are very side lane heavy perhaps could be, you know, an option for OMG. For now though, I anticipate jungle. Yeah, Cassante up and available with no Renekton. That should definitely rise in priority. And this Rel as well, of course, has been pretty much pick banned for the likes of OMG.
I mean, Cassante feels like, I mean, Shanji's one of his best champions, one of his most played. This was banned against him in game number 1. I feel like the Cassante will either be seen, but no, ignore me. It's Viego early on instead, giving EDG the option to take this way. And Jamada, I will also say that, you know, for Uzi, like things like the Aphelios have been seen. We have seen Jinx Miller? No, excuse me on that one. Do we need to get bot right now? I guess it's the new question I'm asking you.
You want Alistar at least, I think. Right? You know the rails in the bottom side. You probably want Alistar. Very positive trending matchup typically. Ooh, maybe they go Zyra Khan. That could also be fine too. Very strong 2v2. We know that, and then kind of can be facilitating a very engage heavy jungle or even top laner, depending on where EDG land. They actually stray away from the Rakan. They don't want the 2v2 that provides. Now that is a problem, because if you've got Alistar ultimate as the Sylas, that could be a very strong answer. But OMG, they need their AD carry, I think, a little bit more than they need a mid laner right now. I wonder if the flash of that Sylas, though, does make EDG consider removing it away in the second ban phase. I anticipate that Abel will just lock this Aphelios in, but it's about where they go with the bans. I feel like the obvious and immediate answer is just more junglers, right? Wukong taken off the table, I imagine, straight away, and then another skirmisher. Maybe even Lee Sin gets a look in as a ban, like unironically in this kind of position, just because they don't want EDG to have a strong 2v2. If they don't want those skirmishes removed, they can also, of course, look towards that Sejuani as the team fighter.
Well, I'm more concerned now about how many mids EDG can take away. Because last time they looked at the Akali, they looked at solo lane. Remember, it was Cassante as well on top of that. But we just saw the flex of the Sylas. As you said, with Alistar in the mix, it is just such a potent combo. Hell, even with LeBlanc as well, in the early parts of the lane, when you get that Kingslayer, hijack, could be annoying too. As Nico's actually banned away first, EDG won't be able to take it all. So I'm curious about that last ban on top of that, Jamada, but I'm glad you talked about the Lee Sin. Other things as well. We've got rid of the Vi. Wukong, maybe? What do you think? Wukong with this comp? Not too bad.
Wukong, not too bad. I feel like, I'm trying to think, you would really prefer a proper hard engage that can like truly survive through the immediate turn.
Poppy.
I like that. The OMG are kind of targeting this Poppy here, right? Just kind of saying, hey, we don't want JDG, or in the case of Allah, either, to have a frontliner right now. We want you guys to be as squishy as possible, and we want to try and blow you up. I feel like for OMG, this mid lane pick, likely to be something very flashy again from Kareem. Whether or not it's going to be something like the Yone, that's yet to be seen. Honestly, knowing Kareem, I feel like he'd be crazy enough to go Akali here. I genuinely think he would be. Do I think it's good? No. Do I think he would do it? Yeah.
Yes.
So let's see. Because I feel like they're going to more likely hold on to Shanji's pick. Oh, Cassante's still up, actually. Maybe they just dip into that cookie jar instead. Simply because it's Cassante. But then you kind of give away the counter pick. It's a bit of a, it's a catch-22.
Just take Sylas.
Yeah, actually Sylas. Yeah, they flashed it. They flashed the hover, didn't they? So Alistar ult there, you're always going to have at least one ultimate. And it does kind of stricken EDG's options in terms of potentially not wanting to give over too many more high-value team-fighting ultimates. And again, that can lean you into more skirmish-heavy junglers, perhaps like the Lee Sin or the Wukong.
But what partners with it in the top side? Where 4-5, Jamada, you're a genius apparently. JJ flashing it over, there's the Lee Sin. Let's see if he's got the eyes to go with it. As to the top side, Arla, what's left? We've got the Jax available. We've got the Cassante. We know that those are both sides of a pretty common matchup here in the league. But Arla is an interesting man. Kennen? No. Jax seems right. Right?
Yeah.
Right,
Jax.
Jamada? Right? Right?
Yeah, I like this. But I wonder what Shanji was going to take into it in response, right? If this goes through, it does. Because Shanji is he just going to Cassante it? That would be kind of I mean, he's Shanji.
Bit cringe.
He's one of the few players where I'm like, okay, he's got Cassante. It's gonna be a fun game. You know what I mean? Like other times you see Cassante, you spam the I will not yield emote, you spam Riot, you spam the whole copy pasta, thousands of HP, whatever. But Cassante in Kassanji's hands feels like
Kassanji.
Yeah. Have you not heard Kassanji yet? I'm very surprised,
No,
Jake.
I've
Yeah,
not,
Kassanji. It's very, very, very good. But yeah, I feel like, again, we're geared very heavily into skirmishing. This time around, though, I will say I do favor, in my mind, EDG's ability to teamfight. I think their mid-jungle is very slippery, and the lack of true and consistent hard engage in terms of target access to Uzi could be a problem if EDG aren't finding good angles for it. So he certainly can dish out the damage, and he should be very well protected by this Alistar lock-in as well. Looking forward to seeing how both these sides navigate it. Again, OMG, I feel like in the earliest of stages, should really win out in a lot of the skirmishes, maybe at the level 6 mark if you've got strong ultimates to steal from the side of Cream. But as this game goes on, I feel like team fighting should get easier to navigate for EDG, even though they're running the LeBlanc Lee Sin. All up to execution, though. We'll see how it goes as we move into game number 2.
As the music kicks us into gear, I'm loving it. It is getting extreme on the Gui Butcherdal. Anyway, you know the instrument I'm trying to talk about. It's rock and roll afterwards because OMG brought us into that. Game 1 was a stomp. OMG delivered. And for our top 6, for something that keeps us into a beautiful, beautiful spot for either team, this is a must win. EDG and OMG playoff teams could be like what we're looking at is like 4th seeded teams maybe fighting in regional finals if this keeps up. EDG fans are out. That is very green hair.
Dude, someone tried to start an OMG Jayo and no one Jayo.
No one
It's
did.
so one-sided. It's insane. Well, they're certainly going to be keeping the crowd silent if they end up taking EDG down in a 2-game series win, rather. I can't believe it. That in the entire year I've been doing LPL, I've never heard a one-sided Jayo to the point where OMG just don't get one.
Hang on. Oh, 3 gold. Sorry to interrupt Jamada. Arla's gone fishing. And he's got 3 gold. This game might be over already.
Wait, is that legit?
You don't know about Jack's passive? New Jack's passive? He goes fishing.
Huh?
He fishes in river.
Excuse me?
He literally has 3 gold. How much Jacks have you not played?
Evidently not a bloody enough. Since when?
Literally, it's a thing. He has 3 gold. Since he
Okay,
got changed with the new Grandmaster at Might.
I need to look into that. I had not even a clue that was a thing.
It is completely irrelevant. It means bugger all. Like, it is the gold that he now has is of killing a Yorick minion. So, you know, it's not something you really needed to know, but it is just something that exists. There's a Mako with a huge no, but at least the stun comes through. Abel and Peter got hit too first. Uzi with a good sidestep, but it is OMG's bottom lane with control of the lane.
OMG, like you say, should be winning out in the early stages of this laning phase. Alistar, you know, for all of the pros that come with this champion, the con typically is that the laning phase, not necessarily the best, though people needs to be a little bit careful. Could have been rooted up there. I'm not sure if Uzi's got that E skill. He's got Q. I haven't seen him use the W. Either way, this should just be the story of this bottom side matchup as we've got picture-in-picture of the red
leash
being started. Cool.
Nice.
Could be as
Good
to why they've lost so much priority, right? I suppose. But
okay.
Still, you know, I feel like a little bit unnecessary.
We don't, the thing is as well, like the Chinese side, this is what happens when we're a piggyback broadcast. You know, Chinese side might be talking about something, a reason as to why, like, again, as you said, maybe they don't have as much priority. Maybe they got to the lane late, right? It's always different as, you know, things like LEC, LCS is Fofo just dominating Cream here in this lane. They are the main broadcast, so whatever they talk about, observers listen. But we could say something like, hey, zoom in on Fofo a little bit more right now. And no, nothing happens.
You know, sometimes though, I love how, like, the thinking hive mind of us as casters like comes through, and sometimes we're talking about something and the Chinese side are very clearly talking about the exact same thing, because then the observers like focus on it or like give us like that little bit of information. League of Legends, a universal language if you know how to speak it, I suppose. Feel like, again, early game, much like game number 1, is likely to be quiet, but once level 6 is coming, I feel like that's when, you know, the playmaking ability of a lot of these champions does come online heavily.
Yeah.
So, waiting for that. I wonder who's going to end up with the first dragon, though, because bottom side priority has been so lopsided towards OMG that you'd expect they would have first move in there. Fofo, however, in the mid lane, should be winning out on priority basically whenever he feels like it. So, that could definitely be an issue that OMG have to try and circumvent. For now, though, it's the bottom lane issue.
Oh, they saw him.
Yeah, they definitely did. Definitely stepped up their stuff.
Yeah, he did. JJ maybe a little bit too close to the wave, but also that tri-brush ward, I think, would have given enough vision as Fofo gone abducted, and Jamada, I've got a cough. So, I think at this point, you better start talking about Dragon, brother, while I go and die in a corner.
Go for it. It's that old man stuff we were talking about last game, guys, right? Remember, Hysteric's 28, he's getting on now, he's... As far as like the league is concerned, he's basically an OAP, so you know,
OAP?
he speaks for like 2 to 3. Yeah, old age person.
Oh, okay.
That's the official title.
Oh dear lord.
It's not slander, and well, I guess I'm technically slandering you. Either way, you know, he's got to have a little bit of a break from time to time. Dragon though, set up here. OMG again. You know, priority here on the bottom side should be a pretty consistent thing. This Dragon will be started out on Vision, but I feel like this could be a bit difficult for EDG to contest. I feel like Fofo is going to break his freeze in the mid lane and then look to try and move if I had to wager a guess, but even in doing that, how hard can you contest really? Let's find out. Cream's level 5, bear in mind.
Yeah.
Will not have an ultimate to steal.
Fofo is a level 4 Lee Sin who safeguards, forces the flash out from Cream, maybe too far. Mako gets the engage as it's a Gravitum of Felios' Dragon. Now way too low. JJ can't get in with the Sonic Wave. He's got a pickaxe, but JJ right now not feeling as strong as you'd expect as he flashes over the wall. PP God gets in as Mako gets a great engage, but no one there yet but a safeguard, a Sonic Wave, and a boom. There goes EDG's Uzi, flashes forward into PP God. He's exhausted out. He cleanses with the flash help. Uzi gets a kill, and EDG all of a sudden pounce.
3 kills go over to EDG. 1 into Fofo, 1 into JJ, and 1 into Uzi. OMG get the objective, but they just stick around for too long. Cream again, not having level 6 there was huge. He wasn't able to steal away the Alistar ultimate for a little bit of extra tankiness, or the Lee Sin kick for an execution on one of these targets. And that ends up yielding heavy. How close was he after he picked up the first kill in terms of XP? Because you can see in the bottom left, that's why the observers are highlighting. After he gets his first kill, he has to be like a fraction away from level 6. If re-engage comes in after the dragon comes down, it's onto JJ and then it's also onto Mako. They execute with extreme prejudice once this knockout comes through. It's just not, it's not enough. When you're sharing XP between that many members, nowhere near. Arky wasn't also able to actually pick up the form either of Alistar, so it all goes very, very wrong for OMG very quickly.
Everyone gets a kill. The Lee Sin, the LeBlanc, and the Xayah. 1 apiece. Dragon goes over to OMG, but a small gold lead here for EDG in the early game. People kind of forget how much damage Tempest Cripple does, or at least Tempest, that part, does right now, as we're getting Silas mid win rates. 1 and 4. Top lane is 2 and 0, by the way. Just if anyone was asking.
Yeah. Top lane, because like, whenever top lane Silas comes out, it's always into like Malphite or Gnar, and those are like the unlosable top lane matchups. So I'm not too surprised that, even though it's a very niche stat that it's only been picked twice, that it's won twice, because it's pretty difficult to lose when you're given Malphite ultimate as Silas or a big Gnar role with those hefty AP ratios. Now, mid lane, Fofo and Cream kind of jostling. JJ is either waiting to see if he can slip into the river or waiting to see if Cream is going to kind of make a bit of a slip up. But with Shanji already here, again, it feels like a very difficult contest to make happen.
Well,
they won it
maybe
anyway.
it's after the fact. I mean, Herald is going to be taken. Arla jumping out because Shanji's ready to flip him. And all out as Cream and PP God moving back in towards the mid lane. Fofo trying to threaten, but it's still OMG with the early game objectives here. And as I was talking up EDG having a small gold lead, we come back and
gold's actually been evened out by OMG all of a sudden, so early game feeling quite good, despite those kills going over before.
Yeah, not too bad at the end of the day, right? Kind of a bit of a surprise. I'm trying to see like where on the map this has realistically been made up, and I can't really find my answer, to be entirely honest with you. So perhaps just the objective gold at best is what's keeping these guys even, because even the CS department is looking pretty good across the board. A little bit of a pseudo contest here from EDG on that blue, but won't be able to pull anything into it. Uzi will get a plate, so that's a little bit of extra gold in his pocket, but Abe will also have a huge wave to collect here, so that's going to feel just as fine.
I think it's Jungle. Jungle's 14 CS up, meaning what? 4, 8, 12, about 3 and a bit camps. 72 to 58. While now the full engage towards bot side. That Magnustorm draws in 2. It's up to Uzi now as Mako is just dead meat, but he can't do anything. Kill over to Abel. And great engage again from PP God as we expect so far in this series.
Yeah, unsure if that was intentional or not, but Mako actually headbutting back was huge, because if he dies on the spot where he does, Uzi might actually have his ultimate forced out if Arky can, you know, take that form up ASAP and maybe like re-Heartbreaker back into him immediately. So very honest host thinking, if that was the intention. Either way, knew he was going to die. OMG, drop this Herald. It shouldn't die. Oh. It's dead. Wow, okay.
Nice from JJ.
Yeah, on the money there. No Herald charge, and a play even drops and doesn't go to anybody, so feels good, man. And well played JJ and Uzi for bursting that one out.
Well, it stops the gold trade from going further into Abel's hands, but remember that OMG were able to keep up, and after this trade here, as you said, Mako playing it as well as he could have, I guess, at this point when they knew Arky was nearby. That's disrespectful.
Yeah, it is, but again, you know, imagine he dies right here on the spot, right? It's immediate, like, siphon form into follow-up through with a Heartbreaker, and yeah, probably loses a cleanse, maybe even an ultimate as
PP God dead. Can't crash down. He's got flash available, but a Sonic Wave hits, and straight into the resonating strike, a second kill for JJ. As Dragon spawns, there is now no engaged support on PP God.
Yeah, that was not ideal from PP God. Couldn't quite make the wall. Didn't have the length, unfortunately, so EDG will secure this dragon, and again, OMG kind of on the back foot at this objective, and unfortunately, even though they got that Herald, because it doesn't really crash in, it's not even like they kind of answered out in gold before this dragon goes down, so feels kind of bad here in this one, and now EDG can continue to layer in the pressure off the back of it, sit down here, even if they're on vision, look to try and pressure Abel a bit, as Shanji, with that Sunfire Cape Rush,
got him.
Pressure onto Allah.
Wait, Cream actually might have a solo kill. He's got Everfrost and he's got LeBlanc. Cream jumps forward, flashes forced out, Chain Lash. Almost gets a second proc. That's a summoner down as we're diving bot side. EDG have scuffed it though. Mako in his ulti will take a final turret shot as OMG utilize their jungler. A good little return from Uzi as PP God still looking here as the re-engage comes through because teleport's there as well. EDG want numbers advantage as Uzi is popping out the damage for PP God with the crash down away. Fofo wants the root, but they're out of there. They committed TP. Cream has the mid lane to himself.
Yes, he does. 2 plates go over really easily here. Fofo just trying to answer out for his team. Just came back out onto the map, I believe, with, I think, both Stack, Shiv, and Boot. So just wanted to try and aid in what was a bit of a scuff dive. Actually, execution at the front from EDG. OMG just kind of staved off. So teleport achieves that, but Cream silently getting another cash injection here. Definitely going to hurt in the immediate future. Herald's up in just over 90 seconds, so that's when that could potentially matter. Arky also needs that Triforce. He needs to have that gold. He does, so OMG now, they're ready to fight pretty much across the board from the top side perspective. Bottom lane, Abel kind of trailing on Uzi, but I'm sure should just about have that gold as well, and he does.
In 13 minutes, OMG with a small gold lead. Trinity Force now picked up. We already saw the Everfrost from Cream, but Kraken also there for both AD carries on that note. We already mentioned the Static Shiv, and we didn't get a chance to mention it, but Arla and JJ, both with their core items as well. So we are in the one-item territory across the board, but ultimately, Jamada, what we've seen out of EDG in this early game is a couple of moves that haven't worked out perfectly. OMG right now still in a great position. As you mentioned, later on, maybe it's going to be talking about the team fight, but we also know that with Viego, with Silas, Cassante, like this team is going to be no stranger to a 5v5, and more importantly, a 5v5 that starts off with a pick. That gives a reset for Viego and control to something like a Silas as well. As okay, as I say that, Dragon's Rage, never mind. Fofo gets a kill. We're not at that point yet. We are still in lanes.
Yeah. Great cast curse to a point.
Yeah.
Yeah. You must, I don't know. Did Dom do something to you, huh? You just cursing OMG like this? Very, very bad from you. Poor form.
Not yet.
Cream though, just overstep. Not yet. But yeah, Cream just oversteps. Gets punished. Great stuff from EDG. It's not gonna actually equate to an immediate Herald start though. So, kind of surprised on that front. There was, of course, the ultimate blown from JJS, so perhaps not willing to fight at that team fight, or fight at that ultimate deficit, but also at the same time, like, you had a numbers advantage, potentially on spawn. And now it seems like OMG are going to be the ones picking up that objective instead.
True. Being startup solo, I mean, Arky, he's a farming king this game. He's almost got as much CS as his bot lane. And again, this is where OMG, throughout the majority of the early game, felt like they had the gold lead because of, or were equalizing because of this Trinity Force Viego. As he does it alone, Shanji is going to be chasing down Arla, who tries to disturb him, but there's no way Arla gets in. Herald is secured yet again here from OMG. And it's a minute 15 till the next Dragon, which feels like it will equate. That Herald being dropped and OMG once again utilizing that pressure to go and fight the objective.
Exactly. Hopefully this time it can actually get a crash in. Seems like they're just going to drop it in the mid lane and be done with it. Get this mid lane tier 1. Lack of wave clear available to EDG outside of this LeBlanc stack Shiv means that will be a bit of a freebie. They won't let this one charge. So OMG, again, knock down that tier 1 much like they did in the same way in game number 1. And hopefully for them, they can start to try and transition this into a little bit more pressure, right? Again, always talking about catching those waves up super high, ensuring that EDG have to catch their wave very late, and then being able to set up vision first. It's always very, very key when you're able to take down a tier 1 well before your opponent. But it seems like Fofo going to be handed the opportunity to just kind of answer out in kind. So we'll see how now the priority lies without these tier 1s available in the mid lane.
Longer mid lanes, longer map. Bot side as well as it gets shoved in. I mean, it's not the only lane under forces. EDG use Fog of War to try and draw in OMG. Cream's the one walking in. Chainlash will find him. And in fact, this might turn bad for EDG as Magnet Storm with the flash from PP God changes it around. JJ kiting out as Fofo's here. Arla now joins in as well, but EDG, their health bars are horrible. Abel gets him over the wall, and the turnabout play, after it was them who set the trap, is so good for OMG.
So good, and it could have been even worse as well. That ultimate from Abel was huge. I'm wondering how much damage he actually dealt in that one. OMG get the dragon. They might even actually find Arla. He was traded a little bit aggressively in a 3 versus 1, but Cream being as low as he is and kind of anticipating JJ still could be in the area, they will just take the dragon, not put their hand in the cookie jar, and they won't overreach. Good bit of discipline and an excellent team fight. A great punish on EDG's attempt to just find that death rush.
The only thing about OMG getting the kill is every time it's really just been Mako. There's shutdowns on other members, but they're unable to unhinge that gold as Jamada. We look again, and it's Chainlash that spots them out, and they just can't get on top of Cream.
Yeah, I mean, it's OMG that kind of just punch EDG back in the face for this one. Feathers are pulled back quite early by Uzi earlier on. I think that's why the observers are highlighting this, because if he could have pulled the feathers back right here and rooted up Cream and every single member that was in that choke, it could have been a much easier team fight to potentially escape away from, but I feel like a bit of a harsh critique, potentially. Because OMG, I feel like we're always winning that team fight on that kind of turnaround, and that choke, very hard to defend. Kind of the, you know, we spoke about the negatives of, you know, having like LeBlanc Lee Sin as a duo. Whilst, of course, the skirmishing power and the side lane threat is incredibly high, in terms of situations like that, where you're trying to, you know, hold the choke, defend the choke, you don't really have the bodies or the health bar to really kind of stave off that kind of aggression from OMG. So it does, again, get a little bit hard to navigate in those kind of instances. But again, it is certainly also one where it comes with its pros and cons. As EDG, the team fighting as the game goes on should theoretically be technically a little bit easier to execute. Whereas OMG, I feel like, you know, there are things that do fall off, but again, the snowballing factors can be crucial. First kill as well for Arky. Getting those resets in will always be huge.
I mean, so far, we haven't really seen any of those fights play out, at least any of those skirmishes for OMG's sake, but they are picking up these dragons. They're moving towards a Cloud Soul now with a couple left to go. And so we know that EDG will have to play some of that engage, play some of that, I guess, team fighting you talked about. As ultimately now we wait for the Baron in 50 seconds. Second item already picked up here for Fofo with the Night Harvester. Second for Uzi coming shortly. But OMG will be tracing those item footsteps as well as Cream with a bit more of an expensive build, of course, as you'd expect. He'll be waiting for his second item to come through. And that should be lining up with the timing towards his next dragon. Towards his Baron spawn as well. Which teams seem to be hovering and starting dropping some of this priority vision so that they can get themselves into a position to force. As we know in the LPL, Barons on spawn always a threat. As EDG for now will be the ones who get priority up in this top side.
Yep. We'll do just that. And again, side laning with this LeBlanc is so... It's not easy. Is it very just easy? Like, look at that. Wave's practically gone. Ooh, and I'm all the way back on the other side of the map. But like, you just tend to grow a massive CS lead uncontested. And I've seen so many LeBlancs basically be up an entire item well ahead of their opponent just because they're able to CS so freely. And again, you effectively can't really answer LeBlanc ever because she's 2 screens away when she's clearing waves. So OMG will definitely have to find an answer to that sooner, hopefully rather than later for themselves, because that can definitely be something that will turn into an issue. And again, you know, speaking of side laners, the originator, the Grandmaster, the Fisherman, Jax, is also scaling up just as fast. So they have definitely got to make a couple of decisions kind of snappily, I think has to be said, or that will definitely start to turn into a bigger issue than potentially the 5v5 and the skirmishing for EDG.
God, I hate static shift. I mean, we come back to it. It's 13-12. I know, you know, the AP ratios. Can't remember if they're pretty much gone or completely
they're still
gone.
trying to do, like, okay, so, Baron? Or is it just a bit of a whoopsie from JDG?
No, it's not a whoopsie. They're doing it. They're actually starting it up, and it's going to go pretty quick with the Lee Sin and Azaya, if uncontested.
Yeah, how quickly can OMG get here? Now they know it's happening. Teleport's going to have to be pulled by Shanji, surely. Or maybe they just stare them in the face. Push them off it, they do, alright. EDG blinked first here.
The teleport burned, though, in the making of it. I mean, yeah, Shanji not burning it. Maybe a win for OMG is at 5k as they pull off. Fofo tries to push back in, but Abel's damage already respectable here with 2 items now just picked up. So Baron delayed, but Dragon coming up in 30 seconds is one that has to be hit by EDG. Otherwise, OMG move to sell point, and then they have that flexibility in about 5 minutes' time.
Is just the Cloud Soul, though. And this is one of those games where I feel like Cloud Soul, you know, it's nice to have the movement speed. It's very hard to, you know, kind of get a gauge
Isn't it
of how
insane
useful it
on
can be.
LeBlanc? Isn't LeBlanc with Cloud Soul late game just bonkers?
Probably zooming. Yeah, I can see it. I can see it on LeBlanc because it's so easy to proc consistently. As OMG, it seems like EDG are kind of giving this for free.
They are.
They don't want it. Yeah, not at all. So, soul point for OMG. Rotations will be useful. I will say that. We'll see how they get on. As again, Fofo stayed up here, getting more CS, and is on his way to that Lich Bane. Almost a full item up on Cream.
I hate it. I just...
Me too.
Look.
I still, like, I don't know what the coding side of it is, right? But why does it build stacks on blinks? Like, I think dashes is fine, but the way that you fix the interaction...
it's got to be distance made, right? I know that's changed. I know, like, they've shifted in 13-13, but it's got to be distance made, right? Like, every footstep creates distance, but going back or forth from a blink, surely that's just more distance.
Like, I don't, again, I'm not a coder. I don't know how easy it is to, you know, perform those kind of miracles without breaking the game, but I think that's just how you do it. Anyway, Baron's being started up by EDG, and I mean, OMG, they're here.
So quick. They just need to get Arky out as teleport now going to be channeled on the same spot from both teams as Mako runs in. Arky failed to flush, but he doesn't fail the steal. With the ult, he finds in and gives OMG a chance to shine. As now in the pit, his reset going to be denied. And EDG clean up too in an instant.
Fofo back over the wall, finds Abel as Arla now starts spinning, and Abel into his waiting arms has to flash away, but Arla gives no avail. Shanji now in full Cassante mode, still not dead yet, and trying to outplay. JJ runs away, but EDG only losing their top side as that back over the wall from Abel is in the nick of time. OMG left with one Baron, but blasted out by Edward Gaming.
Ooh, Cassante almost did the thing again. OMG, though, lose 4. They get the Baron on just Abel. I don't think that's necessarily the best trade in the world. Fofo gonna hit away at the tower up here, and honestly, I don't know if that wave is big enough for him to have enough time, but we'll certainly chunk it out as a replay in. Good attempt here from Mako, but I think Flash Heartbreaker can't be interrupted once he starts to channel. Yeah, so he can't get knocked up, and then JJ just butchers the smack. Like, I don't
He's
even...
at least in.
I don't think Q2 deals 500 damage to Baron. Maybe I'm underestimating, but that was obviously the attempted execute smite Q from JJ. Maybe a Lee Sin player can correct me. Maybe I'm wholly wrong, because of course I know it's execution damage, but even onto Baron, that just seemed well out of sync. As yeah, great knockback as well from Shanji onto Arla to stop him from knocking Abel down. That could have been absolutely detrimental. As Shanji
Saw how PP God died to Uzi from Q&E. He didn't even look at him. What an absolute Chad.
He knows what he's about. Simple as that. Tower goes down. OMG still making a fair amount of use to what they can out of this Baron, but they're going to have to respond to the mid lane push, the bottom side push as well. Seems like they might just trade tier 2s across the map, try and defend this mid lane with just Shanji. But it's 3 versus 1. How far do they go here? Because
you're not going to win a Baron trade.
Have 2 lanes of pressure.
Yeah.
I mean,
and
this is
an
an inhibitor, I guess.
Okay.
Or tower.
And mid's not backing away. At least Arla might be threatening one of his own, and mid still happening here as Cream steals away. I mean, it's just going to be inhibitor for inhibitors. PP Gold almost dies in the process. Cream delaying. I mean, they're going to stop the backs because Arla is a big pusher. This Jax has a big old staff, and he knows how to use it as Back's now channeling through. Remember, Abel also has enhanced Baron recall, but one inhibitor turret goes down. It's going to be a double for EDG. Maybe this was the biggest brain of them all, as both inhibitors now exposed, both inhibitor turrets going down. It is an inhibitor trade in the top side, but hey, EDG get more gold, and with a LeBlanc, who cares about minions? They died in an instant anyway.
Yeah, curious map trade across the board there. EDG technically get more gold out of it, right, with all of the towers, so that feels good. But top lane inhibitor wave, kind of crucial when the dragon is spawning up, right? If Fofo has to push out effectively the next wave as well to have a bit of pressure forced out here. As what's going on? What's the replay for? It's how he gets chunked out. Ah, okay.
Okay.
Sure. I didn't even. Yeah, sure. All right. Well, Shanji just, you know, thought the champion was a little bit more than it actually is, and that's the play. Good job for locking him down as EDG, but he didn't really blow anything. And now that ultimate is, I mean, it's just about in time with the dragon, so it's not going to be an issue for Uzi. But certainly could have been. That ultimate was just a touch longer on the CD. Waves were shoved down in the top side, but again, now they're going to stack, and that's a huge deal, right?
Yep.
Keep your eye specifically on Shanji and Cream. If they can escape this team fight without being too chunked out and EDG end up losing, this could be a teleport into end angle for the top side of the map.
I know OMG something here as the engage starts from EDG first. The pile in massive as well. Abel from the backside free hitting here. Uzi doing the same. He ulties in. The feathers are waiting to be drawn back in, but he gets flipped out. All out. Uzi's down. Aki also gets a reset too. He now becomes the legend as a double kill before he dies, but Aki now blown up. Fofo carrying the fight through as Abel is being juked around. Sonic Wave out of range. Fofo chasing up. It's the bottom lane of OMG to win this fight onto Mako. The root not there. They've done it. EDG blow a hole in the sides of OMG.
They might just be able to end the game. 20 seconds on Cream and Shanji. Maybe it's just an inhibitor and to turn around, get the dragon. Death timers are lengthy. Arla has teleport in 10. Let's see how confident these guys are feeling.
It's a Lich Bane. It's a Lich Bane here.
It's
10 seconds, as you said. It's got to be with the minion wave there as well. Teleport going to be burned. EDG do have this. I mean, 1 second. I'm confident here, Jamada, but I'm not sure. Demolish here is
die. Mako tries to delay the game, but on the Nexus, heading away. EDG have done it. They've done it. And we go to a game 3 on a hair's breadth.
Could have been squeaky bum time at the end of that game, but EDG have just about enough damage to end that one out. And yeah, unfortunately, I highlighted, right? It's the solo laners here of OMG that have to try and stay alive in this team fight because they're the ones that can maybe look towards a teleport on the top side, end the game, turn that into a 2-0 series. But the way it unfolds right at the very end just kind of means that not only do they not have the option of the teleport up towards the top side, but then also it's just Abel and it's just PP God. And unfortunately, Abel, he tried to Q with the red gun. As Mako came in on the combo, the Qs were going onto the ward that was in vision and not on PP God, or not rather on Mako, which could have one-shot him in time to not get comboed, and then maybe he has enough damage to turn around. Anything could have been possible there, but it ends up being them both going down, and now we're moving to a game number 3.
We are indeed. I mean, again, like, from what was OMG's, I guess, team fight, their prime, distracted by great players like Uzi, and I think ultimately Fofo and this LeBlanc maybe shouldn't have been given over. This is huge. This is really, really big, and the fact that EDG is still fighting here in this series means that this is still a potential win, Jamada. This is still a potential 9th series for either team that will give them top 6. And I think at this point, because Weibo took a loss, top 6 is very viable for whoever wins this series just because of the nature of the rest of the series remaining. But again, we already talked about this. Very big day, very big series. We go to a game 3. And so, you know what that means? I need tea, Jamada.
You need tea?
We need bloody tea, mate. Because I'm about to lose it. I'm about to lose my marbles.
Fair enough. Very, I don't know. I always, you know, the standard was always the English drink a lot of tea. And to be fair, we do. Never knew it was the same for the Australian lads. Good on you. Either way, EDG. EDG. Kind of a surprise turnaround given how stompy-ish game 1 was, right? Like, I was kind of expecting a little bit more bark out of OMG in the later team fights, and it just wasn't there. It felt like it was too difficult for EDG to kind of put a thumb on Fofo, keep him in place, and because of that, yeah, a little bit too much to handle. And I know who's getting MVP. If Uzi gets MVP, he's getting MVP because he's Uzi. Fofo deserved this one. 26k damage. Gold graph, surprisingly, quite weighted into EDG for a majority of that back end of the game. Contrast to how I suppose some of the skirmishes felt like they were playing out, right? But it seemed like it was always going to be the conclusion of a game 3 here, and that's exactly where we're moving towards.
Well, let's just highlight, it was on a Lee Sin game. Like, I'm not sure how many Dragon's Rage I missed, how many backline access kicks we got, but I'll be real, Fofo's damage is what we should be highlighting after that. I think Fofo working for an MVP there, Jamada, on that LeBlanc, 43% of the damage. I mean, it's the build, it starts, that's why it's banned all the time. Like, Nico gets banned, sure, but I feel like LeBlanc is just so much more egregious with how she can freely play the game from one item, never be matched into sides, always a split pushing threat, great team fighting damage, great AoE, great ability of just being a pain in the bum. LeBlanc, that's literally LeBlanc right now.
Ban the LeBlanc. Ban the LeBlanc. Yeah, we just can't see it, I think. If it ends up going through again, it should just be snapped up. I anticipate that OMG will move back to the blue side, and then we will see the LeBlanc be banned again. If not, I am very curious about what this Game 3 draft is going to look like.
Yep, you and me both, sir, ladies and gentlemen, Game 3 coming up between OMG and EDG right after this break. You're not going anywhere. I know you're not. You guys sit at the computer all day. I do too. Don't be ashamed, all right? Get some tea, though, and then come back and chill out. I'll be here.
Harris, the longer they're going to have to be able to take you down.
Xiaohao wants to go right big on a Weiwei, and Weiwei's going down to first blood. They're going to turn on Xiaohu, but he does have the rocket jump out of there.
What?
What just happened?
It's the hammer swing!
Oh my goodness, a double kill to Harder! Oh wait, Ruler's gonna do it again.
Ruler?
Ruler's gonna go for a solo dive. Again, the Featherstorm out. The Feathers pull and the flash as well. This guy is the GOAT.
Dom might be sad for OMG, but I'm sure he's definitely happy for TN and Rookie, and maybe some Jackie love as well. Gotta give some. He's spreading the love over there. This game's over, right? Like they're gonna have mid wave crushing. They've got bot wave as well. Comes down to how easy they can actually get away with it. Okay.
Last play though. Top Esports trying to end it here. Rookie gets one. Finally, Jackie Love sharing the kills as the Top Esports getting engaged on Aki in the backside, but he's blown to smithereens. 16 kills.
There's
running in Jackie Love, trying to make history in the LPL. He does it. 18 kills.
Cube does have ulti though, and as my voice cracks like a 12-year-old, Jinjiao could be in trouble as he's being turned off at the time being. Good knockback. The ulti doesn't get much out of Decade as he all in from Hung. It's in and out as Shanks might have an angle as Hope is stepping up. The 80 carry out of everyone is just walking forward. Hope has no fear as the engage helps him out. Look at this man. That's why we put faith in him in the past. Quadra denied, but Shanks cleans it up. Ladies and gentlemen, WE have hope again.
Definitely be huge for the confidence of them. But if they were to lose from this position, who knows what it'll do to the Menor. Baron should be gone, but they're going to look for a fight.
On, though, as Beitwan is still in the pit, he will secure the Baron. Bobo goes in with a big pop blossom, but you got to watch EDG from front to back. Uzi is gunning him down here as well. You've already lost Hoya, so you've lost some of your power. Mako goes forward as well. Uzi is waiting for the killer instinct.
No.
He's just trying to wait for his angle, and now you get a pick up from JJ. It is EDG that have to back away. 1xA trying to step up here as well. He's trying to get the damage down for him. He's got the caliber, but can't hit the distance. And EDG are backing away. Uzi is still looking for it. Can't get it. He's going in now. You've got to watch those Prey Seekers as 1xA all by himself will get hit down by Allah. And Cal, can he do it? Uzi to flash away was huge, and Allah now wants to chase down Cal, and he gets him down. Flash that Vayne emote as EDG go clutch.
Ladies and gentlemen, the City of Lights, the city known as Shanghai, the city, I'm not sure, the city of the rising sun. Shang is high, right? I get it. Funny joke. I didn't mean to do that. But yeah, I don't know. City of the Rising Sun, House of the Rising Sun. Either way, there's something going on in Shanghai, and my name's Hysterics. This is Jamada. As you can tell, I'm not in Shanghai. Actually, you wouldn't know, would you? You know what?
No.
Jamada, I'm in the UK right now. You don't know.
What?
How can you prove it?
See you in an hour after the series?
Okay then. Yeah, we'll go.
All right, sweet.
We'll go down to Diagon Alley. I don't know anything about London. Diagon Alley, Nocturne Alley. I'll see you at the Shrieking Shack. Yeah. Sick. That's what I know. Hey, MVP by the way was Fofo. It was actually Fofo.
Yeah. Okay.
What a surprise.
Okay. You held me for like half a second there, and I was like, "You're not gonna say Uzi, right? That would be done." 43% of his team. Yeah, I can't wait for this build to be gutted, man. I'm so excited for it to be out of the meta. and in this weird way, I know like we complain a lot about the meta, right? You know, and I think typically there is sometimes a lot of very irritating things to complain about. Off Zeri, but like I don't know, there just feels like there's very little interaction or counterplay to LeBlanc now that she's got this build path available to her. But Fofo doesn't care, and he is abusing it to its full extent, and you cannot blame him in the slightest. Just like he was abusing that Nico. But I'm really surprised that nothing's happened about that. Anyway, EDG 1-1 now, and off the back of Fofo's very, very strong LeBlanc performance, I anticipate that it's not going to be given to him again for the final game here, because OMG need every bit of hope and strength that they can get, as we are already into picks ban. So that was a lot faster in terms of turnaround. As yeah, let's see how things go. Again, eyeing up that LeBlanc has to be removed from the equation surely by OMG or first pick.
So, no LeBlanc, no Nico. Well, I mean, regardless, one of them's going to be up and available. There you go. Savion LeBlanc taken away. But can we get the Chardonnay known as Nico? Would OMG first pick this? Of course they would. On the other side, Jamada, I'll just do draft for you. Kai'Sa is banned. So what, Zaya Rakan, maybe Vi? Vi first pick worthy here for EDG. We know the meta. We know that Shanji will pick Cassante. So maybe Ala gets an early rotation of Cassante with Vi. Am I on the right track? What do you reckon?
Yeah, so I'm going for OMG here, the Nico, EDG with the Vi plus... I'm gonna say they kind of like AFK go AD carry, but we'll see. Maybe the Rel actually. Yeah, Rel, Vi, OMG are gonna go Cassante and Nocturne. I think is gonna be the lock-in here for OMG. I think that kind of turn off the lights with Nico involved is gonna be huge. Ooh, okay, Fofo on the Azir. This is one of the other few champions I feel like can answer the Nico inside the lane. The early lane can be a little bit rough at times. But honestly, once you get to a certain point, maybe level 5, 6, 7, in that range, you can really kind of just deal with the Nico poke at range. JJ goes towards the Poppy, so definitely a much different look to what I was actually anticipating and we were anticipating. So I wonder now where OMG really feel like they're going to lean in terms of picks. Ivern or Hover? This would be interesting. And, you know, a bit of an Ivern specialist myself, could be really fun. Even though they go towards the Cassante, it really depends on their flavor. I mean, the Hover was fun. The Nocturne I highlighted, but with the Vi still up, it's, you know, it's Vi, it's going to do the thing. So here now, EDG, I feel like I'm just going to answer out probably with Jax, if I had to wager a guess, right? Unless they really want something else, or they want to high prioritize the AD carry or the support pool. But I feel like there's no real reason to do that when you can just get counter pick on top side. Ooh, okay. I thought they were going to send the Poppy top with the Sejuani Hover, but they're not.
I just can't wait. Like, again, 13-12 was different. That's great. I can't wait to get to 13-13. Let's hope, fingers crossed, playoffs are in 13-13. Because a lot of interesting stuff happens there. And Jamada, it's a very different world. Like, I like that we're seeing Ashe and Brom lanes, you know, Varus in the mix, Rel's there as a strong pick. That's cool. Let's see more of that. Less Vi, less Cassante. What else do you not want to see? Zeri, Yumi are gone, thankfully, so our sanity returns. What else?
I think honestly, there is such a big roster of champions that you can, you know, afford to buff up some of the more underplayed champions. But, you know, funnily enough, on this topic whilst we're here, and I'll only touch on it very briefly, watching some of Freak's patch rundowns, and again, great content. If you don't watch those, watch them. They're very insightful. He does mention a lot how pro teams don't really like to gravitate towards picks unless they are so obscenely broken that, you know, they can't. It would be a fool's play to not actually pick them up. And I kind of agree with the sentiment. I do feel like teams are very slow to adapt to things. I mean, hell, even LeBlanc with the whole stack shift thing was apparently really strong from the moment it came out, but teams weren't really willing to pick it up globally until I think it was Humanoid that picked it first over in the LEC in terms of like one of the big four regions. So yeah, very, very you know, much in that vein. I do agree. I feel like teams will always be stale. In terms of what I want to see more of, bring up some of the AD carries who haven't been in the meta for a while. You know, give us a little bit of Sivir, give us some Kalista, give us, you know, picks like that who don't really get to see the light of day too often. But like always you have to be, yeah, Vayne, sure. I mean, Vayne metas are frustrating ones that we haven't seen in a very, very long time. But yeah, I do agree. Right, there's a large enough champion pool in the game where I feel like you can afford to toss, you know, some love to some of those underplayed champions. You know, give us some, you know, I don't know, I'm trying to think. There are so many that you can kind of get lost in the sauce, right?
Yeah.
But like anything that's kind of sat below, I don't know, 46, 40, or not 46, like 47, 48% win rate, just give them some love. See what happens where they land in the meta. Anyway, run aside on the meta itself. We've landed on Tristana and Milio. Very strong duo in the bottom side for OMG. And EDG could end up with this Heimerdinger Ashe combination, which we've seen come out a couple of times. And if they go towards this, they're then running a composition which is basically like full anti-dive and holding ground, right? Holding position with the turrets, with the Azir soldiers. And at that point, I'm thinking EDG are just going to look to secure priority at basically every single turn, and then wait for OMG to actually come into them. And at that point, Ala eventually will get to a point where he's just winning the side lane. So I think there's a pretty solid and consistent game plan here for EDG. For OMG, honestly, it's all on Arky, in my mind, to start off team fights and hopefully not get one-shot by the anti-dive tools that OMG have available. This is going to be a difficult game, in my mind, for OMG to navigate. So if you're supporting them, if you're on their end, cross your fingers, get your prayers in, because I think across the board, it's going to be a bit of a hard one. They're going to have to start through the mid-jungle. I think that's going to be the easiest opening at best. At that point, though, I think both side lanes are going to be struggling for priority.
I think ultimately what you want to see here is OMG, Chamada, what you're talking about is the ability to find those all-ins, the ult buttons, the beauty that lies within Cassante and Nico. But also, on the other side, as you were saying, lane's going to be fun. Seeing the Donga down with Ashe in the bot side, Mako and Uzi, get ready to party down here for Abel and PP God. As 2v2 so far, looks like Abel and PP God have had the better read of it, the better merit in both games now. Whereas every other lane, I think we've had a bit of back and forthness, but ignore me, it doesn't matter, because the final series of the day, the final game of the day is about to come to an end. Guys, this is the ultimate week of LPL. We have today to finish off, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, then the Monday, and then LPL is done. Then we go into playoffs. It's not been announced yet, but as, wow, Tien, who was that? Was that Tien and Crisp as FPX? Was that old Tien and Crisp in FPX jerseys? What the hell? Leaked for the off season. What? We're getting the band back together.
Hell yeah. Get the band back in. Very surprised there's not a 5-stack down here to deal with the Heimerdinger turrets. We'll see
Apparently
how things...
Coming back to us, Jamada.
In a minute,
all right.
is what I've been
In a minute.
told.
What
So-
happened? All right.
Okay.
Okay, the game's broken. Not sure. All right, folks. Not sure why. Hello. Forget Summoner's Rift. It's over.
Hey.
I can tell you what. Scripted. We're going to find out what's happening there. We're not allowed to look at the game. Oh, what?
Okay.
What
Not sure
is
what.
happening?
Has to be something on the Chinese side. That's all we know. Which is probably a short fixing of an issue. Hey, look, don't question it, all right? Just let it happen.
Okay. I'm just so confused. Is Tien getting back on FPX or what?
Yes. Next question.
What do you reckon now? I'm so thrown off. I'm gonna sip my tea, Jamada.
Do you know what it is? It's because you mentioned the leak. That's why. They got onto us, Jake. For a brief moment.
It cut out the broadcast.
Yeah, exactly.
I'm gonna find out what just happened there. As look, hey, we are into the game, and surprise, surprise, bot is doing well. Jamada, how about them apples? Some weird professor with an exposed brain, and a woman from this icy continent that just throws out icy arrows every time. How do you keep them cold? Summoner's Rift is obviously like 35 degrees Celsius, like it's a chill kind of day, probably hot. How do the arrows stay cold?
Great question. Especially during those summer... You know what, actually, you just opened my mind to something. I'm going to have to hold the point because EDG are angling a dive on the next wave, so I don't have to hold it just yet. They're stacking the wave, don't worry guys, they'll dive after the Krugs. What happened to the seasonal maps, man? Bring those back. I'm sure there's a good reason for them not existing, but don't you guys miss the winter and the summer maps and the Halloween maps?
I do.
Me too. Anyhow.
Christmas one, brother, is that dive doesn't happen in the end, does it? JJ just walking away, steals a camp, and looks like he will be set up for bottom side scuttle as also the ward to spot him out. But speaking of wards on spotting, yeah, you said it, Jamada. Is Arla dead?
No, probably not. Flash at best.
Yes, he
Unless
is.
Arky predicts it.
He will. Oh, he tried. Oh, Arla holds on. Flashes over in the end. I guess Arky was too big brain for his own good.
Okay, well, Arky tried. There was an attempt. It doesn't work out. You miss every attempt you don't go for, you know? So now, at the very least, Arla, with no flash, can potentially be regained.
We'll see what Arky gets back up in that top side. Meanwhile, as his focus is up there, just note that it is still JJ who hovers around his camp's bottom side. Arla, great trade. Jax also loves being in front of a minion wave when he hits an enemy champion. Presses E, absorbs all that damage. And Shanji's toast.
Yeah, Shanji, very difficult early stages to keep up with the passive grass proc stacks as well. All very, very annoying bits. To try and navigate in the early stages, you need that level 6. But yeah, Shanji doesn't quite connect on the Pathmaker, but Q flash for the slow, good war attack reset, and then Arky. So I think he's trying to double dip a bit. I think he's angling the Q so that, like, you know, if Arla keeps on moving forward, then he hits him, and then if Arla also flashes, then he also still hits him. But yeah, unfortunately, doesn't hit the mark on either. And Arla just holds it and then flashes later on. So works out for him in the end.
So now the biggest question is when he repeat ganks topside, because Arla has a Warden Tri-Brush. It's not going to be as easy this time around as his sneaky pathing got him last time. Arla's still doing pretty well in the matchup as the wave's starting to shove back out. There's not much he can do here with the slow push now enacted. Junglers still on their favorite side of the map. Look, JJ has consistently hovered down here and managed to take away some camp spot earlier, while Arky just keeps going top. Look at the wards out for OMG, making sure that they know exactly when this Poppy decides to come top. As Creme de la Creme ulted in against the wall. Nice flash timing. Cream will survive. He's poked out, but you can see the combo there with Fofo and JJ almost makes it work. As Arla. Almost. He's alive!
Huh.
Where was he going?
You know, sometimes you have to go on a journey to find yourself. And I feel like Arla was trying to find that journey. And unfortunately, it looks pretty dumb. I'm not sure where he was going. Maybe looking to proxy the wave. Yeah, I wish I could tell you, mate. Wish I could. But good job from Shanji to stop him from doing that. That's what he was really trying to do. Just sarcasm aside. Arla wanted to try and proxy the next wave. Couldn't do it, as Shanji held the wave. But bottom side, like we said, there's been so much priority down here for a really long time. And it seems like JJ's either on the skull or he's actually dragged out the dragon. It's the skull crab. Now it's maybe going to be the dragon, but Arky wants some action down here instead.
Uzi flashes away. That's also going to be the heal from Mako. OMG now playing a little bit better with the fire as JJ running in still, feeling confident, having the damage with his Heimer as well. Arky Not synergizing well, I should say, from JJ and Mako, but the damage might still be there. Chase down the flash away. JJ now looking for another target. This Poppy has unlimited power as EDG now push them all out. Just like that, Dragon might be theirs.
Not just control the Senate, but also the river. JJ. I mean, again, it's really difficult as Vi to like win out on these skirmishes because you always have to worry about that steadfast presence with Vault Breaker. So good job from EDG to just kind of brute force the members of OMG out here. And they will be rewarded with this dragon. Now bear in mind, Aki can, I think, almost make it if he doesn't go for his red buff. So is it? No, won't be. Mako is dealing just about enough damage to make it a little bit too risky of an affair. Aki doesn't want the flip, and they will get the Chemtech Dragon. The next one is Cloud, so do you know what that means? You know what it means? The Dragon Soul, no matter what, should almost always be useful. So it's pretty much going to be a guaranteed combat one, and that could mean fireworks for some of these later team fights.
Woo! Gotta love that. With those first items fast approaching as well. Herald now staring them in the face. Now, Aki, as he moves up here, has Shanji to rely on. And it might be Ala actually ulting him through. All out, takes him into the pit. Ala has to flash away. Pop Blossom used preemptively from Cream. That'll be down, but it is still OMG who start off this Herald as they're positioning outward. With a couple of those ultis gone, still feeling a little bit scared facing off against EDG.
Yeah, I mean, those are two huge skirmishing elements blown, right? We saw in-game, number one, how important it was for Fofo to have the Pop Blossom at this first Herald, and now that it's on cooldown, it could just be a big enough window that EDG know they can fight here very, very freely without the all now available to Shanji as well. One big discrepancy, though. JJ does not have upgraded smite. He has the 600 damage smite, Aki has the 900. Yeah. If he can slip in time, he might be able to sneak it underneath the noses here of EDG. He just needs vision. The eye's gonna pop.
Eye exposed. Oh, JJ. Okay, now
don't hit the eye.
Up. Dodges away. JJ just needs to hit it first. Smites down. He gets it. Aki also altered into a wall, so he's gonna be shoved back. EDG picking up a nice first blood as PP God has now joined on in, but Fofo is here as well. That is an eco without ulti, so Fofo just knocks him back. Wrong side of the rift. Arrow flies through, almost hits Shanji as Mako has to flash away, but PP God's still shoved and dead anyway. It's Herald, it's kills, and OMG, without that Pop Blossom and all out, what business do they have being there, Jamada?
I don't know. I feel like the answer was just none at all, but they still decided to go for the contest anyway. They lose the Herald, they lose everything, man. It just sucks for them. I don't know. I'm Jake. Honestly, I'm perplexed. I don't know why. Yeah, it's just a strange moment for them. Now EDG, not only do they have Herald, but it's going to be available towards the next dragon. And again, Aki, great job, dodges out from the Keeper's Verdict, but I'm not sure, intentional or not, the Herald is brought down low enough so that auto attack on the eye brings it well below that 900 threshold, and ends up being a win for Aki. And like you said, ult brings him against the wall, slammed in. Shanji does his best to try and make a turnaround, but again, without the all out, it's just really difficult. Double shove here. Onto Cream and onto PP God is good. The Ash Arrow doesn't connect onto anyone. And yeah, PP God ends up on the wrong side of the map. So, awkward sequence of play from OMG. They had no real right to look for the contest, and now, you know, Ala, again, double buffs. Again, he really wants this proxy, man. Like, hit the tower, you've got Demolish, get the plate. Yeah, there you go, bud.
Hey.
Free goal. But now,
again, it's Cassante.
Yeah.
Ulti for ulti, isn't it? Ala, we're about to get flipped back. No, just ultis to threaten and walk away.
Just good friends, you know? Just vibing, just chilling. I feel like it's just top mains kind of just waving at each other, you know? Saying, hey, our role doesn't really matter that much until maybe a good team fight. No one's going to punish them for all of the shenaniganery going on up there. OMG don't have the Herald, of course. Remember, that was secured by JJ. But Aki has a good read on where this Herald is likely to be dropped. And Uzi, Mako, it feels like they can kind of secure priority almost whenever they want. And OMG are just kind of having a decent enough read on that. But unfortunately, Herald won't be dropped just yet. There will be a lot of pressure put down onto Abel and PP God again.
Well, again, with JJ just getting spotted out, that Herald just comes through nice and quick. But Fofo and Cream also walking down to threaten. we know that's fake. At least that's what EDG is saying, as Arky now goes over the wall as well. Herald shares its gold, but it means 2 plates are left remaining here. OMG behind 2,000 gold in the early game. And Jamada, for the first time here in this series, as Abel gets flipped away, OMG are behind the ball early. And I don't think we've said that this series so far.
No, not ideal in the slightest. So they really have to find somewhere. But the big issue is, where the hell do you actually look to play for, right? Bottom side is no prio, and it's very difficult to get on top of these members, even with the Vio, because if JJ's there, then the first target that goes in, which is likely Arky, just gets one shot and dies. So I feel like they are in a really awkward situation. And look at the JJ knows his role so well, right? It is just sit there, press W, stop Arky from maybe going in, keep Shanji down, and that's about it. Catch out Abel if he oversteps. He's gonna lock it. Like, he is playing fully for defense here. Not even an Errand Shroud. So EDG, I think that's just going to be the story of this game. It's going to be, all right, we make it to mid lane wave, we get priority, we get entrance into the river, and then we just set up with soldiers and Heimerdinger turrets.
Yep.
And just win a team fight. Wait for the first target to go in and one-shot them. As OMG, how do you ever break this sequence? That's pretty impossible. I say it, they have kind of snuck in here. Maybe
But
to a
could be
point
a
where
danger.
EDG, it could be a bit awkward.
I mean, Uzi has arrow available, even though Dragon's getting low. It's about getting out now, isn't it? As EDG run against the wall, and Arky's just bursted down and destroyed Dragon for a kill. EDG with yet another. At least OMG are finally on the board here, Jamada, but look at what this might open up. There's no Arky, no problem for the bot side. They continue pushing up. It's all out, under turret. Arla flashes away, somehow gets away. Shanji also has flash of his own, but it's because the bottom side is now where we have to look. Abel getting threatened, wave cleared out, JJ ready for a dive of his own.
Yeah, JJ eyeing up the prospect with the plate dropping. Now the tower's significantly squishier, so that'll be secured now by EDG. Uzi, happy beneficiary of the play. Yeah, almost tripped up, almost said benefactor. Benefactor's the one that's giving, beneficiary is the one that's receiving. Thank you, Ashin, and subsequently then Vedius and Medic for having that conversation on the LEC whenever they had it.
Oh, good on Ashin.
Yeah, Ashin, educating me on my own language.
True.
English is a terrible language, by the way.
Oh, it's absolutely rubbish. You know, the only thing that you guys have given us is, you give us spices? No. What did you give us?
No, I think the English, I don't know, because pretty sure spices were
Dutch,
brought back
right?
to Europe by either the Dutch or the Portuguese. So I don't know.
Whoever gave us paprika are absolutely fake. Man, whoever gave us paprika, thank you in advance. What a spice, honestly. What a journey that's been. You can have it sweet, you can have it spicier. Because paprika is just capsicum. And if people don't know do you call them capsicums over there, or do you call them peppers?
We call them peppers, mate. We don't, whatever that along.
It's a bloody capsicum. All right,
Okay.
I don't know who called it that, but that's what it's called. That's what paprika's made out of, capsicum. Do you call them courgettes or zucchinis?
Oh, I think zucchinis.
You think? You need to eat more of them, man. If you don't know, you're in trouble. Is it eggplant or is it aubergine?
Oh, aubergine.
Aubergine? Like Pantene? Is the same kind of ring to it? No way. It's a bloody eggplant.
But not America.
Well, eggplant. They call them aubergines. As
they call them
eggplants more. No, they don't. You need to pause. Jamada. EDG are fighting. Shanji's teleported in. Oh, no, that's a big one.
Uzi.
Holy moly, Uzi just taken out of the fray. Cream and Shanji come alive as the all-out fuse over the wall. Abel also jumps on in. Arla's next on the menu, boys, but Fofo's ulti misses out. Abel survives for now. Shanji still into his mode. A flash shows respect from Fofo. As in the end, it looks like the trade against EDG still hasn't worked out for OMG as they get zoned off the Herald.
Yeah, EDG not getting the objective. There's a couple of kills. Bit back and forth, to say the least. Uzi just didn't get to play the game, though, did he? That was like Vio into Nico into death. Didn't get the flash, didn't get to do absolutely anything. Herald fight neutralized, and certainly both teams will be going back to this objective The observers are so hot. What is he supposed to do? Like, they're hovering over his flash, but like, where can he go, guys? He's just one shot, man. Anyway, great ultimate here from Cream. Also, the fact that it hits onto Ala means that the Counter-Strike response is super slow as well. And Shanji also brings him back over the wall. He does just about escape for a little bit longer than perhaps he should have. Popo's ultimate. It's wide, and we're back at Herald. We're fighting once again. Round 2, fight.
Love it. Dun, 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 dun. Man, OMG, if they want to take a fight here, they need to wait for Pop Blossom, though. Cream is coming from the left wing, as you can see on your screen, as Arla ready to pounce on in.
What's JJ doing?
Into the ulti. I mean, that's a good question, because now it's double to take him out, and he's in trouble. Dead man. In the jungle here is EDG are left with 4 members able using the range, thanks to Milio's little cozy campfire. Aki starts the Herald, but again, they're looking trepidatiously, considering that Fofo, mate goes to alive, Uzi with the arrow. In the end, they will lose that respect and just take this Herald that we have fought so hard over for the past 3 minutes.
Herald's an important objective, guys. You know, you gotta get in front of it. JJ, I don't know, just maybe he thought that more members of EDG were around and just dies. This tower will be secured. And actually, EDG are kind of postured a lot more towards this dragon. So this could not only get a second charge, but if OMG really want to push the envelope here, they could give up this next dragon.
Yeah.
For this tier 2. JJ and Aki are holding hands at Krugs.
In trouble. Fofo will have the ulti available. Blocks out on Aki to get out of the situation. He has nothing left as well. Tries to get through, but Uzi! That was from the red buff. Oh my lord. That's a good Ash as OMG now chasing down Mako towards mid. A much needed kill for EDG, because Jamada, after that last fight, gold was pretty much even.
Yeah, was carried back a little bit. But still, this game is weird. Hysterics, considering where we were in game 1 and game 2. I don't know, maybe it's because I'm loopy, you know, we're 5 games in. Bit hungry, you know, it's midday, well gone midday now. Breakfast was like 5 hours ago. But OMG will get this dragon, which is great. So not only do they secure the Herald, but they get this dragon too. But again, Soul is a mile away. EDG, I still feel like, you know, when we go back to that compositional discussion, right? Being in front of an objective first, I beg your pardon, will mean, you know, soldiers, it will mean turrets that OMG have to get through, and Vi forcing her ultimate won't be enough, and there will come a point where she should just get demolished, like completely deleted by an arrow and a hextech grenade and then everyone else. JJ should be able to disengage everyone trying to help out as well, and they went out on the side lane. Like, in my head, on paper, this should be a near, I wouldn't say impossible, because nothing's impossible in League of Legends, but for OMG, close enough, right? It should be a really insurmountable comp gap.
As you said, right, you came into this talking a little bit about how EDG happy for OMG to run into them. So far in some of these fights, we've seen how that comp works out as JJ playing very proactively with the Hex Flash here, but I think we need to wait for the Uzi arrow to really get the full
Uzi
feel.
arrow. We're getting a T-Tor. Yeah, no, I just know the observers.
Yeah.
There's a...
Oh, yeah.
Ball.
That's insane. Probably aiming for Cream.
Probably was, but hey.
Or wasn't.
A hit's a hit.
That's true. Well, Jamada, we now take off the jacket. Right?
Okay.
It's off. Because the next fight is going to be the greatest. The best we've seen all day. The next fight is going to be over the Baron, maybe over the Dragon, we don't know. But we're going to have 2 item carries coming through. We're going to have tanks who pretend to be Frank. Fridges from Bunnings, or... No, you didn't get fridges from Bunnings. Fridges from Bing Lee, right?
Bing Lee? What?
Have you got Bing Lee?
No, what the hell is Bing Lee?
Bing Lee, the Lee family created Bing Lee. I don't know how long they've been around, but that's where a lot of our electronics come from.
So it's like
the good guys.
It's like a Curry's or a PC World. Actually, I think those are the same thing now. Oh,
PC World has... Wait, PC World has fridges?
It's all one. Like, it's all one thing now. Like, they sell, like, all of the gaming equipment alongside, like, Yeah, like fridges and dishwashers.
What the
and stuff.
hell, PC?
Hey, listen, I didn't make the store, all right, bud. Like they do what they do in there.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Well, fair enough. Ultimately, I'll just tell you right now. That's kind of crazy. That's just crazy, man. But again, we have a store called Bing Lee. It doesn't make any sense unless you know the family. But it's a massive chain. Good Guys also up there. And then outside of that, I think you can buy stuff like that at Big W. You can buy stuff like that at Kmart. I'm pretty sure you do that at Kmart. Kmart does small appliances. Either way, Australians out there will fix me. You'll fix me. As PC World, that's a new one for me. At least for now, as OMG defend mid. That's an arrow thrown out. Cleanse as well from Abel, by the way. As OMG are converging, but Uzi does damage on the way out. The PP God on the Shanji. He's spacing right now everything as Cream tries to fake out. It's because Dragon's up in 2 minutes, but is it really Jamada? Or are they just trying to? Are they trying to fight?
I was about to say, like, has there been so little action that like they're starting to hallucinate? Guys, the dragon's up.
Dragon's coming in 2 minutes.
The voices, the dragon's here. I promise. Give it 2 seconds. Yeah, I mean, OMG, they went for the play, right? They teleported Shanji behind. They just couldn't quite find an in, and they don't want to overextend. They don't want to overreach because, again, you know, diving into this composition is so risky. The likelihood of getting blown up is so high that, again, you know, you don't want to be the first person in. It's so, you know, yeah, the likelihood of you just dying is a bit too high. So OMG again opts to kind of walk at EDG aggressively and then turn around and kind of just ask him, hey, how's your day going? And then that's the end of the conversation.
Not bad, thanks for asking. But as we get towards that conversation in a minute, yeah, it's not bad, honestly. Like, you know, you did ask, and I'll tell you right now, having a cup of tea, my third of the day, feels pretty good. Yeah, I have Tetley's All-Rounder, if anyone in Australia wants a banging cup of tea. I don't use loose leaf tea because what a mess to clean up. I use tea bags, and environmentalists will probably hate me. As Shanji, what's he going to do with the environment? That's been our biggest question all year long. As Abel once again is targeted out. OMG move up towards topside river. That Baron staring them in the face, but it is 30 seconds till Dragon here, Jamada. And EDG, they can feel it in their bones. They feel the strength of DPS carries right now.
Yeah, they do. Uzi and Fofo are online, 2 items. Same deal for Abel as well. So if these guys do have the opportunity to open up, it's going to be good. But, I mean, again, it's felt so far and few between. Arky.
Jet starts it off. Remember, this guy can't die. Arrow hits Abel as well. And Fofo's just hitting away as Cream gets into the back one. It's a big one as he flies on up. In the meanwhile, Fofo's taken away by Shanji. Spaces him out, but Shanji cleaves him in 2. Ala now spins over with a flash up. OMG have been obliterated. We blink, we miss it, we see some good picks, but Ala has taken care of business.
Yes, he has indeed. And again, this is just going back to that compositional difference I was talking about. As OMG, it doesn't matter if JJ, like, I'm just going to say how it is. JJ's griefing, man. Like, just, like, I get it. Arky's up against the wall. Fantastic. Get the stun. But you know you're going to get turned around on the moment that, you know, you make that play. Because look at where OMG are. Of course they're going to respond. And, you know, EDG, I guess, in a position he's thinking that they're going to be able to actually look back and, you know, take out some of these extra divers, but it just doesn't happen like that. Cream finds an amazing ultimate as well on the back line. And at this point, it's just top lane. Like, the fight is so split at this point. It's just like top laners trying to do what they can to clean up. And in this case, it's Ala, who is definitely the better janitor of the 2 right now. Shanji is 3-0-1 though, is 3 items now. I believe he has that 4 now as well. Maybe I missaw, you know, again, 5 games in. But either way, he has that stone plate, and that's going to be huge now in terms of just survivability, and maybe he can make another turnaround play. EDG on the turret, but there's a teleport.
There he is. I'm going to watch Ala this time, though. Last time I was not as the ult in the backline of Pop Blossom. Comes up again, but as Uzi goes golden, it's not done just yet. Uzi trying to walk his way out, but I'm watching Ala. I'm watching Ala. I'm watching the Jax pop off. He's taking no damage as he jumps back in. This guy is the embodiment of Arnold Schwarzenegger as he goes golden. As he comes back out, we still need to watch the Counter-Strike back on in. OMG are killing the rest, but Ala is still alive. JJ separates from Fofo, bites spells, but he's about to die. Kaboom! Fofo's dead. Abel takes him down. Ala might have survived throughout this big raid boss, but OMG have cleaned the rest.
Dude, Arla is the boss. The rest of EDG are just basically mobs, which OMG are kind of mopping, but they can't get through the Jax. The fact that they've killed everyone off, though, still means this Baron will go over to OMG. The team fight still looks good. Cassante and Tristana here, popping off, being menaces. Shanji, again, you know, on his coveted pick here. Too difficult to deal with as EDG. It's an excellent stopwatch on the end of Uzi to stop himself from being one-shot. But once he's in, man. Like, it's so hard to make it out of this situation. Teleport comes in. Ash Arrow, in an attempt to try and get this turret, right? They don't even get it in the end, or do they commit? I'm not entirely sure. It doesn't look like it goes down. But ultimate onto Uzi. There's a brief window where he can stopwatch. He does great. 2-man ultimate instead of 3. But then Fofo, the ultimate doesn't connect onto Abel or onto anyone. Uzi's still in the mix here to die. And at this point, it's about Arla trying to find this turnaround, which, all credit to him, sidesteps the buy Q, turns around. But again, the space he's buying isn't really for, you know, an Uzi plus Fofo to dish out the damage. And they're just not able to get anything out. Meaningful, great Q here as well. Just kind of from PP God, that is, to stop Fofo from actually putting out the damage. And then, yeah, Abel opens up once more. Turns out.
Abel, just insane spacing. I mean, again, these fights have been going very different ways. One, we're looking at Shanji. One, we're looking at Arla. One, we're looking at Abel. 10,000 damage. Like, the fact that Fofo did 8k, that's fine, but it was mostly into Shanji. 10,000 here on the Tristana. All right, I changed direction again. This time I'm watching Abel as mid-turret's being exploded on both ends, but it is OMG with the Baron buff and with the gold lead here in game number 3. The game that leads to 9 wins that could lead to a bye in the first round. They're battling it out here for superiority and a better chance of making it to Worlds. Remember, in 5th and 6th, you also get a guaranteed 10 points. So a better chance of making it to Worlds, especially since OMG were top 4. They might already have position in regional finals if they can get that bye. So a chance of OMG getting to Worlds. This is what you want if you're a fan of them. Dom, settle down. We get it. We know. But right now, they've got to finish off the job. It's a 3-item Trist. Abel feeling pretty mighty. Remember that Uzi now with Renan's able to do similar value if he's able to free hit for Jamada. We're just seeing them push down turret so fast. Now they have Baron. Look at the work they're doing while Arla's trying to match.
Yeah, Arla's trying to match on the other side. He's got a tier 2. Someone's going to have to go and answer him very, very soon.
Arrow.
Shanji blocks out the arrow. He's going to have another dash, so he's all right. He's out, but...
Beach ball.
Beach ball. Very scary beach ball. 40 seconds until the next dragon, and we're at 2 apiece, so no matter who wins, you'll get to soul point, but no soul. EDG, like you mentioned, on the back foot here. You know, you bring up the point, if you're an OMG fan, about the placement here for top 6. You have to remember, it's EDG that are in 3rd, right, as well, in spring. OMG finished 4th, so that point that you made actually kind of applies to both here, right? Yeah. For that championship points, and hey, if you're not auto-qualifying by winning the split or, you know, coming second and most likely being our one of our teams in that top 5 with the championship points, you're going to want as high a chance here as one of these 2 teams you anticipate will be at that tournament.
Cream's not here yet, though. We need to look at Dragon, though, because the fight can start here. Shanji gets the pullback onto JJ. Sacrificial Lamb burst out. Abel's damage is intense. EDG have lost the Dragon. It goes over as now Arla into the backline finds PP God, but they need to get Abel. Look at the Tristana free hitting as he looks at the satchel charge again. Arla jumps on in. He's not taking damage just yet, but Shanji's down. Arla trying to be the sacrificial lamb as 4 members of OMG run. They've already got the Dragon. They don't need to go further. There's no Baron up. They cannot lose a fight here. So Shanji will be the only casualty.
Yeah, and they get the Dragon, so they're at soul point. EDG, however, do walk away with Uzi picking up a 300 kill gold shutdown. So we'll see whether or not that gets him closer to a 4th item or not. Shanji can't quite find the angle onto JJ to actually bring him back in time with it all out. Great use of the clone here by Cream to actually dodge out on the counter-strike as well. And then they kind of just try and turn onto him. But Arla's immediate reaction to that was huge. Forces the flash out of PP God. And Shanji, again, just looking for the angle to actually have a good all-out, right? Can't quite get in range. JJ is the one that pushes him out, and by the time he tries to flash to find it, dead. Immediately killed off, so a little bit awkward, a little bit unlucky, I suppose, to a degree for Shanji. But hey, he still manages to get his team, in a way, that Dragon, and now they can look towards this Baron on the top side of the map.
It is Ocean Soul. So Soul Point now achieved by that said players. Mako has to flash away. Tangle Bub's almost caught him. Walking blindly around the Baron buff. That is a no bueno, as Red buff is now fought over. JJ gets it in the end, but look at the vision control. Outside of that Scuttle Crab, OMG have full priority around this objective. They are looking for EDG to overstep. And this back here with a ward to spot it out. JJ cannot be too careful as OMG continue to just move as this 4-man unit while Shanji sits in the side lane.
Shanji again is kind of at a point, and I don't know, I feel like Arla should just kind of smack him in that 1v1. 3 items, going towards what looks like a Wit's End as well, so just kind of stacking up on a little bit of magic damage. You have to remember as well, because Milio's in the game, right, he is making everyone deal a substantial amount of extra magic damage, so just an important note, despite the general, you know, high, heavy-hitting physical damage dealers that OMG have, it is a lot more mixed damage than you would necessarily anticipate at first, as that Wit's End does come through to be completed. So that side lane, a little bit more difficult, but again, this hasn't really been a game about side lane, surprisingly, despite the Jax Cassante matchup. It's been about those team fights, it's been about Cream finding backline access, and it's also been about how well EDG have been able to defend their carries, and so far, the answer hasn't been, you know, particularly great, to be honest with you. It's been fishing for picks, it's been OMG kind of just being able to get through all of these offensive angles. Arky, speaking of offensive angles.
It could be huge. It really could. I mean, there's a ward there, but he's going to come over the wall. He's looking for one player. Maybe it's onto Uzi. Maybe it's onto that support. Either way, Mako's a target, but Arky doesn't get the job done. As Pop Blossom! Cream! Flies through the skies, but Uzi's still not dead. It looks so great while Arla and Shanji fight it out on the side, but Shanji might be losing with a counter-strike. Abel gets the Heimerdinger, but Uzi lives on as Arla tries to follow through. This big bad Terminator will not give up, but Abel, the same as going golden. Fofo survives, but Abel even shoved against the wall. He's been cleansed. Abel versus Uzi. The young wills out.
OMG can take out EDG right now. They can end this series. It's just Arla. He has to pull out some massive heroics. Death timers are 40, 30 seconds left. Maybe Mako's wave clear changes OMG's ability to actually end this game right now, but they've got a wave. Let's see what they can work with.
Jax almost has ulti. Arla can still defend here. 5 seconds for Mako to come back alive. OMG might be biting off a bit too much as Arla is interrupted. Counter-strike now on cooldown. Abel's damage on turret's huge as Arla needs to pick a time. He hits Abel, hits him hard. Counter-strike there again. Flash almost up and available as here comes the Pop Blossom, but going golden now. Turret's going to be exposed. OMG trying to end it here and win the series. Abel now under fire, but Arla can't get towards him. The Nexus is exposed. OMG take down EDG and give themselves their 9th win.
Oh, that's so huge for OMG. It's the moment that should, in theory, potentially lock them in to that 6th, 5th spot. It's not mathematically over. They're only a win up on a lot of their competitors. But with Weibo losing that series, by keeping EDG at 8 wins, and with the RNG series looming for the side of EDG, everything is still up in the air for that final spot. But for them, they should feel a lot more secure now after taking out EDG.
Oh, hell yeah. I mean, this means so much to this team. This means so much to OMG. EDG might have Uzi, but OMG have Abel, and that counts for something these days. Abel has come such a long way, and when Uzi always is in front of him in RNG in 2018, Abel must feel good about taking down his predecessor, about taking down his superior. This is insane for standings. 9th win for OMG. Weibo and EDG matters so much more for maybe those top tier positions, those final positions, especially when OMG's schedule has RA and AL to round it all out. This team, I mean, we might be looking at a potential representative, right? A potential upset. OMG have come a long way themselves. It's not just Abel, right? The fact that they won this series is massive for them. Considering that EDG, you look at the roster and you think this should be a top 4 team with who they're fielding, with the fact that Uzi's back and in form. But, I mean, EDG, you know, they did struggle today. Ultimately, OMG were the better team throughout, I feel like, all 3 games of the series.
Yeah, no, I do kind of agree. I feel like even in game number 2, there was maybe a little bit of room for them to maneuver and actually, turn out a win. So, yeah, OMG, much better look at, how we expect them usually to perform. Again, we're worrying. They were starting to kind of tailspin in those couple of series, right? LNG was kind of that big red flag of okay. OMG was sat 7-2 before they've now hit the scoreline that they're at. What's going on? Why are they performing the way they are? But now, fortunately, looking a lot better moving here into EDG. And like you mentioned, RA, AL, these are much easier teams to take down than, a lot of the other matchups where you still have this triangle of Weibo, RNG, EDG who still have to play each other respectively. So this is going to be a huge result moving forward for them. And like I said, whilst it doesn't mathematically lock them 5th, 6th, given the results, the results of the other series, which should come through again from that triangle right below them, it kind of gets them over the finish line. You have to feel like, even if they drop one series to either RA or to AL.
It's just, it's so good to see Abel is getting MVP this game. We know it. We know it to be true. But you're right. It gives them so much more wiggle room, gives them so much more balance. I don't know. I'm just kind of in shock the fact that OMG took a win here today, because even though it was a tight competition, even though OMG was sitting above the standings, like EDG, you have to imagine looking at that roster, you think, yeah, that's going to be so much better. But OMG have shown that sticking together as a 5-man unit, incorporating PP God as of recently, like having Cream and Shanji really develop their talents. A lot of foreign people wouldn't realize that this team is, who they are. Like that this team is not a potential title contender, a potential world contender. But that's what happens when you kind of sit down and, I guess, develop the roster. I'm making nonsense, but I hope that the words are at least somewhat joining together.
Nah, they are. It's fine. We're all of understanding here. And look, OMG, they can definitely go the distance. I feel like it's not out of their purview. Things will be scary at the end of the day once they're in the first part of playoffs, right? But we're talking about trying to make placement for championship points. If they can make it to round 4, that is huge for them. That'll be 2 top 4 finishes back to back. I'm unsure on what the rules are surrounding regional qualifiers and who goes to Worlds, etc., etc. I'll leave that to you and the old heads and all the people who have to run those numbers, but it will put them certainly in a much better position. Being in that second round bye, they will have to, again, face off against one of these teams. EDG, RNG, Weibo could potentially, of course, still slip into the other side of the bracket. But going up and in against the likes of Top Esports and LNG in the round after, these are teams directly above you, which in the case of OMG, they've been able to vanquish. And it's the same thing for some of these other teams below them as well. Even though they have ended up in this mixer from 5th down to like 8th, 9th, they've beaten Top Esports and LNG. It's not been impossible. Those teams have been turbulent and they've had their own trials and tribulations. So we'll see how we go as we cruise closer and closer towards playoffs.
But for now, let's start with OMG and an interview over in Shanghai with PP God being talked to over in the arena.
Hello there, welcome to Post-Game Interview. I'm Christina. We're joined by PP God, a support for Oh My God. Congratulations on your win, such an excellent matchup. Actually, I know you have qualified for playoffs already earlier, but maybe because of your last two games, things didn't go very smoothly as your expectation. So tell me, how did you guys prepare for this matchup against EDG? 欢迎 PP God 来到我们的赛后采访，也恭喜 OMG 在今天这场比赛当中2-1拿下了对局。其实我们知道，在很早之前 ，OMG 就已经确定进入到季后赛了，在这里还是要说一声恭喜。但是好像对于前2场比赛之后，相信队伍在这局比赛之前做了很多的复盘和调整，可不可以跟我们详细说说这一个部分呢？
其实就是我们前2把输的也比较惨嘛，然后就是感觉是当时的 BB 还有英雄选择这方面出现了问题，然后输完之后就大家都一起就调整了一下，然后现在看起来还不错。
So actually, as you can see, maybe we lost the last 2 games terribly. I think it attributed to maybe we did some errors or mistakes around our ban pick strategies and the champions we have picked. And coming to today's matchup, we just around this part, it looks like pretty good, especially in today's matchup. And I also want to get started from game 1. In very early game, EDG made level 1 invasion, but you guys managed to fight back very well. But I can see that coming to the mid to late game, I'm still surprised by OMG's team fighting ability, especially around that Baron team fight. Kaiser got some kills and you just close your opponent down. So tell me about that Baron team fight in game 1's late game。那么其实，在今天的第1局比赛当中，上来对面就很激烈嘛，做了一个1级的入侵。但是我相信 OMG 的实力好像在中后期团战的时候展现的特别淋漓尽致，特别是在第1局最后关键的那一波最后一波大龙团之后。你们拿下大龙，并且打了对面一个0换4，一波掉了对面。第1局对你们来说看起来还是比较简单和顺利的，可以跟我们说一下关于那一波的情况吗？
那波就是应该是我们破3路，然后我们就说就看球王压一下，然后应该是有机会一波的，然后对面就很容易就被我们人杀掉，之后就被我们一波了。
So first of all, at that time, we just pushed waves on all 3 lanes, so we just turned to Baron, and we managed to find some good opportunities to kill our enemies and just to close the game 1. And coming to game 2, I'm curious about how did you guys adjust before the decisive game, because maybe this meta also matters a lot. So for you coming to the game 3, before the game 3, I'm curious about your mentality. 那么今天的这一场比赛赛果和整个比赛的情况都是非常焦灼的，同样它也很重要，所以我们想知道在决胜局之前，你们的一个心态又是怎么样的呢？会觉得在决胜局关注的重点放在哪里？
决胜局之前的心态，其实因为第2把输掉了嘛，其实就是我们就是心态是有一点点受影响，然后就。其实大家就是还是不要打得那么急嘛，就放平心态，就慢慢打，就很好赢。
So maybe after losing game 2, our mentality was a little bit shaky, but we just want to hold on and do not be so hasty in game. Just try to play with a normal mentality coming to the decisive game. And speaking of decisive game, I think in terms of the draft, your opponent got very strong the first 3 picks around top mid jungle. But I know that you just answered the questions with a twist tunnel, and you guys just set your strategies around this part, and especially Abo did a perfect job coming to the late game. So tell us about this part, about this champions or about something about late game. 那么在第3局的时候 ，EDG 对面在前3手拿出了非常强势的上中野的组合，但是 OMG 这边整体看起来好像是想要去拿一个围绕小炮打的阵容，所以可不可以跟我们说一下，来到了包括从阵容方面，或者说是从游戏后期的方面 ，Abo 这里的小炮是怎么样在整个团队的协作之下 carry 了比赛？
就小炮米溜其实也是，就是我们很擅长的体系嘛，只不过就这个版本的话是有点偏弱的。然后今天第3局就因为辅助都搬的很多，下路也搬的很多，然后就这个组合也可以拿出来用。
So first of all, actually we are very proficient and we are very good at melee and twistana this competition. Maybe this bot is not very strong in this meta and currently, but maybe in the benefit phase, so many EDG champions and support were banned. So we just picked these competitions, and also you guys performed very well. Final question for you: you have 2 games to play for the regular season, and even for the playoffs. We are still impressed by your spring split performance. Any expectations for the rest of 2 games and for the playoffs? 那么最后一个问题，其实 OMG 在今年春季赛、季后赛的表现确实让大家记忆深刻。来到现在这个时间节点上，面对还有2场常规赛的比赛，以及即将到来的季后赛 ，PPG 的选手有什么期待和想法吗？
就接下来的2场常规赛的话，就还是很希望就都可以赢下来。季后赛的话，就现在也没有前4的机会，就希望当时就打的时候就把状态调整到最好，然后去迎接季后赛。
Firstly, I do want to win the upcoming 2 matchups for the regular season, and maybe coming to the playoff, we do want to show our best form, try to adjust to make sure that we can play very great games in there. Thank you so much for joining us， 谢谢 PP 哥来到我们的下午采访。今天鏖战3局也是辛苦了，感觉嗓子有点哑，之后回去好好休息，期待你们精彩的表现。Back to you guys, bye.
Thank you very much from Christina and PP God. It was a good showing today. They did show their best. And ultimately, as Abel picks up MVP here, you know that PP God alongside him was very switched on. I mean, that 2v2 has come leaps and bounds in the past year. It's really nice to see that, you know, we are getting, I guess, the best out of this duo that I think we've ever seen, really.
Yeah, no, and you know, I recall guesting here in summer in 2022, and this was one of the duos which, you know, I was kind of pointed to have my eyes on and kind of, you know, always keep in the back of my mind as this duo that can upend some of the best in the league at times when they're, you know, feeling themselves, when they are on their duos. He dealt 46% flat.
Not surprised.
Of his team's damage. I'm not surprised when you look at how that game turned out and how the composition was, of course, melded, but man, oh man, what a huge performance from Abel, from PP God, as a duo to just win out time and time again. And I'll have to give out an honorary mention to Cream just because of how many massive ultimates he found with the Nico. That felt like the glue to a lot of these plays and really did give the space for Abel to have moments like these that we're seeing in the B-roll.
I mean, look again, this is the play, right? This is the one. Is this where he steps up to the side and just takes over the game? This was pretty much a game-ending play where they can find the push off it. Abel just runs into 3 members with no care. I mean, I don't even think Uzi was expecting him to run into this choke.
No, absolutely not, right? Lethal tempo, level 18 or 16 rather, so much range available there that it's so obnoxious at that point to deal with. Plus, don't forget the Milio W campfire, right? So that hyper carry combination ends up pumping out close, probably if I had to wager a guess, to like 1,000 range. Like, it's Tristana plus lethal tempo, it's probably pushing at least 850, right? So huge moment, and yeah, very near impossible to really turn around on as EDG, because their composition, it wasn't geared to making turnaround plays, it was geared towards standing your ground and hoping that people would jump in, and Abel jumped feet first basically into the frying pan and never got burnt.
Jamada, we're about to end the show. My brain's completely fried, by the way. I know you've got food on the way. I know that everything's lining up to end the show. We'll look at what happened yesterday. No, not yesterday. What am I talking about? Today. Today. I take this off before I overheat. Yeah, we're about to look at today. It's hot now. I don't know why it's hot in here.
You baking over there?
I'm a little bit.
You know the English, they like to complain about the heat here, and I will say I'm obviously quite fortunate. I've been well designed against the heat, personally, if you couldn't tell. But, man, does it get humid, and that sucks more. So, I don't blame you, man. Take that jacket off. It is probably warm down under, as today's results, 2 2-0s to open up today. JDG, the expected winner of that one against RA, though it didn't really go the way you would have expected. If you watch that series,
not at all.
JDG were kind of pushed to the edge in that game number 2, and they ended up coming out ahead. IG, however, the very much unexpected winners here into Weibo, kind of dominated both games. Certainly game number 1, game number 2, Weibo had a bit more to say, but it still felt like an IG win through and through. And of course, the series we closed out on. OMG, EDG, OMG, take the win, and like we said, you know, whilst it's not mathematically locked in that they are 5th, 6th, that win, given the fact that there are so many cross matchups left between, you know, EDG, RNG, and Weibo, likely does get them across the line with 2 series still left for them to play as well.
That's right. And again, the fact that OMG have those easiest series too, they can't get up to the top 4. LNG and Top Esports are locked in. However, they can put themselves in the best position. 5th seed, getting an easier side of the bracket as well, don't forget. So OMG definitely want to be towards the top of that 5th and 6th. And also, Jamada, I was looking in the interviews, 5th and 6th, when you win that 5th and 6th match, you get 40 points straight out. So ultimately, you want to be in that position as they will be guaranteed 10 at least. 40 will be given over to Top Esports and LNG already. But if OMG can win 1 BO5, they will get so many points. As tomorrow is an important day. Weibo do not get a break, and they do not get a chance to breathe, especially against Breathe in RNG. Tomorrow's going to be an interesting one as RNG also try and fight for one of those top 6 positions.
Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, it's so insane. Again, the schedule kind of coming to fruition here. The turnaround time occasionally is non-existent. Weibo lost today against IG. Have to go to sleep, wake up, and hopefully have a re-envisioned look against RNG. So a huge series to round out tomorrow. The rest, you know, for top esports, it's about trying to push up into 3rd place as opposed to 4th, and seeing whether or not you can get LNG off that throne. But of course, it's that end series, RNG Weibo. If you're RNG, you need this win. If you lose, you effectively are out of the running for that final slot of that 5th, 6th, and you do give Weibo the opportunity to jump up to 9 wins. So it's a must win for both sides, really.
It is indeed, and it's one that, again, we cannot go without us, ladies and gentlemen. We'll leave you with that. I'm Asterix, I'm joined by Jamada, and we will leave you with the thoughts of a crazy night and a busted brain. It's bye for now, but not forever. Take care, and we'll see you tomorrow for more LPL to finish off this week.